The catastrophe of the end of the world. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Throwing Chapter 151. Art is an explosion. Shen Feng was very happy when he saw the gang who bombed him before being caught, because at least the tree man avenged him. At that time, he was almost killed by the shells falling from the sky. Then he couldn't walk out of the bombing zone. Even so, Shen Feng was in a particularly embarrassing situation, covered in mud all over his body, and his ears were almost deafened. Originally, Shen Feng was looking at this scene with gloating emotions. After all, the guy he hated was going to be unlucky, but when he saw the scolding Zhou being slapped to death by the tree man, the expression on Shen Feng's face, the smile, disappeared. After all, he was still a living person, and he watched his own kind being killed by a foreign race. Could he really laugh at this time? In the final analysis, this is also my subordinate who once followed me. Shen Feng was depressed, with a look of sadness in his eyes. Shen Feng has no way to save these people, because he knows that changes will happen later, so take advantage of this time to blow up the underground world to prevent the range of trends from expanding. In addition, the roots of this mutated plant must be destroyed, otherwise these mutated plants will be destroyed. Plants will definitely threaten humans in the future. Shen Feng's method is very simple, that is to blow up all the important parts of the underground world, whether it is the pipes that transport the digestive juice, the spheres that add energy to the trunks, or the trees that can release white mist, all must be blown up. In this way, even if these mutated plants cannot be killed, they can be severely damaged. In a short period of time, it is impossible for the mutated plants to recover. Shen Feng knew that there must be shells available on the road, so as long as the shells were used reasonably, these plants could be killed. Shen Feng didn't want to see the captured soldiers suffer, so he turned around and left, preparing to go back to the ground along the pipe. But at this moment, Shen Feng suddenly saw that a branch growing nearby. Shen Feng didn't care about the red fruit. He picked it off and put it on his body. After returning to the ground from the tree hole, Shen Feng felt very hungry, so he took out the fruit and took a bite, feeling that the taste was still very sweet, so he ate it repeatedly, and threw the fruit core away. After eating it, doesn't matter if you throw it, but it's the fruit core that is thrown out. After the core hit the ground, it started to grow crazily as soon as it touched the soil. A big tree with a diameter of 1 meter, and this kind of tree is exactly the same as the tree that grew in the middle of the road before. It turns out that this kind of tree grows from a single fruit. Shen Feng looked at the big tree and muttered to himself, now, Shen Feng has figured out how the trees blocking the road appeared. There must be this kind of red fruit underground, which suddenly grew rapidly and directly blocked the road, forcing everyone to get off the car. The growth speed of this kind of fruit is much faster than the growth speed of plants catalyzed by Chang Jianyi. It takes almost a few seconds to grow up, and most of the energy needed for the growth of big trees is also absorbed from the ground. After all, tree people can move, and it is not impossible for trees to grow so huge. 3 hours later, 31 people came back with 2 cannonballs in their arms. These people were careful when holding the cannonballs, and they were always observing their surroundings, for fear of tree people appearing or being tripped. It's a good thing to say, it's just a body of dust. If you trip over it this time, there will be no bones left. These 30 people also encountered some tree people on the road, but they didn't know anything else, but they were very skilled at pretending to be dead. In the absence of hearing the sound, there will be no offensive movements at all, and sometimes they will walk past a person pretending to be dead. 31 people found a lot of shells from the cars on the side of the road. According to them, the gun carriages are basically intact, and the vehicles transporting the shells are all undamaged. Otherwise, one shell exploded, and the rest of the shells, it was also difficult to survive. But unfortunately, all the people on the side of the road disappeared. Lion Bingwen shook his head and said in a low voice, it's a pity. All the people who attacked before were captured. There was a smell of gasoline nearby, and even the truck was overturned. These people are out of luck. Shen Feng quickly said, so we want to avenge them. Later, I will go to the underground space to plant shells. You are all waiting for me above. I will blow up all the pipes and everything. I don't believe that I can't kill the people below. Plant. Shen Feng took the cannonballs in and out through the tree holes. He basically secured the cannonballs next to the pipes in the upper part of the underground world. He knew that the energy obtained by the balls was obtained through these pipes, and the balls could give Trents replenish energy, so just blow up those pipes and the mutated plants are all over. When I cut off my food and grass, I will definitely win. Shen Feng thought triumphantly. Even plants, when their lifeline is cut off, die as well. Shen Feng carried the cannonballs back and forth more than a dozen times, and finally placed the positions of the cannonballs. When he came to the ground, he found more than 30 people gathered around the big tree to observe carefully. It turned out that the big tree grown from the fruit core thrown by Shen Feng just now is releasing white mist at this moment. When everyone saw this scene, they couldn't help but observe. If possible, they really want to cut down all the surrounding trees to save these things. The trees kept releasing white mist. Liang Bingwen said in a low voice, "Trees can only move around in the white mist. If we cut down all these trees, the white mist will disperse sooner or later. When the time comes to scrape away the soil on the ground, then we can exterminate these plants with sunlight. By the way, don't plants need to perform photosynthesis? Why are they still afraid of sunlight?" A person asked such a question. Then, how do I know? When I go back to Luzhou, I'll ask Mr. Nibai. He's a biology student, so he must know why. Liang Bingwen shrugged. It is only right to carry out photosynthesis under the light, but these plants grab animals to absorb energy and are afraid of sunlight, which is completely unreasonable. Shen Feng climbed out from the tree hole and said to the crowd, "Later, I will go down and detonate the cannonball, and you are all holding me up. The vines here are binding me, so don't let go." At this time, Shen Feng tied a vine around his body, and he handed the other end of the vine to the 31 people here. After that, Shen Feng walked down from the tree hole, holding a handful of vines in his hand. Shizi, this is Shen Feng's method to detonate the cannonball. He is already a third-level supernatural being, and his hidden weapon throwing accuracy is also very strong. As long as he can hit the primer of the cannonball, he can detonate it instantly. Shen Feng followed the tree hole head to foot, and when he reached the underground space, he gently tugged on the rope. The people above were instructed not to let go of the vine, but to hold on firmly. Shen Feng looking at the many branches around. At the end of these branches, tens of meters, there are cages one after another. Some of them are alive, and more people are dead, like flies and mosquitoes being surrounded by trees. Shoot to death in the cage? I will liberate you now, you don't have to suffer anymore. Shen Feng said silently in his heart. Afterwards, Shen Feng aimed at the nearest cannonball and threw the stone in his hand. The stone was fired, and the sharp sound immediately attracted the attention of the tree man, but the stone had already hit the bottom of the shell. At this time, Shen Feng grabbed the vine around his waist and pulled it hard. The stone thrown by Shen Feng has enough force, especially when it hits the bottom of the shell. It instantly sparks the primer. The people above the tree hole sensed Shen Feng's signal, so they pulled the vines vigorously, preparing to pull Shen Feng up from the underground world. Now the success or failure is here. If it fails, then everyone can only leave the fog in despair. Well, as for the equipment lost in the mist, it is impossible to retrieve it. The stone itself has no offensive power, but in Shen Feng's hands, it exploded with extremely powerful force at this time. The moment the stone hit the bottom of the shell, the primer was triggered, and an explosion occurred instantly, which in turn caused the shell to explode. Just as Shen Feng was pulled into the tree hole, an explosion occurred. Boom! The sound of a huge explosion reverberated in the underground world, and this was just the beginning. The shells were placed very regularly by Shen Feng, and the distances between the shells were all about the same, which ensured that when a bomb exploded, can continue to detonate other shells. Chain reaction, only need to detonate one, the others can also be detonated one after another. Shen Feng first escaped the explosion of the first shell, and before he had time to rejoice, the rest of the shells also began to explode. At this time, a powerful airwave suddenly appeared in the underground world. This was the airwave formed by the shell explosion, and the tree hole happened to lead to the outside world, so this place became the place where the airwaves hit at this time. A strong airwave hit. Shen Feng had no idea that such a thing would happen. He thought he could just dodge the shrapnel or something, but he didn't expect to be attacked by the airwave now, so Shen Feng was instantly blown by the airwave. He got up, threw it high, and was blown from the tree hole into the air by the airwave. Boom! Shen Feng was blown 5 meters into the air, and then fell heavily on the ground. At this time, he was thrown dizzy. People pull themselves out and end up like this. City Lord, how are you, City Lord? Everyone hurriedly gathered around to ask, Everyone was very anxious, not knowing how the city lord is doing now. Shen Feng rubbed his head, regained consciousness, and said, "I'm fine, I just experienced the feeling of flying, I'll lie down for a while, there should be no danger now." Shen Feng doesn't care if it's dirty or not, he lays on the ground and rests. It's strange to say that he ate a fruit today, but he doesn't feel hungry now. Shen Feng guesses that it must be the fruit he ate. "I have a lot of energy, so now, I haven't felt hungry for a long time." The explosion in the underground world is still going on. Boom. The shells explode one after another, all the trench in the underground world are showing their teeth and claws, and the vines on their bodies are constantly exploring the air, as if they are looking for prey to catch. Unfortunately, the sound of the explosion has been echoing underground, and the tree man can't find a target to attack at all, so the vines are constantly waving, but they can't do anything. The pipes at the top are for transporting digestive juices, and these digestive juices are the energy source of the tree people, that is, the lifeline. Now the shells explode one after another, the pipes are also fragmented, and the pipes are blown off one by one, and the digestive juices flow out of the pipes. There is no way to use these digestive juices. It began to rain in the underground world, and these raindrops were not water, but stones and clods one by one. After the explosion of the shell, the pipe at the top was blown off, and then the stones and clods had no support, and immediately went to it. This time, the branches were shaking constantly, and the translucent cages at the end fell to the ground one by one, just like ripe fruits began to fall to the ground, and some of the people who had just been caught were still alive. Quickly got out of the cage and fled towards the exit. "Run!" Wang Yusheng told the surrounding soldiers to run away quickly. These people had learned to be silent and didn't say a word when they were caught before, so the tree man didn't shoot them to death. At this moment, Wang Yusheng didn't know what happened, but he knew that the opportunity to escape came. The tree people in the underground world opened their teeth and claws, and began to arrest the fleeing people around, but at this time the scope of the explosion continued to expand, extending from the top position to the surroundings, and the broken pipes fell down one after another, and the digestive juice could not be transported. The ground continued to flow. Boom. Shen Feng and his group were sitting on a hill to rest. There was an explosion in the tree man's lair, so if the tree man had thoughts, he would definitely go to the lair to check it out. It's perfectly fine for everyone to stay outside at this time. Suddenly, Lian Bingwen remembered an important thing. By the way, what if the underground world collapses? After this question was raised, everyone immediately turned their attention to Shen Feng. Shen Feng hadn't thought about this problem before, but now he remembered the problem of the collapse of the underground world, and suddenly panicked. People like himself are still directly above the cave. If they fall, wouldn't it be all over? Let's go. Shen Feng said hastily. Now that he realized the seriousness of the problem, of course he should leave quickly. If the cave collapses, it will be troublesome. As the old saying goes, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Shen Feng also wants to say now, you can't stand on a dangerous wall. However, it was too late at this time. Cracks appeared on the hill near the tree hole. These cracks were bottomless. The ground began to tremble, and everyone couldn't walk at all, because the ground was shaking so badly. Seeing that the cracks were getting bigger and bigger. The more there are, the more people have a bad feeling in their hearts. Boom, the hill collapsed, and the ground fell downwards. Shen Feng and his party didn't feel complacent for a long time. At this time, they fell directly into the underground world below. The dust was flying, and the surroundings were dark and noisy, with the footsteps of tree people. There are also the sounds of human beings fleeing for their lives. All kinds of sounds are mixed together, like the sound of magic, and the whole underground world is already in chaos. Chapter 152 The Great Crisis in Rongchen. Chu Chaoan led 2,000 people and waited outside the mist. Here is an empty hillside. Everyone has no supplies, but Chu Chaoan insisted on waiting here, so Yang Chang led more than 100 people searching nearby. I finally found a village. After killing all the zombies in the village, I brought materials such as bedding and food to the hillside at noon. 10 people escaped from the mist, and they brought news from Shen Feng. The city lord said, let everyone wait outside, he will blow up the enemy's lair, and then come out. One of them said. Chu Qiaoan looked at the dirty appearance of these people. There was a lot of mucus on their bodies. The transparent mucus smelled a bit foul, so she had no choice but to instruct, go to the nearby stream and wash it off. Well, I will take people to camp here. In fact, Chu Qiaoan's so-called camping was nothing more than cutting down in nearby trees and building some shacks. The place is just fine. However, at dusk, Chu Qiaoan heard a loud noise from the mist, and then the ground shook for a while. People who didn't know the situation thought it was an earthquake, but Chu Qiaoan got important news. Knowing that this is Shen Feng's action, the strong vibration now should be a success, right? But why hasn't Shen Feng brought anyone out yet? Chu Qiaoan was very worried. The plan should have been successful, but why hasn't Shen Feng come out at this time? Could it be that he was in danger? Just when Chu Qiaoan was guessing about the situation in the mist, the satellite phone she was carrying suddenly rang. Chu Qiaoan didn't dare to neglect this, and quickly connected the satellite phone, saying, "This is Le Xiaojun. Do you have any instructions?" This call was made by the headquarters. It has been 8 days. Shen Feng's 3,000 people have not been in touch with the artillery battalion in Rongcheng. The headquarters is also very anxious, so they are trying to find a way to contact Shen Feng. Now, the phone it was finally connected, so the headquarters immediately asked, "This is the headquarters. Why can you contact me now? What happened to you? Why didn't you contact your superiors for more than a week?" The headquarters immediately asked. Chu Qiaoan explained helplessly, "After we entered the white mist, we were attacked by trunts, that is, a mutated plant. We just escaped today. The city lord, Shen Feng, is organizing an attack and is preparing to wait until the end of the attack. Please contact your superiors later." Hearing such a report, the headquarters was silent for a moment, and then issued an instruction. The headquarters received it, and now order your department to rush to Rongcheng for support. Now Rongcheng is very dangerous. Even the militia has already entered the battlefield. You must go to support immediately. Chu Qiaoan refused such instructions, and said directly, "No, we only listen to the instructions of the city lord Shen Feng. He told us to wait where we are, so we can only wait here." Upon hearing such an answer, the headquarters immediately became angry and accused, "Aren't you disobeying orders? Which is more important, the 5 million in Rongcheng or the mutated plants within 10 kilometers? You said, if Rongcheng is breached, it will cause an irreversible crisis. 5 million people are in Rongcheng. Don't you understand which is more important? Why are you attacking me?" Chu Qiaoan said dissatisfiedly, "I only have 2,000 people here. Even if I go to support it, it will be useless. Isn't Rongcheng a population of 5 million? Let them recruit soldiers. So many people, it can't be that there are not enough fighters, right?" The headquarters was angered by Chu Qiaoan's words, and it took a while to say, "Conscription is already very difficult. The young people in Rongcheng have already fought in other provinces. Now only the old and weak, women and children are left. The men have already gone to the battlefield. Even if there are 2,000 people now, it will be enough." Chu Qiaoan was facing a dilemma at this time. On the one hand, Shen Feng ordered her to wait outside the mist with people, and on the other hand, the headquarters urged her to go to Rongcheng for rescue. These two decisions were really difficult. Choice, no matter which side's task is agreed to, will offend the other side at this time. Yang Chang stretched out his hand and signaled Chu Qiaoan to give him the satellite phone. Chu Qiaoan had no choice but to hand the satellite phone to Yang Chang. Yang Chang took a deep breath and said, "Currently, our army has suffered a serious reduction in personnel, and there is a lack of weapons and ammunition. Without weapons and ammunition, our army can play very little role. Nowadays, many artillery equipment is still in the fog. As long as we defeat the mutated plants, we'll be able to obtain enough equipment, and we will be more confident in rescuing Rongcheng when the time comes." The headquarters was silent for a long time, and said, "Please hurry up, we have to go to Rongcheng in 3 days, otherwise, Rongcheng will not be able to hold on." Understood. Yang Chang hung up the phone, leaned on the hillside, breathed a sigh of relief, and said helplessly, 3 days. The situation in Rongcheng is too critical. Chu Qiaoan took the satellite phone and looked at the soldiers around. Half of the soldiers had thrown away their guns. It is unrealistic to let these people follow him to kill zombies. As the saying goes, wine is strong and cowardly, but in fact guns have the same effect. If you have a gun, your voice will be much higher, but now the average person does not have a gun, and they all fall on the way to escape. If these people don't have a gun, I dare not face the tide of zombies at all. At the same time, 3 of the 7 lines of defense outside Rongcheng have been breached. The battle has started for 3 days. Every day of the battle, One of the lines of defense has been breached. It's not that the soldiers are afraid of death, but that there are too many zombies. And more importantly, zombies have a particularly weird way of attacking the city. Previously, the headquarters estimated that Yazhou Corpse King would lead 3 million zombies to Rongcheng, but at this time, the number of zombies is approaching 4 million. The plan couldn't keep up with the changes, because 2 Corpse Kings appeared again, and these 2 Corpse Kings brought more zombies into the Yazhou Corpse King's camp. Before Rongcheng sent a request for help to the headquarters, the headquarters summoned 5,000 soldiers from other places to Rongcheng by plane at a critical moment. Rongcheng began to attack violently, and at this time Rongcheng's soldiers were only 15,000, and they encountered such a strong wave of corpses that they retreated steadily. It stands to reason that as long as there are machine guns and enough bullets, it is impossible for the zombie crowd tactics to work, but variables often exist anytime and anywhere, because new mutant zombies appear in the zombie tide. Or 2, after one of the zombies mutated, the upper body was huge, the palms became dark and thick, but the lower body became extremely small, which made people doubt whether this zombie could walk normally. Of course, this kind of zombies don't need to walk, because walking is not something they are good at. They have learned to make holes. After this kind of mutated zombies learned how to dig holes, they immediately dug holes into the defense line from all directions, drilled out from the ground and attacked the soldiers behind the bunker. Under the attack from 2 sides, the soldiers could only retreat. It was breached in this way, and no one expected that the zombies learned the tactics of tunnel warfare. For this, the commanders hated their teeth. They didn't expect that in a short period of time, the zombies would have such a tricky mutation, and they would make holes from all directions, and the speed was very fast, only faster than the excavator, not slow at this time. The commanders wished that there would be a moat around Rongcheng. If there were walls and moats, it would not be so easy for these zombies to dig up the soil. But Rongcheng doesn't even have a city wall, so where is there a moat? The second type of mutated zombie is a chubby zombie with a huge torso but unusually small hands and feet. It can't even walk. However, when this kind of zombie is thrown by a strong zombie, it will explode when it hits the ground, and then, their corpses will burn, and their chubby bodies are full of fat, which will flow around after the explosion. Once the soldiers hiding in the trench are attacked by this type of self-explosive zombies, they will immediately catch fire. Roll on the ground to put out the fire, then the firepower on the front line will be weak. Self-explosive zombies do not need to fight at all. They are like barrels filled with fuel. An explosion is their mission in the process of defending the city. The soldiers who shined were the artillery battalion with only 200 people. They aimed at the zombies outside the city and began to cover them with firepower. The shells rained down and successfully eliminated a large number of zombies who were leading the battle. Also under the cover of artillery, the 4 lines of defense behind have not been breached at this time. The soldiers also began to use instruments to measure the land. When they identified the mutated zombies digging the soil, they immediately attacked and poured reinforced concrete into the hole. The strategy of preventing the zombies from digging the soil was successful. When he appeared, he had to shoot decisively. As long as he exploded, only the zombies would be burned to death, not the soldiers. As night fell, the zombies were still attacking Rongcheng, as if they didn't know how tired they were. The ones in front fell down, and the ones behind followed, and then continued to die under the attack of bullets or shells. The corpses of zombies can be seen, and the damage of human beings is not small, but the corpses of the soldiers who died in battle were taken to the back for cremation. After the cremation, the boxes were pasted with photos and names. The machine gun spat out blue flames. A veteran grabbed the machine gun and kept shooting at the zombies in front of him. His eyes were red and he looked at the zombies rushing forward. For 3 days in a row, the attack of the zombies has not stopped, but the soldiers have been fighting for a long time, and everyone's mental state is already very bad. They are still fighting now, but it is the belief in their hearts that supports them. Shenzhen is also shooting zombies with a rifle. Although he has become an evolutionary and his physical fitness is much better than ordinary people, but at this moment, after continuous fighting, he also feels extremely tired physically. After continuous fighting, sometimes even there is no time to eat, and I can only kill zombies like a machine. I don't know when this kind of life will end. I must hold on. I must hold on. Shenzhen gritted his teeth and insisted. He knew that his family was behind him, so he couldn't continue to retreat. However, at this moment, more than 30 tank-shaped zombies appeared. and these zombies held stone slabs in front of them as shields. In this way, the tank-shaped zombies were constantly approaching the line of defense, and the soldiers quickly fired. But the bullets that hit them had difficulty passing through the slate. Even if a bullet hit the body of a tank-type zombie by chance, the wounds would heal soon. The recovery ability of these zombies was so abnormal at this time. Many missiles suddenly appeared in the sky, and there was a long tail flame behind these missiles. The soldiers stared blankly at the missiles that pierced the sky. These missiles fell to the ground like meteors, sending out there were clusters of bright lights, and immediately after the bright lights, there was a huge explosion sound. There were more than 50 missiles. These missiles hit areas densely populated by zombies. Each shell can solve hundreds of thousands of zombies. At least tens of thousands of zombies were killed by the missile launch at this time. The zombies stopped attacking, and actually began to shrink slowly. These shrinking zombies, dragging the corpses of dead zombies, should be used as military rations. We won. The soldiers kept cheering. Many people fell to the ground while cheering. The previous battle was all supported by one breath. At this time, the battle was temporarily over, and they immediately fell to the ground to sleep. I can't care about anything anymore. Seeing this scene, Shen Feng finally let go of his sore arms, took out a cigarette tremblingly and lit it, and said helplessly, "It's finally over, I'm exhausted." A veteran leaned against Shen Feng, holding a cigarette, and said, "Excuse me, my lighter is gone." Shen Feng lit a cigarette for the veteran, then sighed and said, "My son is still outside, and I hope that he will save me, but I don't want him to come." The veteran took a deep puff of his cigarette, shook his head and said, "My family members are all dead. I have no expectations. I just want to find a quiet place to live after the war is over. I don't know if it will be possible." Shen Feng looked around and found many young people sitting on the ground with red eyes. They hadn't slept all this time. He couldn't help but shook his head and said, "These young people are all red-eyed. If there is no psychological counseling, I'm afraid they will be mentally ill in the future." Question. The veteran sighed, and said, "Don't talk about these children, I'm about to have a psychological shadow. There are zombies all over the mountains and plains, and they come endlessly, like a tide, and I can't kill them all." Shen Feng nodded, "It's better to hurry up and sleep for a while. If the zombies still attack afterward, there won't even be time to sleep." The veteran nodded. Now with the support of missiles, the threat to the inside of the zombies was posed, and the attack of the zombies was temporarily repelled. When the chaos inside the zombies is no longer there, the attack will start again. I killed 4. There are 500,000 zombies, but the impact on the tide of corpses is not serious at all, and I have lost the triple line of defense on my side. Chapter 153 Loyalty at the moment of life and death. In the command center in Rongcheng, people are still awake at this time. Hundreds of people are deducing the battle situation and looking for a way to break through the predicament. But at this time, everyone is facing a siege battle of zombies, and they have never encountered a similar battle before. So no one knows what to do, and the Corpse King's hiding is also perfect. There is no trace of the Corpse King at all. It stands to reason that as long as the general army has more than 1/10 of casualties, it will consider retreating, because the commander of the army will consider the issue of losses. What should be done if losses are caused? But the Corpse King doesn't consider these. For the Corpse King, ordinary zombies are consumables. After losing them, go to other cities for a walk, and there will be a new source of soldiers immediately, but humans can't do it. Facing locusts crossing the border ordinary zombies, the soldiers retreated steadily in battle. General Wei sat on a chair, rubbed his temples, and couldn't think of a suitable solution. Now that he has used one of his trump cards, the missile, the zombies still haven't retreated. Could it be that only the use of nuclear warheads can kill so many zombies? At this time, 5 young men and women in military uniforms came in, and one of the men said firmly, "General, please allow us to go to the battlefield. As long as we find the Corpse King, the battle will be our victory." "Yes, please allow us to go to the battlefield." At this time, a woman also stood up and said loudly, "It's not that the zombies don't know fear, but that the Corpse King doesn't know fear. The reason why the zombies charge tirelessly is completely because it is under the control of the Corpse King. As long as we kill the Corpse King, the remaining zombies will be a mass of loose sand." General Wei shook his head, and said to the 5 people seriously, "You are all important training targets of the Supernatural Administration, and I will not allow you to go to the battlefield until the Corpse King is found. You are the last trump card of Rongchen. Now, if you show up, the Corpse King will definitely be vigilant." The 5 young men fell silent. General Wei was right. They were the last cards in Rongchen, and they must not appear easily. These 5 young people are all the key training targets of the Ability Administration Bureau. At this time, they are all 3rd-level abilities, and their strength is far beyond ordinary people. It can be said that they are the most perfect group of people among human beings. Now, they all appeared beside important people as bodyguards, but after the headquarters discovered the crisis in Rongchen, they quickly dispatched these 5 people, just to win by surprise at the critical moment. If the Corpse King can be killed, then the superhuman it will shine in the next battle. Qin Qiyi looked around and suddenly asked, "By the way, why didn't you see Jinziju? Isn't he also your bodyguard?" "He has a special mission. If it goes well, he will bring a group of people back to support us," General Wei replied casually. In fact, General Wei also heard the news from the headquarters, that is, Shen Feng is preparing to counterattack the mutated plants in the fog. If successful, Shen Feng will come to rescue with artillery, but General Wei did not report too big hope. There are still about 3.5 million corpses. Even if 2,000 people come to support, I am afraid that the effect will not be very great. After much deliberation, General Wei is still very helpless. Who would have thought that Shen Feng and others were sent to stop the zombies, but they encountered mutated plants on the way. The crisis in Rongcheng will not end. Originally carried out according to the previous deduction, the artillery would use shells to stop the tide of corpses when it was advancing. Even if the tide of corpses could not be eliminated, the scale of the tide of corpses could be weakened, but now, the tide of corpses is getting bigger and bigger. It directly surrounded Rongcheng if possible. General Wei also hopes that shells will wash the ground. Even zombies cannot survive large-scale shelling, but such a huge wave of corpses stretches for tens of kilometers and surrounds Rongcheng. In such a large area, basically they are all zombies, and it is unrealistic to wash the ground with shells. At the same time, a group of people who were transferred to the underground world were very lucky. The ground they were on fell completely, killing 2 trunks, and there was a huge crack around it, which extended from the top to the ground. Below, the width alone is more than 1 meter. Everyone quickly hid in the crack, not daring to move, and the entrance of the cave in the distance was also sealed by boulders and clods at this time, and some survivors who were about to escape were trapped inside after the underground world collapsed. More than 30 trunks were crushed to death. The heads of these trunks, that is, huge tree tumors, were actually their life gates. The tree burl was broken, and a pink jelly flowed out, while the trunk fell to the ground, obviously dead. In this regard, Shen Feng also had to lament his good luck, that he was fine after falling from a high altitude, which is simply a miracle of course. Lian Bingwen felt that he should be grateful to the 2 tree men below. If not for the tree man's body as a buffer, it would be difficult for everyone to survive falling from a high altitude. After the upper part of the cave collapsed, the underground ushered in light. Although it is difficult for light to pass through the white mist directly, even after layers of fog, the light can still shine into the ground. Seeing that the sky was getting darker and darker, it became impossible for Shen Feng to run, because the trunks returned to the cave one by one. Although the entrance of the cave was blocked, the top of the cave was so empty that they wanted to come back. It's not difficult either at this time. Shen Feng was looking for a direction to escape. More than half of the top floor of the underground cave had collapsed, and the entrance of the cave was blocked. The sky was so dark, and the surrounding fog began to close, and he couldn't find a way to the outside world at all. At this time, Shen Feng could only hide in the gap in the wall with everyone. The fluorescent fruit-emitting light blue light played a role at this time, illuminating the surroundings, so Shen Feng could still see some of the surrounding environment clearly. However, at this moment, Shen Feng suddenly became suspicious. Didn't the tree people move by sound? Why do caves need these glowing fruits for lighting? Tree people have no eyes, so it doesn't matter whether they have light or not. However, many fruits for lighting grow in the underground space. When Shen Feng was wondering, the ground shook again, and everyone hiding in the gaps in the wall was very worried. If the wall suddenly closed, everyone would be squeezed into meat paste by the wall up. Fortunately, the earthquake came and went quickly, but a hole suddenly opened in the middle of the cave. At this time, a strange-shaped thing emitting red light flew out of the hole. Take a closer look. Only then did I discover that there was a slender rhizome under this strange thing. Shen Feng was stunned when he saw this scene. He didn't expect that there was something under the underground cave at this time. The strange thing in the center suddenly vibrated and expanded continuously. After a closer look, it was discovered that this thing was beating continuously like a heart. In the eyes of everyone, it was just an irregular sphere, but after it started beating, it looked like a heart. Shen Feng's arm was suddenly pulled by the people around him. Shen Feng looked back in confusion, only to find that Liang Bingwen was pointing at the cage that fell on the ground not far away. At this time, the tree man was facing the ground. In these cages, there are still many animals and people. The previous explosion caused these cages to fall to the ground, and all the people who could run ran away. The remaining people were either half dead or indigestible dead body. I saw that the tree man stretched out his hand to pick up the people or animals on the ground, and even used vines to tie them to the branches again. This is very strange. These people or animals did not make any sound at all, but the tree man could find them accurately as position. Shen Feng felt something was wrong. Didn't tree people have no eyesight? Why can these animals be found so easily? Shen Feng turned his head and looked at the heart in the center of the cave. At this time, the heart was still beating, and an eye appeared on it at some point. It was a vertical eye. After that, I was looking around the cave. Wherever the heart sees, the tree man will immediately follow its gaze to pick up the animals or corpses on the ground and hang them up. At this time, Shen Feng understood everything. It turned out that the core of these mutated plants was the heart hidden in the ground. Ornament, but to allow the heart to see the surrounding scene, so it grows out on top of a beating heart. There is actually an eye, which Shen Feng could not imagine. It is a strange thing for a plant to have a heart, but it also has eyes, which is even more unreasonable. Many animals they didn't have eyes. As a result, at this moment, a plant has both a heart and eyes, which is completely unreasonable. Suddenly, at this time, Shen Feng found a way to escape, which was a hidden corner in a nearby blind corner. Shen Feng felt the wind from this blind corner, and the wind meant there was an exit. Shen Feng pointed to this dead corner. The meaning is obvious, that is, everyone escapes from here. In the dead corner here, there is a huge boulder blocking everyone's sight, and it can also block the side of the plant's heart. Therefore, as long as you don't get noticed while advancing, you can probably leave smoothly. Shen Feng would just do what he said. If he stayed here, he would be seen by his heart sooner or later. The most appropriate way was to escape now. The group on Shen Feng's side fled carefully, trying not to make a sound. At this time, more than 70 trins were picking up the corpses on the ground. They didn't pay attention to the situation here, and the plant heart was also looking in another direction. This is a good time to escape. Everyone quickly moved to the back of the boulder, and they saw a huge crack, so everyone gave Shen Feng a thumbs up. If it weren't for being unable to speak now, everyone would be flattering now, but unfortunately, they can only use gestures to express admiration for Shen Feng. Shen Feng shrugged his shoulders, with a modest smile on his face. His meaning was obvious, that is, small things are not worth mentioning. Shen Feng is also very fortunate that he has the ability to control the wind, so that he can find the crack leading to the outside world through the airflow. Suddenly, at this moment, Jin Ziju climbed out of a translucent tree cage with strong support. The bones in his body were basically broken tough. In order to survive, he still wanted to escape from here. At this time, Jin Ziju saw Shen Feng and waved his hands quickly. His body was in great pain, and he didn't dare to cry out at all, otherwise, the tree man would come over and slap him. Shen Feng saw Jin Ziju's miserable state, but he didn't feel any pity in his heart. It was this guy who abducted 1,000 of his subordinates and let people bombard him. When he just arrived in Rongcheng, he made himself a fool of himself in public. This revenge is not a gentleman. The most important thing for a man is his face. Now is Shen Feng's chance to get his face back. Shen Feng raised his eyebrows proudly, and compared his middle fingers with both hands. This international gesture is universal. Of course, he will not save money from suicide. He is not a saint, so there is no need to repay evil with virtue. After that, Shen Feng led the people away, preparing to leave this place of right and wrong. There are more than 70 tree people here. If they don't leave, they will be caught. However, seeing this scene, Jin Ziju suddenly felt resentment in his heart. Okay, if you don't save me, then don't even think about leaving. Then, Jin Ziju yelled loudly, "Someone has escaped! Someone has escaped from this side!" Jin Ziju yelled loudly, and the heart of the plant in the center of the cave was startled immediately. It turned around suddenly and looked at the person who made the sound with one eye. At this time, Jin Ziju's hand was still pointing at the people who were escaping through the gap, and everyone present wanted to strangle Jin Ziju to death. It was really hurtful that he couldn't escape so that others could not. At this time, countless vines suddenly appeared and chased them in the direction Jinziju pointed at. Now, everyone passed through the gap very slowly. If they were caught up by the vines, they would definitely lose a lot of people. It can be said that it was not bad at all. At this time, Jinziju messed up the situation. This guy is a thing that harms others and does not benefit oneself. With determination in Shen Feng's eyes, he said to the crowd, "You guys go, I'm going to sow hatred." If Shen Feng wanted to leave, he could have escaped with his own speed before, but he was unwilling to leave these comrades around him. Everyone was going through life and death, how could he easily abandon them? So Shen Feng is going to personally attract the tree man's attention at this time. Shen Feng still had a long sword left in his hand, and the other sword had disappeared. He used accompanying like the wind to rush towards the plant heart in the center of the cave, in order to attract hatred. Then be thorough. Just chop up the heart that controls the trunk, and I don't believe it can't solve the problem. Plant heart saw Shen Feng rushing towards him, and quickly controlled the tree man to attack Shen Feng. However, Shen Feng's speed was not what the tree man could catch up with. Even the vines controlled by the tree man could not catch up with Shen Feng, so, can only see the vines flying all over the sky, all chasing after Shen Feng's trail, but they have been unable to catch up. Shen Feng rushed to the heart of the plant and chopped it down with a sword, but unexpectedly, the rhizome under the heart of the plant suddenly shrank, pulling the heart of the plant and burrowing into the soil. Shen Feng cut it empty with a sword, and the trees were all surrounded. Shen Feng had no choice but to continue to run away, but at this time, the direction of his escape was not the gap behind the boulder, but the surrounding cave walls. Shen Feng grabbed many branches on the cave walls, quickly head towards the top of the cave. At this time, the underground cave has no top floor, and it becomes a bowl-shaped terrain. Shen Feng has come to the edge of the bowl at this time, and is about to rely on speed to leave. As for the others, they have all gone through the gap now, and Shen Feng succeeded. Gave enough time for everyone, but at this time, the heart of the plant that escaped into the soil came out again, and opened its eyes to look at Shen Feng, who was constantly climbing. After the danger is gone, the plant heart is immediately preparing for the next method. Chapter 154. After buying enough time for his soldiers, Shen Feng was about to leave. At this time Shen Feng was climbing towards the top of the cave. Suddenly, Shen Feng felt the surrounding ground vibrate, so he quickly accelerated his climb until he reached the top of the edge of the cave. At this time, there was a steep slope outside. It can be said that as long as Shen Feng learns how to roll, he can just roll down. However, at this moment, the ground cracked, and a spherical object emitting red light suddenly appeared. Shen Feng recognized it. Isn't this object adding energy to the tree man? Unexpectedly, even the pipe was blown off, and the ball could still move. Shen Feng quickly dodged and opened the Wind King barrier. By the way, it's better to be careful now, but at this moment, Shen Feng was entangled by more than a dozen vines without paying attention. The existence of the Wind King barrier made the vines unable to approach Shen Feng, but at this moment, a sharp spike suddenly appeared on the ball. He aimed at Shen Feng and stabbed at him. Shen Feng had no choice but to resist. However, a crack sound came from Shen Feng's ear, and the Wind King barrier was pierced by this sharp thorn, and it shattered instantly. At this time, Shen Feng quickly blocked the long sword in front of him, trying to block the spikes on the ball, but he forgot that the long sword cannot pierce the tree tumor, but the tree tumor can be easily pierced by the spikes. How can I block this sharp spike? Dang! The long sword broke into two pieces. At this time, Shen Feng's body had no protection at all. The spike pierced Shen Feng's chest, and then injected hot liquid instantly. Shen Feng's chest was filled with this liquid, and he felt that the blood in his whole body was about to boil. This is really full of blood in the physical sense. Go to hell. Shen Feng was furious, and slashed on the red ball with a broken sword in his hand. He thought the red ball was very hard, but the broken sword easily slashed in. Immediately, hot liquid flowed out from the ball, covering the entire body. The ground is covered with this red liquid. Shen Feng supported his body and cut off the surrounding vines. At this moment, he felt hot all over his body, and his body seemed to be getting more and more uncontrollable, so he had no choice but to lie down on the ground, and really chose to roll down the steep slope. Provincial personnel, I'm careless. I didn't expect there to be a sneak attack in the soil. Shen Feng thought in this way. In a coma, 31 people including Lion Bingwen came out of the crack, and then stood at the bottom of the hillside waiting for Shen Feng to appear. They knew that the speed of the city lord can be said to be the fastest among all people, So the city lord must can escape, but it didn't take long for them to see Shen Feng rolling down from the hillside in the distance. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help panicking. They rushed over and hugged Shen Feng. After a closer look, there was a lump on Shen Feng's chest. The hole, but there is no blood flowing out of the hole, but the red jelly is shaking. What should we do now? Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. The city lord had always made decisions before, but now that the city lord has fallen into coma, they immediately don't know what to do. Liang Bingwen suddenly thought of a good idea, so he hurriedly said, "We all go separately. If we walk together, it is easy to be caught in a pot. If you leave from all directions, the tree people will definitely not be able to catch up with us." I set off with the city lord on my back. Separate. Avoid group destruction. Okay, let's do this, let's run separately. Everyone felt that this idea was better, so they all agreed and set off in all directions, but in fact, the tree people didn't come to chase them, because the tree people were busy building their old nest. During the day, the top of the underground world was blown up, which directly damaged the vitality of many mutant plants, because after the pipes were gone, in short, the trunks will not be able to get energy supplements. If they start to catch animals now, the energy consumption will be very serious. Taking advantage of this opportunity, everyone escaped from the mist smoothly. Liang Bingwen brought the unconscious Shen Feng to the hillside outside the mist. At this time, Yang Cheng and Chu Qiaoyan were stationed here with people. Along the way, everyone they didn't meet the Ents, and everyone was guessing, are these Ents rebuilding their homes because their lairs collapsed? Chu Qiaoyan did not expect to see Shen Feng again. At this time, Shen Feng had already fallen into coma, so he quickly asked, "What's wrong with Shen Feng? Didn't you say that you are going to blow up the enemy's lair? Is there an accident?" Liang Bingwen said helplessly, "It went smoothly at first, but I didn't expect to blow up the hill. In the process of escaping, I also met a bastard. The city lord stayed behind and was attacked by surprise. Now my whole body is burning hot. We fell into coma and we didn't know what to do." Liang Bingwen quickly put Shen Feng on the ground and wanted to give first aid, but at this time he found that the wound on Shen Feng's chest had healed. Liang Bingwen was surprised by this, and said, "The recovery ability of the city lord is also very strong. Is it that strong? Why has the wound healed?" Liang Bingwen remembered that just now he clearly saw the jelly-like substance shaking in the wound on Shen Feng's chest. It was obvious that something had been injected into it, but now the wound has healed, which is really strange. Chu Qiaoyan hurriedly inquired about the specific situation, but learned that Shen Feng was stabbed by a spike while escaping, and a scalding liquid was injected into his body, and this liquid was originally injected into the tree tumor of the tree man. The tree man has the ability to move only after he has the injected liquid, but if this liquid is injected into the human body, it will look wrong. My body is so hot. Chu Qiaoyan touched Shen Feng's chest, and found that the temperature of Shen Feng's chest was at least 50 or 60 degrees Celsius. If the temperature inside the body of an ordinary person was such a high temperature, he would have died long ago. After all, it is impossible for the internal organs to withstand this temperature, but Shen Feng is still alive now. For it is also very hot, and the whole body is so hot. Could it be that this is evolution? Yang Cheng also walked over, and after careful groping, he found that Shen Feng's body was all hot, and there is only one way that this kind of situation will occur. Explain, that is, Shen Feng is evolving now. Is this possible? Chu Qiaoyan somewhat disagreed. Why can the energy of Trent activities lead to human evolution? In the past, Shen Feng's evolution had always been achieved by drinking the evolution potion, but now, after Shen Feng was injected with hot liquid, he actually started to evolve, which is simply unimaginable. Yang Cheng pointed to Shen Feng, who was lying on the ground, and said, "Look for yourself. The city lord not only healed the wound quickly, but also had a fever all over his body. Isn't this what happens when he evolves? Besides, we don't have first aid now other than believing that the city lord is evolving. Is there any other way?" Chu Qiaoyan was convinced by these words. It was true. At present there is no first aid method on his side, even though some people are medical students, but there is no equipment, and first aid is obviously impossible, so, the best at present the solution is to wait. Then, let's wait for another night. If Shen Feng doesn't wake up, we'll find a way to go back to Liziao. Chu Qiaoyan thought for a while and replied. Yang Cheng was taken aback immediately, and asked, "Didn't the headquarters ask us to go to Rongcheng for rescue? How could we just leave?" Chu Jianyi said angrily, now we lack equipment and ammunition, should we charge up with bare hands? Or use cold weapons to charge? If Shen Feng can't wake up, it means that we don't even have a commander. What are you going to do when you go back, Yang? Chang didn't speak anymore. The fact is true. Whether it's the cannons or guns, they are basically lost in the mist. If these equipment can't be retrieved, then it's obviously impossible to provide effective support to Rongchang. Chu Qiaoan hurriedly found a relatively clean place for Shen Feng. There was no tent here, so she could only spread some quilts on the ground and let Shen Feng lie on it. She prayed in her heart that Shen Feng would wake up safely, otherwise if not, the more than 2,000 people here will really turn into a mess. After all, it has only been 2.5 months since the outbreak of the zombies. These soldiers were also recruited temporarily, and the training didn't take long. At most it took a week or two to train. After a disastrous defeat, it is not easy to be united. What Chu Qiaoan was most worried about at this time was that Shen Feng had an accident. If Shen Feng had an accident, then she could only take the rest of the people back to Liziao. As for the rescue of Rongcheng, it was completely impossible. Shen Feng has always been the soul of these soldiers in Liziao. In their eyes, Shen Feng is the strongest person. Therefore, once Shen Feng dies, his subordinates will leave one by one, and they will be more loyal. At most, I will go back to Liziao with everyone. Fortunately, after a whole night, Shen Feng's body temperature gradually returned to calm. At noon, he also gradually woke up. At this time, the first thing Shen Feng did when he woke up was to drink water. What he experienced last night, the matter, just like a nightmare, has been reverberating in Shen Feng's mind. Shen Feng felt a burning heat in his chest, so he wanted to drink water to relieve the burning sensation. Before, I was still too arrogant. I always thought that my speed was the fastest, that my Wind King barrier could block all attacks, and that I could kill all enemies. Defeat. From now on, I can't do this again. Shen Feng said to himself after drinking the water. And after Shen Feng woke up, the people around were finally relieved. Everyone was worried about Shen Feng's physical condition. Unexpectedly, Shen Feng still woke up at this time. It can be said that it is a great blessing. As long as the city lord is still alive, he can continue to lead everyone in action. Chu Qiaoan stepped forward and asked, how are you doing now? When Shen Feng heard this question, he remembered that last night, a large amount of scalding liquid was injected into his chest cavity. At that time, Shen Feng almost couldn't hold it anymore. He fell into coma, and when he woke up, it was already daytime, and it seemed that he was taken outside the mist. At this time, Shen Feng began to inspect his body, and suddenly felt different. Not to mention his physical fitness has improved a lot, even his abilities have become stronger. At this time, he suddenly had a little understanding. I now am a fourth-order ability user. My whole body seems to be different, and I seem to understand how to use the ability better. When Chu Qiaoan and Yang Chang heard this, they finally understood. It turned out that last night, Shen Feng was really evolving, but neither of them expected that the things in the tree man's head could make people evolution. In this way, the role of mutated plants is still very large. Shen Feng looked at the people around him. Many of them had lost their weapons, and now that these people were in a particularly low mood, they suddenly became unhappy. He stood on the hillside and said loudly, what's wrong with you all? Isn't it just a defeat? Why are you all downcast? I think your courage has been eaten by dogs. Next, all of you will follow me, counterattack into the fog, and regain your courage. When Chu Qiaoan heard this, he quickly dissuaded him, saying, Shen Feng, we only have less than 2,000 people now, and there are at least 70 more trenched in the mist. You have to calm down. At this time, Chu Qiaoan wondered if Shen Feng's brain was broken. He was beaten into coma last night, and after waking up, he wanted to attack with people again. You must know that except for shells, tree people can't be killed at all. At that time, there were more than 70 people. If they rushed up, wouldn't they be sent to death? Yang Chang also stood up. He also felt that Shen Feng had lost his composure, and said quickly, City Master, don't be impulsive. Many of our soldiers have lost their rifles. If we rush in, how can it be possible? Can you beat it? After Shen Feng was dissuaded by Chu Qiaoan and Yang Chang, he was not angry because of their opposition. He showed a smile on his face, and then said, sometimes, once you shrink back, you lose courage. There is no impulse, because I did not underestimate the tree people, I just gained more power. After finishing speaking, Shen Feng stood quietly on the hillside, took a deep breath, looked at the blue sky above his head, stretched out a finger, and shouted loudly, "The wind is coming." In an instant, the wind and cloud changed color, and the surrounding hillside became sand and rocks. A strong wind blew from a distance, rolled up the sand and gravel on the ground, and also blew some dry grass and leaves into the sky. The strong wind blew from the north and blew to the mist. The white mist that was originally dense in the woods was slowly dissipating under the blowing of the strong wind. Chapter 155. After Shen Feng woke up, he began to observe the changes in his body. This time, his physical fitness has improved a lot, but this is not the most important thing, because he found that his control over his abilities has improved to a higher level. And he also learned a new move, which he plans to name Dongfang Heopang. The meaning is also very simple. It's just a long wind blowing. His own description is very simple, but at this time, after Shen Feng used this move, a strong wind blew over from the north, directly sweeping the surrounding ground for a kilometer. Whether it was plastic bags, leaves, sand or gravel, they were all blown up. At this time, the soldiers in Luzhou were stumbling around, all covering their eyes and unable to open them. As long as they opened their eyes, sand would enter, so everyone could only cover their eyes and squat on the ground, or even lie on the ground completely. There was no point in standing up. Chu Qiaoyan walked to Shen Feng's side against the wind, and said, "Stop playing, everyone can't keep their eyes open." Chu Qiaoyan originally thought that Shen Feng would stop here, but the wind was so loud that it covered her voice. In this way, Shen Feng did not hear her words at all, but continued to manipulate the wind to disperse the mist. The white clouds in the sky were also blown away a lot. They were originally cumulonimbus clouds, but now they were blown into cirrus clouds abruptly. At this time, Shen Feng was intoxicated by his own power. He knew that his ability had become stronger. Before, it might only be used as a means of assisting in combat, but now, his ability can already be used against nearby enemies. The celestial phenomenon has affected it. Even if it is a heavy rain, I can disperse the clouds. Seeing that Shen Feng hadn't stopped yet, Chu Qiaoyan didn't care to offend him, kicked Shen Feng's ass, and cursed loudly, "Stop it!" Shen Feng was alarmed at this moment, and quickly stopped his movements at this moment. The gust of wind disappeared. Looking at the people around him again, he didn't expect that everyone was squatting on the ground with their faces covered. The fog still exists. According to estimates, the range of these fogs covers at least 100 square kilometers. The strong wind manipulated by Shen Feng only affects an area of 1 kilometer. It is still not so good to blow all the fog away. Easy Yang Chang was very sensible. Seeing that Shen Feng had stopped, he quickly shouted to the people who were avoiding the sandstorm, "This is the miracle of the city lord, don't hurry up and applaud." As he said that, Yang Chang took the lead and began to applaud, and the rest of the crowd also applauded quickly. Everyone looked at Shen Feng standing on the hillside in fear. From their point of view, Shen Feng at this time could no longer be called a human being, because how could people is it possible to control such a strong wind? Of course, after seeing the power of Shen Feng, these people all felt at ease. Now, Shen Feng's power is so powerful, he can deal with the tree people, right? If you can defeat the tree man, then everyone's equipment and so on will be able to get back. Shen Feng heard the bursts of applause from the bottom of the hillside, and it seemed to be very useful at this time, so he pressed his hands in the air, and said seriously, "I can understand everyone's enthusiasm, and then you all get ready to follow me. Let's go." Since the tree people are afraid of the sun, I'm going to dispel the fog. After that, Shen Feng looked at Chu Qiaoyan and asked in a low voice, "Why did you kick me just now?" At this moment, Chu Qiaoyan found a piece of bed sheet and tore the sheet in half. One half was wrapped around his head to protect him from the wind and sand, and the other half was handed out to others while bandaging his head. Chu Qiaoyan replied, "If I don't stop you, you will frighten the people below. You don't even look at the occasion. I don't know how many people are blinded by your gust of wind. In the future I think everyone has to wear windshield glasses when fighting." Shen Feng shook his head helplessly. In fact, he didn't expect that his skill was indistinguishable from friend to foe. Although it was a range-based skill, it captivated even his own family's eyes, which was somewhat inappropriate. It would be great if it was a game, and it won't cause harm to friendly troops. Shen Feng muttered, like this in general games, there is no allied damage, otherwise it will be messed up, and if you are not sure, your teammates will be stabbed in the back, but this is a reality. If you want the ability to not affect your teammates, Shen Feng can't do it, Because he can't achieve such fine-grained control after half an hour, the soldiers were ready. They wrapped their heads tightly with sheets or other fabrics. Except for the eyes that were exposed, the ears, nose and mouth were all covered. Those who knew thought that when they arrived in the Middle East, they were all guys with cloth on their heads. It's really exotic, Shen Feng said with a smile. Shen Feng's target of ridicule now is of course Chu Chaoyan. At this time, Chu Chaoyan is also covering her face, and her whole body is tightly wrapped. This kind of attire is basically only for people of other races. What are you talking about? If it weren't for your supernatural ability, would we have done this? Chu Chaoyan said angrily. Chu Chaoyan is naturally a girl who loves beauty, but now she is affected by Shen Feng's supernatural ability. In order to avoid being ashamed, she can only wrap her up tightly, otherwise she can only move forward in a mess, and now she can only blame Shen Feng. Why did she learn such a thing? Ability. Shen Feng shrugged his shoulders and set off with a group of people. At this time, the fog in the forest was blown away a lot, and everyone finally saw the situation inside the forest clearly. There were many guns and weapons on the ground, and everyone hurried forward picking up the weapon. Shen Feng's 2 swords were gone, so Shen Feng picked up a steel pipe on the ground as a weapon, and then continued to move forward. After walking 200 meters, everyone saw the mist again, so they quickly looked at Shen Feng, and Shen Feng said loudly, "Everyone stand still." Everyone immediately hugged the surrounding trees, and at this time Shen Feng summoned the strong wind again, and the surrounding fog was instantly blown away, and the dead branches and fallen leaves on the ground were also rolled up. Everyone quickly closed their eyes and waited for the strong wind to pass. The woods that have not seen the sun for 2 months, the sun is falling again. The strong wind has been blowing for 10 minutes, blowing away all the fog 500 meters ahead, and then Shen Feng stopped using the ability. At this time, Shen Feng felt that his whole body was full of energy, and he felt that controlling the strong wind could last for a long time. This is simply a leap, Shen Feng said to himself. At this time, he has become a 4th-order supernatural power user, and he has inexhaustible strength. Different from before, the supernatural power at this time has become, it is so powerful that even the clouds in the sky can have an influence. If it can evolve in the future, doesn't it mean that the ability will be even more powerful? There is a trend in the mist. At this moment, the mist is suddenly blown away, the sun shines from above, and the trend is instantly enveloped in light. At this time, it is reaching out to control the vines, as if it wants to attack Shen Feng and his party, but at this time, when the sun shines on it, the tree man's body begins to wither immediately. Where the light shines, the tree man's body withers the fastest. In the end, the tree man's entire body turns into deadwood, and there is no more tree man ability to act. Seeing this scene, Shen Feng hurried over. At this time, the tree man showed no signs of activity at all. He tapped the tree man's body with a steel pipe and made a bang sound. It seems that the tree man at this time people are dead. Yang Chang led someone to chop off the tree man's head. Shen Feng said to Yang Chang immediately brought people over, and after pushing down the tree man, he cut off the tree burl, but unfortunately, the tree burl was so hard that it couldn't be opened at all. Shen Feng guessed that the things in this tree tumor must be the key to his evolution to the 4th level, so these things in the tree man's head must be taken away. Afterwards, Shen Feng led the people to move forward, leaving 2 people standing still, and continued to walk towards the tree's lair. What he wanted to do most now was to find the heart of the mutated plant and kill it directly. After what happened last night, Shen Feng knew that it was the plant heart that controlled the tree. As long as it was destroyed, he could win. Fortunately, Shen Feng knew the weakness of tree people, which was sunlight. After seeing the sunlight, these plants began to wither instantly, which was completely unreasonable. Therefore, Shen Feng decided to take advantage of the daytime to deal with these trunts. Shen Feng quickly rushed to the hillside where he was yesterday. At this time, there were still many vines on the hillside, and a lot of jelly was scattered on the ground, just like jelly. Shen Feng picked up a piece of jelly on the ground and looked at it in the palm of his hand. This thing was liquid when it was hot, but it turned into jelly when it cooled down, and this thing can be absorbed by the human body unexpectedly. The substances produced by plants can be absorbed by the human body and allow people to evolve again. Chu Chaoyan stood by Shen Feng's side, looking down, but the cave below was full of mist, and this place was in the lead before, so the mist was not blown away, and the scene below could not be seen clearly. Everyone is standing. I'm going to use my ability. Shen Feng said loudly, and then everyone quickly found a place to squat down. Shen Feng once again used Dongfang Mighty to blow away all the fog in the underground cave, and the sunlight shone below. After that, these plants began to wither, whether it was the branches or roots of the underground world, all became dry and weak, and in the cave everything was illuminated by the sun at this time, and everyone on the hillside could see it clearly. The cave is surrounded by plant roots, branches and leaves. On these roots, some light blue fruits grow. In the dark, these fruits provide the light source. At this time, after being illuminated by the sun, these fruits also become withered up. The floor of the cave is full of bones. Before the cave was dark, they didn't think it was dangerous, and they didn't pay attention to the ground, but at this time, everyone stood on the hillside and observed carefully, only to find that there are too many bones on the ground, no matter what it is. Animals, where the corresponding bones can be found. The most striking thing is the many skulls on the ground. These skulls can be seen everywhere. I don't know if they are zombie bones or human bones. In addition, there are bones of mutant cats and dogs. Some animal carcasses have not been completely digested, and when they are exposed to the public sight, they immediately cause discomfort to many people. There are many corpses tied to some vines. These are the people or animals caught by the tree people last night. Basically, these are corpses. A small number of people who were caught are still alive, but they have not dared to make a sound. When the vines withered and could no longer hang the corpses, they fell to the ground one after another. Shen Feng led the people down and came to the cave below. At this time, there were more than 60 trenches in the cave. After being irradiated by the sun, they all withered and died in the very center of the cave. A dozen trenches stood together, blocking the sunlight from above. There was a crack in the ground. At this time, an irregular spherical object was constantly beating, expanding and contracting like a heart. On top of this spherical object, there was an eye. At this moment, the dozen or so tree men blocked the sunlight, leaves plant hearts hiding under cracks safe. Seeing such a scene, Shen Feng couldn't help but sneered. Do you think nothing will happen if you hide underground? It's a good idea. Cao Fuli took people to collect firewood, and burned it down. I'll see, can you be here? How long are you going to hide below? Just as Shen Feng said this, Chu Chaoyan on the side quickly stopped him. Don't burn it, isn't it good to use this thing for experiments? The things produced by these plants can make people evolve. If the research is clear, wouldn't it be good for us? Is it good? Shen Feng only wanted to take revenge now, but Chu Chaoyan was relatively calm. She knew what to do now, and also knew that this was an excellent experimental material, so she quickly stopped Shen Feng's violent behavior. Shen Feng heard what Chu Chaoyan said, nodded his head, and said, all right, don't burn this thing to death for the time being, grab it and take it away, and do research when you get back. However, at this moment, a hole suddenly opened in the ground, and a wooden thorn appeared and pierced Shen Feng. Shen Feng didn't panic, and suddenly cast accompanying like the wind to leave. He aimed at the root of the wooden thorn, and the steel pipe slammed down hard. Crack! The wooden thorn was hit by the steel pipe at the root, and it was broken in an instant. Shen Feng picked up the wooden thorn on the ground and found that the wooden thorn was extremely hard, more than 1 meter long, and even if it was exposed to sunlight, it would not cause any damage. Variety, the same move won't work the second time. Shen Feng said sarcastically, looking at the plant hard in the underground crack. If Shen Feng had been careful before, he would not have been successfully attacked at all. In the final analysis, Shen Feng was too arrogant and was hit by the spikes. Now, Shen Feng is fully focused, so of course he would not be attacked afterwards. Shen Feng called on everyone to remove the huge torso of the tree man, let the sunlight shine down from the sky, and directly shine on the heart of the plant in the crack. The heart is also afraid of the sun. Shen Feng had someone cut off the rhizome below the heart of the plant, and then wrapped it in a cloth, preparing to bring it back to Luzhou for experiments. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156: The Existence of Evolutionary Barriers. After solving the plant heart, there is no more threat in the underground cave. At this time, Shen Feng made people start looking for survivors. If they can find alive people, that's not bad. However, during this period, Shen Feng actually found Jin Ziju. It was this guy who betrayed himself yesterday, so he was indirectly injured. The explanation is here. Seeing Jin Ziju, Shen Feng had a mocking smile on his face, and then grabbed his collar, regardless of the sticky digestive juices all over his body. You. Boy, you hurt me badly before. Shen Feng looked at Jin Ziju and said coldly, misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. I just wanted to ask for help. Jin Ziju tried his best to squeeze out a smile. He didn't expect Shen Feng to kill a carbine and to dispel the fog. This kind of method is simply exaggerated, but now Jin Ziju can only pray that Shen Feng will not be too impulsive. Shen Feng didn't care about this. He punched Jin Ziju in the face. Boom. After the punch was over, Shen Feng continued to question, why did you expose our location if you want to ask for help? You treat me like I am. Are you kidding? After finishing speaking, Shen Feng grabbed Jin Ziju and started slapping him left and right, cursing at the same time. When I was still inquiring about the news, you abducted 1,000 of my subordinates and killed them in the end. And let people bomb me. If I wasn't fast, I would have been killed by you. Chu. Chaoying didn't stop Shen Feng, because she also hated this guy. At first, she rushed to Rongcheng not far away from her side, and she got up almost every day to set off. In the face of Xiaomui, who can resist this kind of behavior? Shen Feng, hurry up, don't be seen by outsiders, it will be difficult to explain at that time. Chu Chaoyan reminded Shen Feng, if it is Lazao's own people who see Shen Feng's action, it doesn't matter, but if the artillery there are still people alive in the camp, and it is hard to explain if they saw this scene. Shen Feng nodded and saw a hidden corner not far away, so he dragged Jin Ziju to this place, so that even if there were people from the artillery battalion in the distance who were still alive, they would not be able to see what was going on here. It is not a gentleman not to report a grudge. What do you want to do? Let me tell you, I am a member of the Ability Management Bureau, an organization directly under the headquarters. If something happens to me, the headquarters will not let you go. Jin Ziju shouted loudly, but this is also typical. The color is fierce and the inside is soft. Shen Feng threw Jin Ziju aside, and said calmly, what do you say? Don't bully the young and poor. When you were in Rongcheng, you humiliated me in public and made me embarrassing in front of a group of subordinates. Men are the worst. The worthless thing is face, and the most valuable thing is face. In order to save my face, I can only let you die. I was also ordered by someone. The people above told me to test you. I just obeyed the order. You can't blame me. You also humiliated me in public. Let's forget about the grievances between us. At this time, Jin Ziju can only give in. He is only 24 years old, he is still a college student who has just graduated, and he has not enjoyed a good life yet, but now it is coming to an end. He is not reconciled hearing such an answer. Shen Feng suddenly thought of something, so he nodded lightly. So that's the case, then tell me more. How is the situation of the Ability Administration Bureau? How many people with abilities are there? How many are there? People of the lower order? Also, what are the abilities of these people? Tell me all of them. You want to hear about the administration from me? What kind of conspiracy do you have? Jin Ziju immediately reacted when he heard Shen Feng's questions. Shen Feng actually wanted to use his own words. Shen Feng was not used to Jin Ziju, so he kicked over, just right on Jin Ziju's broken leg, and said with a cold face, find out the situation. Now you are my prisoner, answer me honestly, you can also consider letting you go. If you don't cooperate, then you will die. Jin Ziju had dozens of broken bones all over his body. He was kicked by Shen Feng at this time, and the pain was unbearable, and he couldn't help howling, just scream, no one will save you even if your throat is broken. Shen Feng said coldly Jin Ziju is really in pain, but at this time Shen Feng continued to threaten. He could only act tougher, so he said directly, even if you kill me, I will not expose the details of the Management Bureau. The Bureau is loyal, okay, this is what you asked for. Come on, get ready, just one click, I promise you won't have too much pain. Shen Feng shrugged and raised the steel pipe in his hand, since Jin Ziju would rather die than die. If he didn't reveal the details of the Bureau, then he had no choice but to satisfy him. Anyway, Shen Feng didn't intend to keep alive. Shen Feng found a pair of rubber gloves and put them on, so as not to be shocked. Then he pressed Jin Ziju's head with one hand, and raised the steel pipe in his hand with the other, aiming at the opponent's neck. If it can't be beaten to death, it can't be cured. If the cervical spine is broken, it will be a high paraplegia, and you can only lie in a hospital bed for the rest of your life. Stop, have something to say. Jin Zizhu raised the steel pipe when he saw Shen Feng, and immediately succumbed. In fact, he also wanted to show a little toughness. But Shen Feng made it clear that he wanted to kill you, so he had no choice but to give in. Shen Feng put down the steel pipe, and asked, "Then answer me honestly, why are you testing me? Also, how many supernatural powers are there in the administration, and what kind of supernatural powers are they?" Jin Zizhu saw that the current situation was dangerous, so he had to selectively say some news. The ability administration has paid attention to every ability user, especially the third-level ability users. Besides, there are only 3 third-order supernatural beings in the outside world, and you are one of them. Oh, how many third-tier supernatural powers does the administration have? Shen Feng continued to ask. In addition, I have 6 third-level abilities, and the rest are first and second-level abilities. Now there should be more than 50 abilities. Jin Zizhu said honestly, "Just such a little supernatural person? You must be lying to me." "No, I will beat you up and tell you the truth." Shen Feng didn't believe what Jin Zizhu said at all, and he had 4 supernatural abilities in Luzhou. The administration has selected supernatural beings from all over the country to join. How could there be only 50 people? I didn't lie to you. Among ordinary people, even evolutionists are scarce, let alone supernatural beings. There are more than 50 supernatural beings, which is already a lot. In some other small countries, even 1 supernatural being probably not. Jin Zizhu quickly explained that he didn't lie at all about the number of people. Seeing Jin Zizhu's performance, Shen Feng chose to believe his words, but at this time Shen Feng was even more puzzled. Aren't you going to cultivate supernatural beings yourself? Or, you don't know how to make supernatural beings? Potions, supernatural potion? Is there such a thing? Jin Zizhu didn't realize it, and couldn't help asking, isn't it only possible to transfer the supernatural power of the supernatural person? Could it be possible to make supernatural potion? Shen Feng received such an answer and was very satisfied at the moment. It turned out that the people in the headquarters did not know that the brain of the Corpse King could be used to make supernatural potions. Therefore, the members of the Supernatural Management Bureau actually evolved naturally. If the headquarters learns about the method of making the supernatural potion, more supernatural beings will be added quickly. You keep talking, don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Shen Feng continued to ask about the situation. Jin Zizhu had some guesses in his heart, and then he said carefully, besides me, the other 5 people's abilities are fire, gravity, ice and snow, soil, and finally water. At present, they are all serving as bodyguards beside other important people. 3 of them are men, 2 are women, and they are all in their 20s. Due to the existence of evolutionary barriers, there are no 4th-order supernatural beings in the Administration Bureau. In addition, there are not many other powerful supernatural beings. Weak pens and pens are all there. Some people's ability is to separate different substances. Some people's ability is clairvoyance. As long as it is a place where the light shines, within 10 kilometers, they can see the situation clearly. Wait, what is an evolutionary barrier? Shen Feng was stunned, not understanding what Jin Zizhu was talking about. Shen Feng had never heard of such a thing as an evolutionary barrier before, so now he was puzzled and didn't understand what an evolutionary barrier was, which seemed very important. Jin Zizhu explained, the barriers to evolution are the bottlenecks that supernatural beings or evolutionaries encounter after they reach the 3rd level. Scientists speculate that it may be that subsequent evolution requires some other substances, not viral proteins. Oh, that's how it is. So, I'm still the first in the world. Shen Feng suddenly realized he didn't expect that he accidentally broke through the evolutionary barrier. This is really a blessing in disguise. There are no scientists on Shen Feng's side, so he actually doesn't know much about supernatural beings. Before that, he had never heard of the existence of evolution barriers. He always thought that as long as he kept drinking evolution potions, he would be able to continue to evolve, but now he knows that the evolution potion is not a panacea. What's the first one? Jin Zizhu couldn't help being a little puzzled when he heard Shen Feng talking to himself. It's nothing, there are some things you don't need to know. Shen Feng raised the steel pipe and said seriously, then what? I forgot to tell you, I have a problem with this person, that is forgetfulness. So you said what you should say things, you are useless. At this time, Shen Feng was about to kill people to silence him. As for the questioning from the headquarters, it can only be said that Jin Zijou died in the battle with the tree man. I believe the headquarters could not know that he did it himself. You don't keep your word. Didn't you say that you would let me go if I told you this information? Jin Zijou was shocked by Shen Feng's shamelessness, and he didn't expect to tell all the key information. Shen Feng actually planned to cheat. What are you talking about? There is something wrong with me. I am selectively deaf sometimes. Shen Feng smiled on his face. He didn't care about the credit issue. Now no one else is around. The people around are all his own. Trust him, no nonsense. So, for this annoying guy, just deal with it now. Jin Zijou stared at Shen Feng relentlessly. His chest heaved and heaved, obviously extremely angry. At this moment he choked out a sentence. The old woman is leaning against the wall, drinking porridge and watching the alarm clock. Shen Feng didn't know what it meant, but it didn't stop him from doing it. Anyway, this sentence shouldn't be a compliment, and it was obvious from his tone that it was an insult. Shen Feng just happened to be able to add another crime to this guy, that is, insulting himself and offending himself like this. It would be unreasonable to let him go. However, at this moment, a person walked by and asked, "What are you doing?" Shen Feng turned his head to look, only to find that it was a soldier from an artillery battalion, appearing unkempt and disheveled, his face full of doubts. Jin Zijou saw the artilleryman appearing, so he quickly shouted, "Help me, brother! Shen Feng is going to kill me, and he will take revenge on me for a little personal grudge under the current situation of the enemy. You must save me." Seeing the missed opportunity, Shen Feng had to shake his head regretfully, slowly put down the steel pipe in his hand, and explained, "I was just joking just now. I didn't expect Brother Jin to be so timid, that's all. Since you can't take a joke, let it go." Seeing Shen Feng's attitude, Jin Zijou was still arguing at this moment. He couldn't help being a little angry, and finally said, "I will report everything that happened today to the headquarters. You just wait for the punishment from the headquarters." Shen Feng got up slowly, and the old god said at ease, "Really? Then you report to the headquarters, and see if the headquarters will avenge you. By the way, I am now a 4th order supernatural user, you better be nice to me." 4th level? How did you break through the evolutionary barrier? Jin Zijou was taken aback, and looked at Shen Feng in disbelief. He thought that Shen Feng had just escaped safely, but now it seems that he turned out to be a 4th level alien. Those who are capable, no wonder they can bring people back to kill. Shen Feng shrugged and left here. He was too lazy to answer Jin Zijou's questions. Chu Chaoyan found Shen Feng, and complained in a low voice, "I told you to act faster, why haven't you acted so long? We found more than 50 surviving artillerymen in a nearby cave, and now it's alright, with people present, you have no chance to do it. It's okay. I have obtained enough information here. Besides, Jin Zijou has broken bones all over his body, so he won't pose any threat. I will continue to deal with him in the future." Shen Feng said casually, "The most important thing right now is not to deal with Jin Suicide, although he is really hateful, but the crisis in Rongcheng is more important at this time." Chapter 157, Rongcheng in number 039's defense line is breached. Shen Feng asked people to cut off all the heads of the tree people, and then transported them to the road and loaded them into trucks, the most important of which was the plant heart. Shen Feng found a metal box and locked it up, so that people could strictly guard them. More than 70 trunks have been cut off tree burls, and the burls cannot be opened temporarily, so they can only be stored. As for the red jelly that was scattered on the ground before, Shen Feng asked people to collect them and put them in a tin bucket. Shen Feng estimated that a chainsaw is needed to open the burl, and the efficiency of cutting with a knife and axe is still too low. What surprised Shen Feng the most was that both Wang Yusheng and Guo Pinming were still alive, and Guo Pinming's survival was all due to Wang Yusheng. It turned out that when Shen Feng started to bomb the cave, Wang Yusheng took the survivors to escape in the chaos. On the road, he saw Guo Pinming, who was in a coma in full armor, so he took Guo Pinming away together and hid in the cave. After the collapse, everyone was trapped in the cave and fell into a dilemma. Fortunately, Yang Chang led people to search and rescue, and only then did he find the survivors. City. "Lord, I'm sorry for you. I killed my brothers. I haven't listened to your order. I'm really ashamed of you." When Guo Pinming saw Shen Feng, he burst into tears. Nothing, but he set out to fight with 1,000 men, and now there are only a few people alive besides him. and he feels very sad about it, thinking that he has led his brothers to a dead end. Of course, Shen Feng also wanted to give Guo Pinming a serious lesson, but at this time many people around him were looking at him, so Shen Feng could only comfort him. I will talk about other things when you recover. You didn't obey the command and set out, but now, we have to rescue Rongcheng. Shen Feng wants to punish Guo Pin, but the current atmosphere does not allow it, especially when Wang Yusheng is watching. Yu Renshu was poached before, and Guo Pinming is also likely to leave him in a fit of anger afterwards. Shen Feng saw people collecting jelly on the ground in the distance, so he walked over, picked up a piece of jelly, came to Guo Pinming's side, and said, "Come on, open your mouth, I'll give you something good to eat." At this time, Shen Feng planned to use Guo Pinming to do experiments, just as a kind of punishment. Now Guo Pinming is a second-level supernatural being. Generally speaking, he needs to drink 100 bottles of evolution medicine to successfully evolve. There are not so many evolution potions for him to evolve, so Shen Feng wants to try whether this jelly can evolve those below the third level. Guo Pinming saw the red jelly in Shen Feng's hand, and opened his mouth without thinking about it. He is now full of guilt towards Shen Feng, so even if what Shen Feng fed him was poison, he was willing to eat it, so think of it as an apology for death. However, after eating these gelatinous substances, Guo Pinming passed out in an instant, and at the same time his whole body became hot. Obviously it was time for evolution. Sure enough, these gelatinous objects are the key to evolution. Shen Feng became excited for a moment. With so many gelatinous objects in his hand, he can cultivate many evolutionaries. It seems that this time the battle with the mutant plants really didn't waste time in vain. He found a new way of evolution from here. Liang Bingwen, lead people to collect all the jelly, don't miss anything, and when the war is over, I will make all of you evolvers. Shen Feng said to Liang Bingwen. Liang Bingwen, after Bingwen heard such an order, he immediately nodded in agreement, and with a dozen people holding guns, he stood by the side of the truck loaded with these supplies. At this time, Shen Feng contacted the headquarters using a satellite phone, asked about the battle situation in Rongcheng, and said that he could go to support at any time. The answer from the headquarters is simple. At present, the last 3 lines of defense have not been breached, but the zombies started to attack again after resting overnight. Hearing this answer, Shen Feng felt relieved. As long as there is no danger in Rongcheng, that's enough. He will support the past, and he can also wait for the opportunity to attack the zombies. At the same time, there is already a tense atmosphere in Rongcheng, and everyone spends every minute in fear, because they have been listening to the sound of guns and guns from outside the city all day, so they are always worried that the zombies will rushing in. Once the zombies rush in, the 5 million people in Rongcheng may all die without a place to bury them. At this time, He Liping and Shen Yu, mother and daughter, were worryingly watching the news at home. At this time, the battle situation outside the city was being shown on the TV. If there is no problem, then the defense line outside will definitely not be broken. 3.5 million zombies have been attacking for a whole day, and they haven't broken even a line of defense yet. In the eyes of the two, the zombies outside the city were rushing up all over the mountains and plains, and the end was invisible at a glance, and the soldiers were shooting with rifles. At this time, the soldiers were covered with dust, and many of them had red eyes. After a long period of fighting, they're on the verge of a mental breakdown. The soldiers hid behind the bunkers and kept shooting. It was impossible for the zombies to reach within 50 meters of the defense line. As long as these zombies reached a certain range, they would be killed by bullets immediately. Even if a zombie grabbed the corpse as a shield, the bullets would not so weak. He passed through the corpses and still killed these zombies. It can be said that as long as the mutated zombies are not charging, it is completely impossible for the zombies to get close to the defense line. Inside the third line of defense, there are still many high towers, which are temporarily built high towers. There are small openings on the high towers, and the barrels of machine guns protrude from these small openings. At this time, the machine guns also shooting zombies. Even if a tank-type zombie encounters a machine gun, it will be turned into a hornet's nest in an instant. With a rate of fire of hundreds of bullets per minute, no matter what kind of zombie it is impossible to hold it. When the dinosaurs came, they had to flee. Liping looked at the various scenes on TV, and said nervously, "The number of these zombies is too many, right? What if we can't defend the line?" Shen Yu was not particularly worried about this. In her opinion, it was impossible for these zombies to break through the line of defense, so she explained, "Mom, don't worry, These zombies are absolutely impossible to rush over, as long as there are enough ammunition. That line of defense cannot be breached. Liping felt relieved to some extent. She didn't care about her daughter's analysis at this time. In fact, she just wanted to get all the exact comfort at this time. Liping thought that her husband and son were fighting outside, and she was also very worried. The enemy was millions of zombies. Ordinary cities do not have so many people. At this time, the millions of corpses, the tide seems to be eyeing Rongcheng, which is very dangerous at this time. The screen on the TV changed, and a male reporter wearing a helmet was interviewing a soldier in his 40s, and asked, "Excuse me, how long can the defense line last?" It was broken through 4 times in 3 days. The defense line, the 3 defense lines born, how long can they last? Will the army use nuclear bombs to kill zombies? The soldier said solemnly, "Nuclear bombs are always the last resort. Once used, they will even affect Rongcheng, making life impossible within dozens of kilometers. Therefore, nuclear bombs will not be used casually. As for the last 3 lines of defense, we are sure that they will never be destroyed." Hold on. The previous line of defense was breached because some mutated zombies learned to dig the soil and attack directly behind us. Now that we have been detecting the movement underground, it is impossible for the zombies to continue digging tunnels. The reporter was also very satisfied with such an answer, so he asked, "Then how should the crisis in Rongcheng be resolved next? How long will it take to resolve it?" Hearing this question, the soldier answered seriously, "Fighting against zombies is different from all the fighting methods in the past. In the past, fighting was to force the enemy to surrender, not necessarily to wipe out the enemy, but now, the only way to deal with zombies is to kill them. According to our estimation, the battle will last for more than a month. During this period, the headquarters will continue to dispatch troops until the Corpse King is killed and the enemy's command ability is resolved. By then, our victory will be ours." Liping and Shen Yu have been watching TV all the time, and after hearing the above interview, they felt much more relieved. Now that martial law has started in the city, everyone is not allowed to go out casually. If there is a lack of food, someone will come to the door, but they must not leave at the door of the house. Water and electricity are maintained in a sufficient state. This is to prevent people from taking the opportunity to cause trouble in the city, so they can only resort to martial law. When the war is over, their actions will naturally not be restricted. However, at this moment, bursts of shouts came from the street and corridors, and then a large number of people rushed to the street, running around, shouting, "The zombies are coming in! The zombies are coming in!" Shen Yu, who was staying at home, heard these shouts, walked to the window curiously, and said to himself, "The defense line has not been breached yet, so where will zombies appear?" Liping replied casually, "Probably some people in the city are talking nonsense. Maybe some people want to take advantage of the fire and rob, so they are deliberately yelling to create chaos, which is convenient for robbing." However, Shen Yu glanced at the window and immediately became panicked, because she really saw many zombies appearing on the street, so she quickly shouted, "Mom, there are really zombies rushing into the city. Here you go, come and see." Liping was taken aback. She was full of confidence after reading the news just now, and felt that the zombies could not break through the defense line. But now, the zombies have actually entered the city. How is this possible? She hurried to the window and looked towards the street. At this time, she was surprised to see that there were many small zombies on the street. These were exactly the S-shaped zombies introduced in the news. Although they were short in stature, but the speed is extremely fast. Shen Yu also panicked at this time. There are so many mutated zombies on the street, there is no way to deal with them, and there is no army to protect the residents. Now the soldiers are on the front line, and it is impossible to come back, so right now, they can only protect themselves. Wow. Shen Yu quickly pulled up the curtains, then turned off the TV, and said to her mother, "Let's hide quickly and don't make any noise. We can only protect ourselves now." After finishing speaking, Shen Yu found 2 kitchen knives in the kitchen, handed one to her mother, and held the other in her own hand. Both of them are evolutionaries with relatively good physical fitness, but they have never had combat experience before, so at this moment, Shen Yu and her mother could only hide and prepare to look for an opportunity before taking action. Liping and Shen Yu hid in the bedroom with kitchen knives in their hands. Once they heard something unusual from the outside world, they would do it immediately. At this time, the news of zombies appearing in the city quickly spread to the ears of the command center. General Wei's expression changed drastically when he heard the news, and he asked in disbelief, "How is it possible? All the defense lines are guarding. There is no sign of a breakthrough at all. How can there be zombies in the city?" The analysts thought about it carefully for a while, and learned the location of the zombies from the report below, and suddenly realized, these zombies must have entered the city through the original sewer pipes in Rongcheng, otherwise, it is impossible for these zombies to enter the city. Rongcheng, General Wei took a deep breath, and then said loudly, "I don't care how these zombies appear, the most important thing now is to kill the zombies in the city. Don't let these zombies hinder the soldiers who are fighting outside the city. In addition, contact Shen Feng quickly, let them come to support as quickly as possible, and we must relieve the pressure on Rongcheng." Now, the situation of the battle has suddenly reversed. Many zombies came out of the sewer, which immediately disturbed the internal order of Rongcheng. Countless people fled in all directions because of the appearance of zombies. The streets were full of fleeing people. In these and people's eyes, the city is already full of zombies. They just want to find a safe place to hide, so they go to where no zombies appear, but the sewers in the city are well developed, so zombies come from any place. Appearance is possible. Under such circumstances, 5 young people walked into the command room. They are the key training objects of the Ability Management Bureau, and they are also third-level ability users. At this time, they can no longer sit still and come forward one after another. Now they also need to fight. On weekdays, they will also complete tasks, but these tasks are very simple, either as bodyguards, or to inquire about the situation. They have not been able to bring their abilities to the real level at all, and now Rongcheng is in crisis. "Show off your might," the leading boy said seriously. "General Wei, the situation is dangerous now, we can't just sit idly by, please let us go to fight." The timing of the choice of the members of the Ability Management Bureau was very good, and now it happened to be a critical time of life and death. If this was not on the battlefield, it would really be unreasonable. General Wei glanced at the 5 people, finally nodded, and said, "Okay, the 5 of you will act together with the guards. The task is to kill all the zombies that appear in the city, and we must avoid the expansion of chaos." Chapter 158 Reverse Beaded Curtain. At dusk, Shen Feng and his people were driving to Rongcheng. It only takes a few hours for them to drive to Rongcheng, but it will be dark by then, so Shen Feng can't speed up. Now he still carries a lot of equipment here, which cannot be discarded, otherwise it will not be able to cause effective strikes in the future. At this time, the artillery has suffered heavy losses, but more than 50 people can cooperate a little bit, and there are still 20 shells left. There are many vehicles. As long as all these shells are fired, they will definitely cause good damage. However, at this moment, Shen Feng's walkie-talkie rang. "Shen Feng, I order you to speed up now. You must rush to Rongcheng for support before dark. It is best to put pressure on the Corpse King from the outside, otherwise, the crisis in Rongcheng is bound to be difficult to resolve." Hearing this order, Shen Feng couldn't help but ask in doubt, "Didn't you say there are still 3 lines of defense? Will they be breached so soon?" The command center explained, "There has always been no problem with the defense line. It is impossible for the zombies to approach, but the zombies entered Rongcheng from the sewer, so the city was in chaos. Now, it is very difficult to restore order in the city, understood? I will come quickly," Shen Feng said angrily after finishing the call. Shen Feng was very angry and complained to Chu Qiaoyan, who is on the side, "Don't these people in Rongcheng have a long memory? The first 4 lines of defense were breached by tunneling, but they were not careful. Now that the zombies have entered the sewer, Rongcheng will be in chaos immediately." Chu Qiaoyan couldn't help sighing when he heard such a thing. He thought that Rongcheng was impenetrable, but now it seems that Rongcheng is in trouble one after another. Under such circumstances, I don't know how long Rongcheng can last right now. Shen Feng had no choice but to speed up, hoping to reach Rongcheng quickly. As long as he could launch an attack outside the city, he would definitely be able to relieve the pressure brought by the zombies in Rongcheng. 5 young men and women in military uniforms are on the move, holding swords in their hands. Once a zombie appears, they will immediately rush to kill it. Although they use cold weapons, their actions are special. The speed is fast, so the efficiency of killing zombies is also very high. Zhao Sheng saw that the surrounding streets were full of chaotic crowds, but the number of zombies was extremely small. Looking carefully, the number of people killed by zombies was less than that of trampling on each other. He couldn't help feeling a little anxious, and then turned to the 4 people around said, "Now we act separately. Killing zombies is the most important thing. Don't let the chaos expand, otherwise the soldiers outside the city will also be affected." The other 4 agreed with Xiao Sheng's point of view, so they all dispersed, ready to hunt zombies. Xiao Sheng held a long knife in his hand, and the blade was relatively narrow. At this moment, a blue flame burst out from Xiao Sheng's hand. The blue flame covered the blade, and the surrounding temperature also rose a lot. At this time, the flame in his hand is blue, the same color as the flame of the spray gun, so the temperature is much higher than that of ordinary flames. The color of ordinary flames is fiery red, but flames do not have only one color. As the temperature increases, the color of the flame will also change continuously. Blue and white are all possible, and the damage that these colors of flames can cause far exceeds that of ordinary flames. Hey! Xiao Sheng rushed forward and hacked a speed zombie to death. At this time, there was no blood on the knife, and the speed zombie died at that time. Even the speed zombie couldn't avoid Xiao Sheng's attack. Surrender to death. Xiao Sheng started to kill the zombies. No matter what kind of zombies they were, they couldn't stop him with a knife. During this period, there was not a single trace of blood on his knife. Feng Qinghao held a short knife in his hand, and his whole body was covered with water. His weapon was the shortest among many people, but his defense was the strongest. After the speed zombie rushed up, it was quickly blocked by the water, unable to get close at all. Taking this opportunity, Feng Qinghao immediately killed the surrounding zombies. Everyone in the guards also took the opportunity to act at this time. They all held submachine guns in their hands. As long as they found zombies, they would shoot in bursts. At this time, the only zombies entering the city were speed zombies and ordinary zombies. For these zombies, the lethality of guns is obvious. Feng Qinghao kept hunting zombies, but he found that the biggest obstacle to hunting was not zombies, but crowded crowds. There are people coming and going on the street, adults holding the children's hands and running constantly. Some children are pushed aside by the crowd, and the children who can't find their parents and family suddenly burst into tears. For these children's crying, there is no people stop to take a look. Sometimes, the child on the back of the parents accidentally slipped and fell to the ground immediately, and then the child was trampled to death by people rushing up from behind. At this time, the crying of the mother or father began to echo. Surviving with the child, but now the child is trampled to death. This is something they can't stand at all. There are also some old people who squatted on the side of the road with their children in their arms, and did not join the ranks of fleeing. It's not that they don't want to run, but they are too old to run. Why? Is it so chaotic? Can't you stay at home honestly? Feng Qinghao said angrily when he saw this scene. At this time, he wanted to kill the zombies and protect the people, but now the streets are full of people running. Under such circumstances, it is completely impossible to carry out normal hunting operations at this time. The people on the street were all in chaos. Panic was contagious, and in a city of 5 million people, once panic spread, it would be a complete disaster. Feng Qinghao saw with his own eyes that old people and children were trampled to death. The stampede would not have happened so easily, but now, the stampede is already a common thing. Under the threat of 3 million zombies outside the city, the people in the city are crazy up. Feng Qinghao had no choice but to remove the barriers around him, and chose to climb the building. He acted on the roof, looking for zombies to hunt and kill. He found that the number of people killed by zombies was not particularly large, but people trampled on each other. More after walking on the roof for a while, Feng Qinghao suddenly saw a very quiet area in the distance. There were many people standing around, but they didn't run. Seeing this, Feng Qinghao hurried over, but found that this was the research institute. A large group of people gathered outside the research institute, and at this time, a woman holding a sharp knife for bone removal stood in front of the crowd, and the surrounding ground was full of corpses of zombies. It seems that these zombies were all killed by this woman. When Yurinshu was fighting, she was still wearing a white coat. She did not expect that when she was doing the experiment, zombies would appear from the city. The people in the research institute were all ordinary people, and they did not resist zombies at all ability, so she had no choice but to stand up and protect the people in the research institute. As the only person in the laboratory who has experienced combat, Yurinshu stood up when she was in danger at this time. After Yurinshu killed the nearby zombies, he asked about the situation, and immediately asked someone to remove the manhole cover of the sewer, and immediately saw the zombies crawling in the sewer. There is a park next to the research institute. There is a lake in the park. Yurinshu waved at the lake. In an instant, a horse flew out of the lake. Yu Renshu controlled the water from the lake to pour into the sewer, and the zombies in the sewer drowning ensures that no zombies will appear in the surrounding area. Seeing this scene, the nearby residents all ran over to seek shelter, so they became calm near the research institute. Everyone was thankful that they found a supernatural person to protect themselves, so it was considered safe. Huh? La la. The lake water in the park is constantly being poured into the sewer, and the water level of the lake is also dropping. It is certain that the lake water in the lake cannot be drained in a short time. Feng Qinghao hurried over when he saw this scene. Before that, he had never heard that there was such a number one person in Rongcheng, so he quickly asked, "Why do you want to pour the lake water into the sewer?" Seeing that Feng Qinghao was wearing a military uniform, Yu Renshu explained, "There must not be many zombies in the city, so what should be done now is not to kill the zombies, but to prevent more zombies from appearing. The purpose of these zombies is not to kill people. It's creating chaos. If there is chaos inside the city, then the battle situation outside the city will definitely be affected as well." Feng Qinghao nodded to understand, and continued to ask, "But, pouring water into the sewer, it is impossible to wash away the zombies, and it may cause a blockage." Yu Renshu said casually, "My purpose is to block the sewer, and I don't expect to wash away the zombies. I just need to drown some of the zombies, causing the sewer to be blocked, and the zombies will find it difficult to crawl out of the sewer." Feng Qinghao nodded quickly when he heard such words. This was something he had never thought of before, and he couldn't help asking, "The sewer is blocked, and it will not be easy to clean it in the future." Yu Renshu glanced at Feng Qinghao in surprise. She didn't expect the other party to ask this question, so she asked directly, "If you were dying of thirst in the desert and there was only a glass of urine in front of you, would you drink it or not? Would you like to drink it? Do you want to wait until you find pure water to drink?" Feng Qinghao smiled awkwardly, and said, "I was thinking about it, I'm sorry." As he said that, Feng Qinghao also waved at the lake in the park. In an instant, a stream of water also flew up from the lake, and began to pour down towards the sewer. The crawling zombies in the nearby sewer encountered this situation. Before he had time to react, he was drowned by the lake water immediately, and the corpses of these zombies also blocked the sewer, making it difficult for the zombies to move forward, and the sewers were originally interconnected, so the zombies in other places were also affected. Yu Renshu glanced at Feng Qinghao. She didn't expect that this guy was also a person with supernatural abilities, and like herself, he was actually a person with supernatural abilities that manipulated water flow. The situation at the research institute has stabilized, but at this time the Nanchang district is in chaos. Zombies appear the most in the vicinity. Whether it is speed zombies or ordinary zombies, they all start chasing and killing on the street. Humans, and when these zombies bite humans, they don't mainly kill humans, but bite towards human limbs or torsos, and most of these humans are infected and turned into zombies on the spot. Many people saw their former relatives and friends turned into zombies with their own eyes, and ran away in a hurry. Generally speaking, the purpose of zombies to bite people is to eat meat. As long as they kill people, they can enjoy delicious food, but at this time, the purpose of zombies has obviously changed. The purpose of these zombies is not to obtain food, but to eat meat. In fact, other humans, the guards discovered this scene and could only kill all the humans who had turned into zombies. At this moment, they suddenly became afraid. If the zombies in the city were not eliminated, wouldn't they be able to infect humans forever? What if most of the humans in the city turned into zombies? Who can stand up to the rumors people were frightened by the zombies? Tens of thousands of people gathered and began to attack outside the city. At this time, the soldiers were still fighting. Who would have thought that someone rushed out of the city, and there was no city wall here, so many people panicked. He even rushed directly into the battlefield at this time. The soldiers were all shocked when they saw a group of people rushing into the battlefield. It was no use shooting at this time, or not shooting, so they just stood there. The zombies took advantage of this time to attack the defense line. At this time, the soldiers could only reluctantly shoot. However, after these tens of thousands of people rushed to the battlefield, they realized that the mountains and plains outside the city were full of zombies, who were rushing towards them with their teeth and claws, like a tide, and there was no end in sight. This scene shocked them immediately. The fleeing residents immediately turned around and ran into the city unexpectedly. This scene immediately caused difficulties for the soldiers behind the line of defense. So many residents were attacking the line of defense, but they could not fight back against the zombies well. Tens of thousands of residents dragged their families and broke through the line of defense in an instant. Many soldiers are among them. What's going on? How could our own residents attack our own defense lines? The commander on the front line was furious when he saw this scene. Rushed out of the city, but actually attacked his own camp. At this time, there are only 4 characters in the commander's mind, that is reversing the beat curtain, and his own front is scattered by his own people. This is completely old, because only the bandits or refugees back then would be as a result of this kind of battle situation. Now, the army on his side has collapsed due to the impact of the crowd. The third line of defense has also collapsed, and we must immediately stop the defense on the second line of defense. The commander said quickly, with these ordinary people running in crowds, we can't organize a defense line. The soldier next to him said helplessly, we must organize a defense line. If it doesn't work, we can only abandon a small number of people in exchange for the safety of most people. Only guns can deter these people. The commander gritted his teeth. There are 5 million survivors in Rongcheng. This is the last hope of Sichuan province, because when the zombies in Sichuan province are wiped out, these people will be the main force of construction. If Rongcheng is breached, there will be heavy casualties in the end, and there will be no manpower. Sichuan province will lose hope of revival. Chapter 159 Defensive Battle in the City. Yu Renshu looked at the chaotic city at this time, frowned and said to Fang Qinghao, I think you should contact your superiors as soon as possible. The chaos in the city cannot continue, otherwise, the outside of the city will also be affected. Fang Qinghao nodded and took out his walkie-talkie to make a call, but he suddenly asked Yu Renshu, what about you? Where are you going? None of your business. Yu Renshu was too lazy to answer these words. She is now research institute and not affiliated with the military, so she doesn't want to talk to Fang Qinghao at all. If it is destroyed, it will be a big loss. Fang Qinghao smiled awkwardly, and then left here. Now that the sewer has been successfully blocked, he has no reason to stay, so he had to leave, and then quickly contacted his superiors, and must quickly calm down the city. But the superior instructed Fang Qinghao to continue hunting zombies and leave other things alone. In fact, the worst situation has already appeared. The residents in the city have already attacked the defense line outside the city, which eventually caused the army to retreat as a whole. A second line of defense was organized to defend at the same time. The artillery shells also started to fire, and the artillery fire hit the corpse tide rushing outside the city. Countless shells poured down, finally temporarily curbing the charge of the corpse tide and making the front line stable. But at this time, the corpse tide unexpectedly there was no sign of retreating, but continued to swarm up. It seemed that the zombies also wanted to take advantage of the victory and pursue Rongcheng in one fell swoop. The soldiers could only keep up their spirits and continue shooting, killing all the zombies that rushed up. Today, they have killed at least 300,000 zombies in the whole day of fighting. Under the control of the Corpse King, the zombies rushed to the defense line charge, but it is a pity that you can't dodge the intensive firepower at all, so you can only continue to be killed. Now, the Corpse King is still letting the zombies charge fearlessly. More than 10,000 soldiers in the defense line are fighting. However, the sky is slowly turning dark. Under the cover, the movement of the zombies is more difficult to detect in the city. The guards and 5 third-tier superhumans have killed thousands of zombies. The number of zombies in the city has decreased a lot, but the zombies killed are only ordinary zombies, and the speed zombies don't kill many. Xiao Shen kept walking around in the city. It was getting late at this time, but the people on the street were running all the time, which made the progress of hunting the zombies not fast. Fortunately, at this time, the superior issued an order to let the government staff come forward to maintain order. As a result, there are a lot fewer people on the street, and most people are persuaded to go home. If they are in danger, they should report quickly. Xiao Sheng's ability is flame, and it is a high-temperature flame. He can use the ability to easily burn zombies to death, but doing so consumes too much energy, so he never does it. Cover the flames, so that even tank zombies can be easily killed, because the wounds burned by the flames cannot heal quickly. At this time, Xiao Sheng was walking on the street, looking for the speed zombies that may appear at any time. This kind of zombies are the most shameless existence. As long as they meet people with weapons, they will never attack, but specialize in sneak attacking the old and the weak. The sick and disabled. Many old people and children were attacked in this way, and their brains were opened and eaten. We must kill all the zombies in the city, otherwise Rongcheng will be difficult to defend. Xiao Sheng thought silently in his heart. Suddenly, at this moment, Xiao Sheng heard a shout, "Help, there are zombies." It was a woman's voice, and it sounded clear and sweet. When Xiao Sheng heard this voice, he didn't think too much about it, and rushed out. Turning around an intersection, he found a mother and daughter with the three at this time. The mother and daughter are holding kitchen knives in their hands, but the bone spurs on the palms of the opposite speed zombies are 30 centimeters long. In terms of weapons, the speed zombies are far stronger than this mother and daughter duo. "Hurry up, leave this place to me." Flame burst out from Xiao Sheng's body, and he rushed towards the third-order speed zombie. At this moment, the speed zombie saw Xiao Sheng appearing and ran away. He told himself that it was difficult to deal with the man in front of him, so he hid directly in a nearby alley. Xiao Sheng hurriedly chased after him. Even if it was a third-order speed zombie, Xiao Sheng thought he could defeat it, because he had supernatural powers. As long as he could catch up to the speed zombie, he would definitely be able to kill it when the danger was lifted. Shen Yu patted his chest and said happily, "Fortunately, someone is nearby, otherwise we would be finished." Liping was also afraid for a while at this time. If someone hadn't appeared, her side would be really in danger. At this time, she couldn't help but said, "If I knew it earlier, I wouldn't come out to maintain law and order. Now zombies are everywhere. If you don't be careful, our mother and I will explain here." "Shen," you said helplessly, "who told me to be a staff member? If I don't stand up now, I might be fired. I finally passed the exam. How can I just leave now? Besides, when the zombies are found, eliminate, my superiors will definitely see my performance. I think it's better to leave. Anyway, your brother has a base in Luxiao. At worst, we go to him." Liping said in a low voice. Shen Yu frowned, and said very dissatisfied, "What are you talking about? As long as this zombie crisis is over, Rongcheng can be said to be one of the safest places in the country. Don't look at my brother's majesty in Luxiao. What kind of city lord? Rongcheng may not be safe on his side." Liping shook her head helplessly. In fact, she still thinks that going to Luxiao is the best decision. After all, being able to be with her son, the whole family will be lively, and lively will always be much better than being separated from each other. But her daughter insists that Rongcheng is safe, but Luxiao, with a population of only a few 100,000, has no industry, so it must be poorly developed at this time. The zombies in the city were all hidden, but the scope of Rongcheng was too big. It was definitely not an easy task to find the zombies hidden in the city. Today, thousands of guards have been dispatched. This is the last force that can be used in Rongcheng. Even 5 third-level supernatural beings have started to act, just to kill all the zombies in the city. However, in the darkness, tens of thousands of people gathered in many factories on the edge of the city. These people felt that it was not safe for a person or a family to stay at home. If they encountered zombies, they would not even have the ability to fight. Therefore, it is better for everyone to hide in the factories. Anyway, there are many factories on the edge of the city, and these factories have enough space for living places. The most important thing is that when everyone gathers together, the fear in their hearts will be reduced a lot. In the dark night, a speed zombie accidentally ran into the factory building to hide. When it found that there were many people densely packed inside the factory building, it dared not take any action immediately because there were too many of them. Well, if found out, I'm afraid he would be beaten to death on the spot. After entering the night, Rongcheng slowly recovered its calm. The guards were very puzzled. Could it be that all the zombies in the city have been killed? Otherwise, how could it be impossible to find it for a long time? The guards hadn't heard any reports of seeing zombies for 2 hours, so the guards relaxed their vigilance. The sewer pipes were blocked at this time, but many people were discharging domestic sewage into the pipes, so the zombies blocked in the sewer pipes were drowned one after another, and finally the corpses were soaked in the sewage, and the underground pipes also collapsed. Then blocked at the same time, the battle outside the city gradually became more intense, and the zombies rushed forward wave after wave. At this time, the earth-digging zombies came in handy. These zombies actually imitated humans, digging trenches on the ground. Zombies entered the trench one after another. At this time, the force of the guns weakened instantly. When this happened, the frontline commander couldn't help cursing. "What the hell do you mean? Learn from us digging trenches. How can we fight like this?" Originally, the zombies didn't know fear, and they didn't know how to retreat, which caused the soldiers to suffer a lot. But now the zombies' learning ability is so terrifying, and they have also learned to dig trenches. so the hit rate of bullets will definitely decrease. When the zombies are digging forward, sooner or later they will break through the second line of defense. At this time, the soldiers below kept asking what to do next through the walkie-talkie. The commander was silent for a moment, and said, "Let the helicopter move and throw white phosphorus bombs. If that doesn't work, then we can only use cloud bombs. These are the last few methods. If white phosphorus bombs are useless, then cloud bombs can only be used. However, the killing area will be too large at that time, which may cause fires. Now it is autumn and winter. Once there is a big fire, there will be no one to stop." The helicopter was dispatched in an instant and dropped white phosphorus bombs from the sky. In an instant, the night was lit up by the flames of white phosphorus, and countless zombies were burned by the flames. These zombies rolled on the spot, as if they wanted to extinguish the flames on their bodies, but they in vain, because even water can't put it out before the burning is over. Covering it with sand can extinguish the flames, but the zombies don't know it. Outside the second line of defense, there is a wall made of flames. Whether it is on the hillside or in the trench, the zombies can only howl in pain, and these zombies are completely unable to extinguish the flames, and can only be burned to ashes in the end. Bullets are just that scary. The soldiers behind the line of defense finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now that there is a wall of fire blocking the outside, the zombies will be burned to death if they rush over. They can finally rest for a while. At this time, the barrels of many people's guns have been scorched. It looks like, from fighting in the morning to night, the barrel can't stand it anymore. The white phosphorus bombs successfully stopped the zombies from advancing. At this time, the commanders on the front line were also thinking, maybe they can't just rely on guns to deal with these zombies. If they dig a long ditch outside the city and fill the ditch with gasoline, this can stop a large number of zombies, but unfortunately, there is no time to do so now. There was a moment of panic among the zombies. It seemed that the Corpse King didn't expect that human beings had such weapons, and they used such terrifying flames. Ordinary zombies had only one way to die. However, at this moment, there was a change among the zombies. A group of strong zombies appeared. Beside these strong zombies, there were self-explosive zombies with chubby bodies. I saw that after these strong zombies appeared, they grabbed the self-explosive zombies and threw them out. They threw them over a distance of more than 50 meters. When the self-explosive zombies landed, the fat in their bodies instantly spread out. Like a balloon filled with water falling to the ground, the grease scattered and exploded. The soldiers on the watchtower quickly reported, "Commander, don't let these self-explosive zombies enter the defense line within 50 meters, otherwise, the defense line may be attacked." The commander also saw the action of the strong zombie just now. He could throw such a heavy zombie a distance of 50 meters. If it was thrown inside the defense line, it would cause a big fire right away. The body of the self-explosive zombie is full of flammable fat. Once it explodes, as long as there is a little spark around it, it will burn immediately. Afterwards, the commander ordered the people below to point their machine guns at the two mutant zombies in the distance, and must kill them all, so as to prevent the defense line from being threatened by flames. The soldiers immediately pointed their guns at the strong zombies and self-explosive zombies that appeared in the distance. As long as they were killed before the self-explosive zombies entered the projection range, then such zombies would not be able to threaten the defense line. Fortunately, the number of these two kinds of mutated zombies was not too many. At this time, there were only more than 50 of them. The machine guns in the bunker and the machine guns at the line of defense immediately started to attack. When the bullets were fired in the air, they emitted a little white light. The large caliber machine gun fired bullets, and these bullets drew arcs in the air. When the bullet hit the zombie's torso, it would instantly split the zombie's torso in two. The two zombies that appeared in front of them were quickly eliminated. When the self-explosive zombies were killed, a large fire would burn on the spot. These flames burned many zombies to death. None of the self-explosive zombies could get closer to the defense line for 50 meters, and the rest of the zombies were even more impossible. However, at this moment, news came from the north of the city. The second line of defense has been breached. Basically, there is only one kind of defense line in Rongcheng, that is, low walls and trenches. There are many bunkers and watchtowers behind a defense line. Under normal circumstances, even regular troops cannot break through these defense lines. Fang's firepower is particularly ferocious, but the defense line in the north of the city is different, because there are traces of the Corpse King and the Corpse Tide here. so the shells are immediately aimed at the place where the Corpse King appears, and even the lights on the watchtower also focus on this position. However, unexpectedly, a Corpse King in the north of the city had already dug a burrow underground. He deliberately showed up to attract firepower. When the lights of the watchtower gathered, he immediately hid in the burrow and escaped the shells bombing. However, at this time, many speed-type zombies took the opportunity to touch the vicinity of the low wall, rushed into the defense line and started killing, and the strong-type zombies took the opportunity to throw self-explosive zombies. A sea of flames had already formed, so the commander in the north of the city could only order to retreat. No one thought that the Corpse King would take the risk with his body, and he would take the initiative to expose himself to the human eyesight. After attracting a lot of firepower, he would directly command the mutated zombies to carry out a surprise attack. Was breached. Chapter 160. The enemy inside. Because the North City was breached, the other three lines of defense could only retreat, and the lines of defense are all connected to each other, so as long as one line of defense is breached, the other lines of defense must also retreat, otherwise there will be gaps between the lines of defense, causing a large number of zombies to enter city. The zombies continued to attack, and they didn't know how tired they were. These zombies were already bony. Obviously, after a long time of driving and attacking, the bodies of the zombies were already in poor shape, but even so, the zombies were still not strong enough. He rushed forward in fear of death as soldiers retreated to the last line of defense. At this time, they could no longer retreat, because once they retreated, there would be no place to retreat. When General Wei heard that the zombies had broken through the second line of defense, he sat slumped on his chair. He couldn't figure out why he was losing one after another against a group of unarmed and intelligent zombies. It was an exaggeration. To the extreme. Where is Shen Feng? Has he not come yet? Wei Leixin immediately asked. At this time, if the zombies do not retreat, the last line of defense will be difficult to defend, and then they will have to use cloud bombs, but it is too close to the city, and it is likely to accidentally injure residents. The people below quickly replied, Shen Feng has led his people to the south, and is preparing to attack at this time. Hearing the news of Shen Feng's appearance, Wei Leixin's heart finally settled down. Now, as long as Shen Feng can attack from behind the zombies, it will definitely help Rongcheng share the pressure. Moreover, Shen Feng still has a lot of shells, must be able to eliminate enough zombies at this time. Shen Feng had indeed brought his people to the area in the south of Rongcheng. He found a tall building and climbed up to observe the situation in Rongcheng, but found that densely packed zombies surrounded Rongcheng. There are still flames burning, and it can be seen that the battle is very fierce. Wang Yusheng, immediately find the place where the zombies are densest and start bombing. Shen Feng ordered Wang Yusheng directly. When Wang Yusheng heard this sentence, he didn't object, and honestly led people to carry out the task, but because the manpower was too small, he could only ask Shen Feng's men to help fill the shells. More than a dozen artillerymen need to be responsible for aiming and firing. Bang! Bang bang! The shells were fired continuously and landed among the zombies, and this position was behind the tide of corpses. There was an explosion in the tide of corpses. In just a few minutes, hundreds of shells fell into the tide of corpses. As long as the shells exploded, the dead zombies would be scattered one by one. Shen Feng stood on the roof and watched the surrounding the tide of corpses in Rongcheng. At this moment, he could not find the Corpse King at all. Even if he wanted to realize the beheading operation, he had no chance to do it at all. Why did the Corpse King attack Rongcheng? Is it to get food? Shen Feng thought silently in his heart. Speaking of which, he still didn't know why the Corpse King from Yeshao came to Rongcheng. If he wanted to survive, he should break it up into pieces. It was right to run away, but he had to drag the zombies to Rongcheng, which made it hard for people to figure out. The artillery fire continued to fire, and the corpse tide was very dense, so the zombies were hit hard immediately, and tens of thousands of zombies died directly under the artillery fire. At this time, the tide of corpses also moved. Hundreds of thousands of zombies separated and rushed towards Shen Feng. Shen Feng is still 2 kilometers away from the tide of corpses. For the zombies, it will take at least 20 minutes to reach them, and Wang Yusheng is still firing shells. The number of zombies is at least 3 million. With such a large number, it can be said that most of the zombies in the entire Chengdu plain are concentrated here. Moreover, there are 3 zombie kings in the zombie tide, and 3 zombie kings need to be killed. Only the king can solve the crisis of the corpse tide. Shen Feng found Jin Ziju. At this time, Jin Zizhu was still recuperating on the truck. Even if he was a third-level supernatural being, it would take at least a month for him to recover. Hey, let me ask you something. Doesn't the military have some weapons of mass destruction? Isn't it enough to throw hundreds of missiles? Shen Feng asked directly. When Jin Zizhu heard Shen Feng's question, he couldn't help but retort, do you think missiles are Chinese cabbage? Can you have as many as you want? Except when targeting corpse kings, missiles are basically used sparingly. There are so many cities, more than 1 billion zombies. How many missiles can kill them all? Of course, this kind of large-scale annihilation battle is dominated by guns. Unwilling to give up, Shen Feng continued to ask, is there no other means besides missiles? What about the Air Force? The Air Force can launch an attack from the sky? Jin Zizhu gritted his teeth and shook his head. No. The fighter planes have all gone to fight in the eastern region, and there will be no fighter plane support in a short time. Besides, once the troops from other provinces are mobilized, the plan to kill the zombies will be delayed for more than a year. Pulling one hair can move the whole body. How can it be mobilized when it is said to be mobilized? Hearing such an answer, Shen Feng couldn't help feeling distressed, and complained, why don't you leave more weapons in Rongcheng? It's fine if the young people are transferred, and don't keep more weapons. Isn't it an open door? There are not enough manpower, weapons not too strong. How to fight this? I'm a bodyguard, you ask me. Jin Zizhu said angrily when he heard Shen Feng's complaint. Shen Feng shook his head and said helplessly, if you only rely on guns to kill zombies, it will take at least a month. At this time, more than 100,000 zombies rushed towards Shen Feng, and the distance was still 500 meters. Shen Feng ordered to turn around and retreat. Anyway, there are cars on his side, and the zombies will never catch up with him. Shen Feng didn't want to use 2,000 people to start a battle with these 100,000 people, because it will not help to relieve the crisis in Rongcheng. Shen Feng led the people to turn around and retreat, but the artillery attack just now was obviously effective. The corpse tide no longer attacked Rongcheng, but was retreating slowly. This shows that containment outside the city is also effective. As long as the containment continues, the zombies are attacked from the front and back, and the attack cannot produce much effect. After Wei Leixin learned about this, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now it seems that Rongcheng is not in danger for the time being. Moreover, as long as Shen Feng keeps harassing the outside world, it is impossible for the corpse tide to attack Rongcheng with all its strength at this time. Wei Leixin quickly contacted the guards and asked, have all the zombies in the city been solved? The guard replied honestly, there have been no reports of zombies in the city for a long time. We have killed 5,000 zombies. There are not many zombies who have entered the city. Now they have almost been solved. Wei Leixin nodded in satisfaction, comforted the guards with a few words, and hung up the phone. At this moment, he was full of ambition. As long as he could defend Rongcheng, it would be a great achievement in the end, and he would be able to deal with the superiors at that time well. Maybe there will be a better future in the future. He is only in his 40s now, and he is not the kind of person in his 70s and 80s. He still has a lot of years to enjoy. What Wei Leixin is most worried about is that Rongcheng cannot be defended. If this is the case, then he will not be able to improve for the rest of his life, and his future will be ruined. Seeing the tide of corpses retreating, the soldiers on the front line finally had a chance to breathe. They quickly checked their equipment, and then fell asleep at the line of defense regardless of their appearance. The soldiers in the watchtower took turns and continued to use searchlights. Irradiate outside the city, and beware of the sneak attack of zombies. In addition, infrared night vision devices are also used. Once zombies approach, they will be found immediately. Even if they are not illuminated by searchlights, they will also be found by night vision devices. Shenzhen squatted in the ditch, took out a cigarette and lit it, and was about to talk to the people around him, but found that many familiar faces had died in today's battle, especially the veteran who lit a cigarette last night. Though when he was attacked by a speed-type zombie, his abdomen was cut open on the spot, his intestines fell all over the floor, and he died after a long time of pain. Oh, there's no one to talk to. Shenzhen took a deep puff of the cigarette. The smoke passed through his lungs and then spit it out in the air, taking away a lot of his worries. There are 7 roads outside Rongcheng. The line of defense has now been broken through 6 lines, and we can no longer retreat. Once we retreat, our family members will be in danger. Fortunately, at this time, reinforcements have arrived from outside the city. Feng, it's really a father-son battle. Shenzhen said to himself. Shenzhen knew that his son had returned with someone, that's why reinforcements suddenly appeared outside the city, but now he couldn't see his son, nor his relatives in the city, and he couldn't even find anyone to talk to. The partner who smoked together at night has also died on the battlefield. Shenzhen thought wildly for a while, and finally fell into deep sleep. He had been fighting all day. Even if he was an evolutionary, he couldn't bear it anymore. Sleep is always the best way to rest, as everyone knows. In many factories on the edge of the city, a large number of people are hiding because of the turmoil caused by zombies during the day. These people rely on each other for warmth. Hiding together, even if zombies appear, you can deal with them in the middle of the night. Everyone fell asleep. During the day, they kept running away, which consumed a lot of energy. At this time, everyone hugged each other and fell into deep sleep. A hidden zombie started to move. He quietly came to a sleeping old man, opened his mouth and bit down. The old man woke up from his dream, but before he could make a sound, his mouth was covered. In the end, the old man's skin gradually turned gray and his eyes lost their luster, apparently turning into a zombie afterwards. While everyone was asleep, the speed zombies continued to infect humans, and they were not discovered during this period, because he always covered other people's mouths when he was doing it, and absolutely prevented the sleeping person from making a sound. Just like this, hundreds of people in a factory have turned into zombies, and no one can escape the infection of zombies. Even children, they can also turn into zombies after being bitten. This is a zombie with high intelligence. He knows that once he makes a sound, he will be exposed, and he will die in an ugly way, so he tries not to make a sound when he acts. The guards were indeed working hard to kill the zombies. Every street in the city was defended, and countless zombies were killed, but the guards ignored the people in the factory. After the fighting started, the factories in Rongcheng stopped working, and everyone was ordered to stay at home. The government provided all food and so on. Therefore, there was usually no one in the factory, but a chaos occurred during the day, causing many of the people who chose to hold together to keep warm. These people did not go home, but stayed in the factory. Therefore, the guards did not search the factory and passed by the factory several times without paying attention, because the inside of the factory was so quiet. It was as quiet as if there was no one there. Unknowingly, dozens of factories on the edge of the city were targeted by zombies, and the people hiding among them were all infected. The speed zombies only need to bite one person, and then this person will bite other people. Even if someone wakes up during the period, the factory will be full of zombies by then, and it will be impossible to escape the fate of being infected. In the end, a man was awakened in the middle of the night, so he wanted to go out to relieve himself, but when he woke up, he found a group of people in the factory standing in a daze, walking around without talking. Every time walking in front of a person, he bent down, unable to see what he was doing. The man was very puzzled. What are these people doing when they don't sleep? So he walked over and asked, "Dude, what are you doing?" But at this time, these people all turned their heads to stare at him. The moonlight outside the city entered the factory building, and through the moonlight, the man saw blood dripping from the corners of the mouths of many people in front of him. At this moment he understood everything. These guys are not living people, but zombies. So the man shouted loudly, "There are zombies, run!" The man's voice echoed in the factory building, awakening many people who were asleep. Everyone stood up one after another. Some took out their mobile phones to call the police, but more people rushed towards the gate of the factory building, thinking gotta get out of this place. However, when these people rushed out of the factory building, they suddenly despaired. Outside the factory building, on the edge of the city, the streets were full of zombies walking slowly. These zombies didn't make any sound, so this area seemed very quiet, but no matter how quiet it was still a zombie. Zombies rushed up to bite. They don't eat people, so the biting parts are all limbs. As long as they can infect humans, it's enough. It's a fantasy that zombies don't eat people. The only explanation is that these zombies are all under control. The people who were going to call the police failed, because there was no signal in this place, so even if they wanted to make a sound, they couldn't do it. In the end, all the people in the factory turned into zombies without exception. And this situation was not discovered by the guards, the satellites, and even the nearby residents. The enemy has quietly infiltrated the interior of the inhabitants. Chapter 161. A bunch of loafers. In the middle of the night, Shen Feng led 2,000 people to stay on the hill west of Rongcheng. Everyone lit a fire and cooked. Finally, it was time for dinner. Although it is time for supper, since fighting the mutant plants at noon, everyone has never had time to eat. Before the bombardment of the corpses, they were fighting hungry. Now that they have thrown off the more than 100,000 zombies chasing behind, they finally have time to eat. The meals are also very simple: a big bowl of rice, a bag of pickled mustard. Some people have the leisure to find some wild vegetables to make soup, but most people eat plain rice with mustard. It is definitely not nutritious, but there is no time now to improve nutrition. Shen Feng sat by the fire, thinking about how to defeat the 3 million zombies. If the daytime battle continues, it will take a month to resolve the battle. Whether the defense line can hold up is not yet an issue. Sure, if Shen Feng wants to enter Rongcheng, he can directly use his ability to enter. It only takes half an hour for him to enter the city, but entering the city will not help solve the crisis outside the city, so Shen Feng still leads the group of people under his command stationed outside the city, thinking about how to kill the zombies. Rongcheng is surrounded by plains, and there is no danger to defend at all. Therefore, in history, as long as the soldiers of Rongcheng approached the city, there was only one way to surrender. Because the surrounding area is flat, as long as the outer defense line is breached, the plain area can no longer be defended! Therefore, Rongcheng can only work hard on the defense of the city. If the defense of the city cannot be defended, then there will be no suspense in the battle. Shen Feng's combat experience is not very good. After all, he was just an ordinary college student before, and he may not even be able to do it on paper. Now, if he wants to lead troops to break the siege of 3 million zombies, he can't do it at all. It's difficult. Shen Feng said to himself. Chu Qiaoyan came over, and while picking up rice with a big bowl, he asked, "What's so embarrassing?" Shen Feng came back to his senses and found that Chu Qiaoyan was still eating. He couldn't help but frown and said, "You've eaten 4 bowls of rice, aren't you full yet? With your appetite, you won't be able to find someone to marry in the future. Everyone will be poor. Fuck you, I'm an evolutionary now. The energy that a bowl of rice can provide is not enough for me to consume. If I don't eat more, how can I fight? And if I can't find someone to marry in the future, then I will always. If you stay in the army, you must be poor." Chu Qiaoyan said, dissatisfied. Shen Feng reached out and pulled the fire in front of him, and said in a depressed mood, "The crisis in Rongcheng can't be resolved now, and I can't reunite with my family, and I can't go back to Luzhou to find my senior sister. Although the siege of Luzhou is lifted, I heard it is still very dangerous for senior sister to say that someone below is preparing to rebel while eating." Chu Qiaoyan said, "Then why don't you cultivate more evolutionaries? The evolution jellies you found during the day can make people evolve." Guo Pinming has already woken up, and he said that he is already a third-order alien. The capable person has recovered, and his body has recovered. Shen Feng looked at the many soldiers around him. They fell to the ground in 2s and 3s, some just fell asleep like this, some still had time to set up a dragon formation. Even a group of guards leaned against a tree, and Yuan from time to time can't help shaking his head slightly. This group of people doesn't look like a soldier. From a distance, they are a bunch of street thugs. So, Shen Feng said helplessly, "This group of people is not qualified. Let them become evolutionaries. I am worried that they will turn their heads and become masters, and they will bully the people below. I have seen many posts on underground websites. Some supernatural beings and evolutionists have captured many ordinary people as slaves, completely lawless, but can't you restrain these people?" Chu Qiaoyan continued to ask, "These people are your subordinates anyway, and if they don't look good, they won't look good. You can only lead them to fight, but you can strengthen their fighting power, lest they will die in battle. If you restrain yourself more, the oppression of the people will be reduced a lot." Shen Feng thought about it carefully. It was indeed so. If I honestly cultivate my cronies, it will definitely take a lot of time, but what I lack most now is time, so I might as well let these bastards increase their combat effectiveness, and maybe they can play a miraculous effect in the next battle. Thinking of this, Shen Feng couldn't help giving Chu Qiaoyan a high look, and said, "I didn't expect you to be useful at critical moments." Hearing this, Chu Qiaoyan couldn't help but said, "I've always been useful, but you think liberal arts are useless. So, a man of science and engineering like you will only discover the importance of liberal arts when you need it." Shen Feng shrugged, then found Yang Cheng, who was bragging with a group of people, and said, "Call everyone together, I want to talk." Yang Cheng didn't dare to be negligent, so he quickly summoned everyone. Shen Feng stood on the top of the hill, and said seriously, "I, Shen Feng, will never forget my brother. After all, Chen Xing once said that riches and honors are never forgotten, so I will definitely let all my brothers become evolutionaries. In the future, everyone needs to do things according to my orders, otherwise, I will deal with it by military law. As soon as the soldiers below heard that they could become evolutionaries, they immediately shouted, while the people who had become evolutionaries before panicked. It was because they were evolutionaries that they had a sense of superiority. He is an evolutionary, how can he appear to be powerful? However, at this time, Shen Feng continued, as for those who have already become first-order evolutionaries before, I will also give you enough evolution supplies, so that you can all become second-order evolutionaries and have stronger power. At this time, the officers also cheered spontaneously, which alarmed the artillerymen who were eating nearby. They looked at the direction of the cheering in puzzlement, not knowing what happened, but they could only hear the people on the mountain cheering all the time. There's no tension at all, which is weird. Jin Ziju's whole body was either bandages or splints. Without help from others, even excretion would be a problem. However, Jin Ziju was always a third-level supernatural being, and he probably heard what the people on the mountain were talking about, so he immediately confronted him. An artilleryman nearby said, "Go and take a picture of your battalion commander, Wang." Yu Sheng was called to Jin Ziju's side, and asked suspiciously, "What's the matter, Jin?" Zai Absolute Wang Yu Sheng instructed in a low voice, "Go and observe Shen Feng's actions secretly. The most important thing is to see what those soldiers are reading for a while. Don't make a fuss. Come back immediately after watching, hearing." Jin Ziju's order. Wang Yu Sheng frowned and said, "That's not good. We and Shen Feng are allies after all, and the people on my side have to rely on Shen Feng's protection to fight. Go peeping now. If you are discovered, then it's hard to explain." Wang Yu Sheng still has an overall view. Rong Cheng is particularly dangerous now. He doesn't want to anger Shen Feng. After all, Shen Feng is now the only external support army in Rongcheng. It makes him unhappy. If it affects the frontline operations, it will be bad. So he doesn't want to do these things. Jin Ziju said anxiously, "This is a big deal. You must figure it out. Moreover, as long as you figure it out, I will report it directly to the headquarters and let the headquarters give you a reward. Don't you want to be promoted to the third rank? This is the time to take risks." Wang Yu Sheng was helpless. Jin Ziju had said this. Obviously this was a very important matter, so he had no choice but to agree, and was going to go to the vicinity of Shen Feng's camp to take a peek in order to prevent Wang Yu Sheng from being caught and having no means of escape. He took a roll of toilet paper and went into the woods. He was thinking, if he was discovered while peeping, there would be an excuse, so he said that if you go to the woods to relieve yourself, then the other party will not be able to beat you up indiscriminately, right? When Shen Feng finished his speech, he specifically asked Chu Chaoyan, "How was my speech just now, Chu?" Chaoyan didn't let go of this opportunity to attack Shen Feng, and said directly, "It's like a king of the mountain, and the soldiers below are like young men, so the reason why the army is not formal is you, and you are not formal." In Chu Chaoyan's eyes, Shen Feng is not the city lord at all, but the boss of the gang. He talks about benefits and brotherhood, and the system that should be used is nowhere to be seen. Shen Feng smiled helplessly, pretending he didn't hear Chu Chaoyan's criticism. He wasn't a soldier in the first place, how could he become official now? As long as the people below are honest and obedient. After that, Shen Feng began to distribute tree jelly to the people below. Although Chu Chaoyan thought it was an evolution jelly, Shen Feng felt that the name was not formal enough, so he planned to think of a famous name in the future as a test subject. Guo Pinming successfully evolved after eating the jelly, and he changed from a second-level superhuman to a third-level supernatural, which shows that the jelly is indeed something that needs to be used in the evolution process, and there is no harm in safety, and it is also useful for evolutionists below the third level. With a spoon in his hand, Shen Feng scooped a spoonful of jelly for the people below. If they are already evolutionists, then take a large spoonful. This will ensure that all the people under him will become evolutionaries. Shen Feng guessed in his heart, with 2,000 evolutionaries as subordinates, the strength should have increased a lot, right? This scene was watched by Wang Yu Sheng, who was hiding in the woods. He found that Shen Feng was distributing a red jelly-like thing to his subordinates, which looked like a cube bomb. The most important thing was that after the soldiers below ate the jelly, immediately fell down and began to sleep, which seemed very strange. Wang Yu Sheng returned to his camp and told Jin Ziju what he saw just now. After Jin Zijia heard what Wang Yusheng said, he immediately understood and said to himself, it turns out that what Shen Feng took was not the evolution potion, but something else, red jelly? I see, Wang Yusheng figured out why Shen Feng was able to break through the evolutionary barrier. It turned out that what Shen Feng ate was other items. Although he didn't know what it was enough to know this information. He has been stuck in the 3rd level for a long time. He had been drinking evolution potions before, but he couldn't evolve to the 4th level. Now that he figured it out, Shen Feng must have mastered a new evolutionary item. Therefore, as long as he can get it, he can evolve to the 4th level. Wang Yusheng looked at Jin Zijia's face so excitedly, he couldn't understand why he wanted to know these things. It doesn't matter if you don't understand now, but by tomorrow morning, you will know how powerful it is. Shen Feng has some good things in his hands, Jin Zijia explained in her low voice. At this time, he believed that he knew the truth of the matter. Shen Feng found a good thing in his hand. Wang Yusheng was skeptical, and said in his heart, just wait until tomorrow, then everything will be clear. However, on the 2nd day, the walkie-talkies in the hands of Shen Feng and Wang Yusheng both rang, and the command center of Rongcheng sent an order. The zombies are going to attack Rongcheng. You attack the zombies from the rear immediately, at all costs. Hearing this order, Shen Feng couldn't help feeling strange. Why are you in such a hurry? Even if there is only the last line of defense left, it shouldn't be at all costs, right? The command center replied, there are tens of thousands of zombies in Rongcheng. The city is in chaos, and now it is the most dangerous time. Shen Feng was stunned when he heard that zombies appeared again in the city. Did they mean that all the sewers in the city were blocked? Why are zombies showing up now? Is there another zombie coming out of the sewer? Can't it? At this time, Shen Feng had no time to think, so he stood up and began to gather his soldiers to prepare for battle. If the last line of defense is breached, it will really be over. After a whole night, the soldiers have all become evolutionaries, and everyone can easily lift large rocks. Moreover, Yang Chang, who is already a 3rd level evolutionary, even performed a special performance for everyone. Willow, there was no willow tree on the mountain, so he found a small tree and tried it. Unexpectedly, the small tree with a diameter of 20 centimeters was really pulled out. Yang Chang reckons that after he evolves once or twice, he will probably be able to pull out the weeping willows upside down. By then, he will have the power of a crane. Chapter 162 Chaos in Rongcheng. In Rongcheng, Shen Yu and He Liping are still staying at home. After yesterday's battle, the zombies in the city have basically been cleaned up, and the sewers in the city have been considered blocked, so Shen Yu can go home with her mother continue to stay, although both of them are evolutionaries, but under the current situation, they are also particularly worried about their own safety. When morning came, Shen Yu got up to cook, while He Liping turned on the TV and continued watching, hoping to get first-hand news. At this time, the news is being interviewed, and the reporter is asking what should be done in Rongcheng next. The officer quickly said, residents, don't worry. Although we only have the last line of defense left, the last line of defense is the strongest. The last line of defense is a 2-meter-high city wall, which is covered with infrared surveillance. Surveillance of the outside world without any dead ends, to ensure that zombies cannot get close to the city wall. Moreover, the ammunition in the city is sufficient, and we will definitely be able to persist until the end. That's what I said, and the last line of defense in Rongcheng is indeed a 2-meter-high low wall, and infrared monitoring is specially installed on many walls. The speed-type zombies made a breakthrough in the north of the city. At this time, infrared monitoring was used, and the zombies would have nowhere to hide today. There is only the last line of defense left. On the issue of defense, the army has gone all out. Although there are only 15,000 soldiers fighting, there are tens of thousands of people who are used to assist in the battle. Whether they are loading bullets or sitting in the room watching the surveillance, tens of thousands of people have been monitoring every move outside the city. When there was only the last line of defense left, everyone was desperate. If 3 million zombies rushed in, the people in the city would have nothing to do except to break through the encirclement. Looking at the introduction on the news, He Liping finally breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, as long as the zombies don't enter the city, that's enough. However, at this moment, shouts came from the street again. Listening carefully, what these people shouted was, the zombies are coming, the zombies are coming. He Liping hurriedly went to the window to watch, but found that people on the street flocked towards the city, but she didn't see half of the zombies. At this moment, She thought it was the residents of the city who spread rumors. Didn't they just kill the zombies yesterday? City zombies? Why are zombies still appearing now? When Li Ping was wondering, Shen Yu's cell phone rang. She picked up the cell phone to connect, and asked, "Hello, what's the matter?" An order came from the phone: "Go to the street to evacuate the people immediately, and let all the residents take refuge in the city center. The parks, stadiums and schools in the city center are all open. These are the places of refuge." When Shen Yu heard this, she felt helpless immediately. It seemed that the zombies really appeared, so she could only say, "Got it, I'll do it right away." Shen Yu looked at her mother and said in a low voice, "I'm going out again to evacuate the crowd. You should stay at home. It's safe at home. Forget it. I'll go with you, and I can help you at critical moments." Li Ping didn't want to stay at home, because in her opinion, protecting her daughter was much more important than her own safety. Shen Yu obviously didn't want her mother to follow her into danger. After all, she took the risk to evacuate the crowd by herself, hoping to have a better future in the future. If she showed herself in times of crisis, her superiors would definitely see what she had done, but her mother wouldn't time to do these things. Of course, Li Ping is also afraid of danger, but considering her daughter's danger, she can't be timid, so she insisted on her decision. Shen Yu and Li Ping drank a few sips of porridge hastily, and then went to the street to continue to evacuate the crowd. The power of the trampled by the crowd is not small. In yesterday's chaos, more than 1,000 old people and children were trampled to death. Continuing the chaos will definitely cause trouble to the soldiers outside the city at this time. Everyone has a doubt in their hearts, that is, where did the zombies come from? Doesn't it mean that the sewers are all blocked? Wei Leixin also didn't understand how the zombies appeared. Obviously last night, the guards said that the zombies had been killed, but at this moment, the zombies appeared again in Rongcheng, which is simply unbelievable. The following report was more straightforward: the zombies are all mutated by humans. The clothes on these zombies are relatively clean, and they are all ordinary zombies. It can be confirmed that they've just mutated. Wei Leixin gritted his teeth and asked, "Didn't you say you checked carefully? Even if zombies were infected in the crowd, it couldn't be so fast, right? Can tens of thousands of zombies appear overnight?" The communication soldier said carefully, "After the chaos yesterday, many people hid in the factory where no one was working, so the guards did not find these people. As a result, last night, these people who were hiding in the factory were arrested. The zombies bit me, and no one was able to pass on the news. It's over, it's over." Wei Leixin despaired for a while, sitting on a chair, and couldn't stand up for a long time. The communications soldier didn't understand why the general said that. Obviously the guards can still fight, and the zombies that appear in the city are all ordinary zombies. As long as these people don't affect the soldiers who are fighting, they won't affect the defense line. Things don't seem to be in danger this far, do they? However, then the headquarters called and said straightforwardly, "General Wei, please hand over the command to the deputy general. The headquarters will dispatch a new commander to only fight in Rongcheng. In addition, the Guanzhong area has mobilized 5,000 elite soldiers. Soldiers and 300 fighter jets came to fight in Rongcheng. In this defensive battle of Rongcheng, your actions disappointed the headquarters." Wei Leixin nodded in agreement. He knew that his life was over. Originally, as long as he survived this zombie crisis safely, he would be able to rise to the top. Who would have thought that there would be large-scale zombies appearing in the city one after another? Being constantly pushed forward, he must take responsibility for the situation in Rongcheng at this moment. The communications soldier realized that what the general said was over. It wasn't that Rongcheng was over, but his life was over. Lieutenant General Zhu Mingli took over the task of commanding the battle at this time. As for General Wei, he could only leave the command room regretfully. He didn't understand why at this time he was able to successfully recover the entire city of Rong. With more than 10,000 people, 15,000 people are hard to hold even 7 lines of defense? Is the mutation of zombies so terrifying? Zhu Mingli also understood at this time that he was only temporarily appearing as a commander. When the manpower dispatched by the headquarters arrives, his mission will be over. Therefore, he only needs to do one thing, that is, before the support from the headquarters arrives, defend Rongcheng and ensure that the last line of defense will not be breached. In fact, when the army regained Rongcheng, there was not enough time for the zombies to mutate, so the soldiers basically faced ordinary zombies, and even the mutated zombies did not meet a few, and even if they did, they could be eliminated with bullets. So in the battle at that time, You can chop melons and chop vegetables to eliminate zombies, and then attack everywhere to save people and resume production. But at this time, the Corpse King appeared. The zombies have the leadership ability, and the number of mutant zombies has increased. So soldiers need to beware of dangers that may arise at any time. All in all, scattered zombies are not scary, but they are just a little more in number. But once the Corpse King appears among the zombies, everything will be different, and the zombies will be controlled by the Corpse King to attack in an orderly manner. The zombies that form the tide will come like a tide, without giving others a chance to defeat them. Moreover, as time goes by, more mutations will appear among the zombies. Zhu Mingli told the soldiers on the front line not to evacuate the line of defense no matter what they encountered. Even if they died, they would die on the line of defense. In addition, the tens of thousands of zombies in the city quickly mobilized the guards, equipped with machine guns, quickly blocked the streets, and killed all zombies. Are all stuck in the outer city, and the zombies cannot continue to penetrate deep into the city's belly. The 1,000 guards have been fighting all night, and they are very tired, but now that the enemy is in front of them, they don't even have time to sleep, so they can only fight with their spirits. According to Zhu Mingli's command, the streets it was blocked in an instant, and a dozen people with a machine gun could hold a street. The zombies charged towards the blockade of the street. The guards only need to keep shooting, and they can kill all the zombies rushing up. The zombies in the city are all ordinary zombies. As long as they are hit on the body, they will be severely injured immediately. The lighter zombies had their limbs broken, and the heavier ones were shot to death on the spot. The emergence of heavy machine guns quickly changed the occupation. Tens of thousands of zombies were firmly blocked in the direction of the outer city, and the situation in the city gradually stabilized. However, more than 1,000 people are still too few. Zombies are everywhere like mercury, and as long as they catch a person, they will bite them immediately, and they must be infected into zombies. Therefore, zombies have been wreaking havoc in the outer city. Those who failed to escape had to hide at home and tremble, waiting for someone to come to the rescue. At this time, they seem to have returned to the time when the zombies just broke out more than 2 months ago. Shen Yu stayed on the street in fear, looking carefully at everything around her. She could only call people to take refuge in a nearby park. She saw many children who were separated from their parents and could only stand on the side of the road and cry. Parents want to look back for their children, but they are pushed forward by the flow of people, and it is impossible to get to their children. Shen Yu had no choice but to let these children stand by her side, hoping that after the chaos was over, she could take these children to find their families. However, at this moment, a large wave of zombies appeared. Hundreds of zombies rushed along the street. He Liping said quickly, "Let's run too." Shen Yu nodded blankly, and quickly fled with the children. She still had a kitchen knife in her hand, but she didn't have the courage to fight at all. She didn't dare to face so many zombies. The group of people was chased by hundreds of zombies like this. Shen Yu and He Liping mother and daughter were running with a dozen children. The speed of the children was really too slow. Start crying. A stronger zombie rushed to the front and bent over to bite the little boy. At this time, his face was extremely ferocious, and the little boy could only cry helplessly. Shen Yu turned around and saw this scene, suddenly turned around and rushed over, swinging the kitchen knife in her hand. In an instant, the knife in her hand chopped off the zombie's head, then grabbed the little boy and was about to run away. But at this time the zombie already surrounded. Shen Yu saw so many zombies rushing towards him, so he could only crouch down and hug the little boy, hoping that he could protect him more. He Liping yelled, "Help! Help!" At this time, He Liping felt regretful in her heart. She was thinking that if she had been firmer and persuaded her daughter at the beginning, she would not be in danger now. At this time, she is a long way away from her daughter, and it is impossible to save her up. However, it seemed that He Liping's cry for help had worked. A person covered in flames appeared and rushed to Shen Yu's side in an instant, killing all the surrounding zombies one by one. After that, instead of retreating, he rushed towards hundreds of zombies. The flames on his body became thicker and thicker, and the blue flames made the air heat up. Xiao Sheng didn't expect at this time that there were hundreds of zombies rushing so deep into the city, and now he just wanted to kill them all. Hundreds of zombies ignored Xiao Sheng and wrapped Xiao Sheng in it. They were all ordinary zombies, and they couldn't see Xiao Sheng's terror at all. If they were mutated zombies, they would have already escaped by now. Shen Yu stared blankly at Xiao Sheng. She did not expect to see this man covered in flames again. She was rescued by him just last night, and now she has met him. Could it be that this is fate? Shen Yu thought in her heart. At this moment, she was very moved. She was rescued twice by the same man, and her heart was full of expectations, and after Xiao Sheng was surrounded by zombies, he calmly accumulated blue flames around him. The appearance of these flames made it impossible for zombies to get close, and his hands would be burned if they reached out, so he could only surround Xiao Sheng. It cannot cause effective damage when the blue flame has formed a fireball with a diameter of 2 meters. The fireball erupts instantly, and small fireballs fly out one by one. As long as the zombies touch the fireball, they will be covered in flames all over their bodies. In less than a minute, the zombies, all of them, turned into pyromen. None of the hundreds of zombies survived. Although there are many zombies, their combat effectiveness is worrying. In front of the supernatural beings, they have no ability to resist at all. Shen Yu stood up. She regained her composure, walked slowly to Xiao Sheng's side, and said with a smile, "Thank you. What's your name?" "I'm Shen Yu. Thank you for saving me twice, Xiao." Sheng's face turned pale, and he thought silently, the pretend is too much, and the physical exertion is really too great. From now on, we should honestly kill zombies with knives. The method of killing hundreds of zombies in one breath just now was Xiao Sheng's unique move, which was particularly exhausting, but now that Xiao Sheng saw the look of anticipation on Shen Yu's face, he also felt that the efforts just now were worthwhile. At least he got looking at the blue eyes of the beautiful woman. He smiled and replied, "I am Xiao Sheng. Hello, Xiao." Sheng stretched out his hand to confront Shen Yu, and then he took the initiative to send Shen Yu away from the street. As for him, he would continue to kill zombies after arriving at a safe place. Shen Yu looked at Xiao Sheng's leaving back thoughtfully, but this expression fell into the eyes of Yu Liping, who was on the side, and instantly understood. It seemed that her daughter already had a sweetheart. Afterwards, Yu Liping came over and said with a smile, "If you like it, you have to say it. Look at your brother, he found a wife before you, and you can't fall behind. Don't talk nonsense, I'm just grateful to him." Shen Yu said in a low voice. While speaking, Shen Yu lowered her head, and her drooping hair could hardly conceal the blush on her face at this moment. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163. The thieves take advantage of the fire to rob. Shen Feng led people to attack the corpse wave from the West City. Looking around, the mountains and plains outside the city are densely packed with zombies. At this time, the zombies are attacking Rongchang frantically. Shooting, the intensive firepower kept all the zombies out of the city. As long as there were no accidents, it was impossible for the zombies to take a step closer to the defense line. The city also fired shells all over the sky, and began to bombard the zombies. As soon as a shell falls, a circular area with a diameter of 10 meters can be cleared in an instant, and at least dozens of zombies can be killed. When the powerful shell hits the ground, it directly lifts a layer of soil on the ground, and hundreds of zombies are killed by the shell. Death, in addition to the shrapnel produced by the shell when it exploded, it will also produce a shock wave. Zombies who are very close to the explosion will have their internal organs shattered. The formation of zombies is too dense, so that a random shell can take away the lives of many zombies. In the face of modern weapons, the crowd tactics seem to be useless. The shells fell like raindrops, killing all the zombies close to the defense line. However, the tide of zombies was too huge. Thousands of zombies were killed every minute, but for more than 3 million zombies, these losses were completely can be tolerated, because the corpses of the zombies killed a few days ago are gone, and all of them were eaten by the zombies as dry food. The zombies killed today will also become the rations of other zombies. Looking at the hundreds of thousands of zombies outside the West City, Shen Feng felt a headache. How could he kill so many zombies? The command center didn't give any specific advice. He only said to fire the cannon outside the city. To attract more than 100,000 zombies to chase after them, they will have to run away. At that time, Guo Pinming stood aside. He was originally the minister of Luzhao who led 1,000 people, but in the previous battle with the mutated plants, he led 1,000 people to set off without permission, and was surrounded by dozens of tree men, which eventually led to the death of his subordinates. The soldiers were basically killed, and a small number of those who survived were filled into the city defense army led by Chu Qiaoyan and Yang Chang's personal guard army. In other words, the current Guo Pinming is just an empty frame without soldiers under him. Although he is a minister, he is more like a big soldier. Guo Pinming didn't care about this. What he wanted most was to kill zombies. As long as he could kill zombies, it didn't matter if he was a soldier all the time. However, Guo Pinming would always think of those comrades who were taken away by him and shot to death by tree men. They died miserably. Many of them couldn't even find their bodies, and many of them couldn't even bring their ashes back. Every time he thinks of this, he can't calm down for a long time. He wanted to apologize with death, but Shen Feng persuaded him to continue fighting. In the end, Guo Pinming could only spend every minute in torment. He didn't want to think about the scene where his comrades were killed by tree people, but these pictures would always appear in his mind, and he wanted to find something to divert his attention, but he found that he seemed to be unable to do anything other than stand blankly. Yang Chang walked slowly to Guo Pinming's side, handed over a bottle of water, and said, "Don't be so sad, it's a good thing you're still alive, Guo." Pinming lowered his head and said sadly, "I survived, but my comrades died, and all of this was caused by my wrong decision. I wanted to quickly get rid of the fog, therefore, when I heard about the emergence of mutated plants, I hoped to kill them, but unexpectedly, I almost killed the city lord." Don't think about these things. It wasn't all good for you to fight the tree people at that time. Yang Chang said with a smile, "At least the rest of us escaped from the fog smoothly, and we also found the origin of the mutated plants. Lao Jiao, without your sacrifices, we would not have won the final victory. Besides, you are now a tier 3 supernatural user, and everyone envies you." Yang Chang originally hated Guo Pinming very much, thinking that he did not obey orders at critical moments and acted without authorization. But later he found out that Guo Pinming's whole family was dead, either turned into zombies or eaten by zombies. A man in his 40s was left alone overnight, so he hated zombies. Now, looking at Guo Pinming's depression, Yang Chang wanted to enlighten him, so he pointed to the wave of zombies in front of him and asked, "Old Guo, do these zombies look like rats running for their lives?" When Guo Pinming heard this, he replied disappointedly, "Yeah, it's like rats. A group of rats who killed thousands of dollars, ate the food that belonged to us, killed our compatriots, and continued to cause disasters." World. Yang Chang continued, "Then don't forget, these rats are sterile, and zombies don't know anything except the most basic instinct of seeking advantages and avoiding disadvantages, so victory must belong to us. Yes, don't lose your fighting spirit." Hearing this, Guo Pinming couldn't help but smiled helplessly, and said, "Don't worry, I can still persevere. Even if I die, I will die on the battlefield, or after all the zombies are dead, I will die. Choose to die." In fact, Yang Chang didn't want to see his former companion so disappointed, so he could only slightly comfort Guo Pinming. Now that he found that Guo Pinming didn't want to die wholeheartedly, he felt relieved. The corpse wave in the west of the city was flanked by artillery fire, and it was in a state of chaos. No matter where in the corpse wave, shells could appear. As a result, the west city became extremely chaotic, and there was no rhythm of attack at all. However, the other 3 zombies from all directions are still madly attacking Rongchang. Suddenly, there was a change in the corpse tide. Tens of thousands of zombies appeared, separated from the corpse tide, and came towards Shen Feng. Chu Qiaoyan quickly looked at Shen Feng and asked, "Shall we run?" Shen Feng roughly estimated the number of zombies, and replied, "Don't run, we can deal with tens of thousands of zombies. Now that the ammunition is sufficient, these zombies can't rush over." Afterwards, Shen Feng began to set up the battlefield. Now that the crisis in Rongchang has not been resolved, he must not retreat. Moreover, 2,000 soldiers are enough to deal with these zombies. It may take a long time to fight, but as long as they can distract the zombies, then no problem. The last line of defense in Rongchang was firmly defended. However, tens of thousands of zombies in the urban area were still raging. After realizing that they could not rush into the depths of the city, the zombies rushed towards the defense line outside the city. These zombies seemed to be to break through the line of defense from the rear. The soldiers had to allocate 1/3 of their forces to deal with the enemies that appeared behind them. Fortunately, at this time, 4 young people appeared. The one standing in the front was a strong woman who looked to be in her 30s and was wearing a military uniform. Suddenly, a 1-meter-thick earth wall rose from the ground, directly blocking the zombies. Of course, this woman is one of the 6 superpowers of the supernatural administration. Her name is Qin Qa. Her supernatural power is to control the soil. She can change the terrain in a short time, but the efficiency is not particularly high. Physical strength is particularly serious, so under normal circumstances she will not change the terrain during combat. After using the power, Qin Kui fell to the ground. Another girl in her 20s quickly supported her and asked with concern, "Sister Qin, how are you doing, Qin?" Kui said weakly, "I built a 10-kilometer-long low wall in one go. I exhausted my energy too much. I can't hold it." It turned out that Qin Kui had exhausted his energy just now and built a 10-kilometer low wall outside the city. In this way, the zombies could not rush over in a short time, and the soldiers who could not threaten the defense line, as long as the defense line was not breached, Rongcheng would be destroyed. "There will be no danger at this time." Feng Qinghao stood up and said loudly, "That's enough, leave it to us, Feng." Qinghao waved his arm and controlled the lake water in the nearby park to fly over. After splashing on the ground, a muddy dirt road was formed in an instant. The zombies rushed towards the direction, as if they wanted to break through the outer defense line. This is the location of the East City. There are more than 800,000 zombies outside the city. Once the defense line is broken, these zombies will be unstoppable. The zombie stepped on the muddy road, and his footsteps became staggering. Feng Qinghao used the lake water to create a swamp. As long as enough water is infiltrated into the soil, a muddy swamp can only be created in a short time. The zombie wants to. It is not so easy to rush to the vicinity of the defense line. Then, Yu Hengai said, "I'm going to cast a supernatural power. You all stand back a little, so as not to affect you." The other three quickly retreated tens of meters to ensure that they would not be disturbed by this guy's abilities. Yu Hengai then used his ability. Boom! The ground around Yu Hengai suddenly sank. The surrounding zombies fell down instantly, and fell deeply into the swamp. Cracks appeared on the dirt wall that was made with great difficulty before, and it seemed that they would be destroyed at any time. May collapse. The other three knew that this was Yu Hengai's ability to control gravity. The zombies trapped in the swamp were either drowned in the mud and eventually suffocated to death, or they couldn't bear the strong gravity. Their internal organs ruptured, and they were crushed to death by their own weight. Yu Hengai walked around the earthen wall and finally killed more than 10,000 zombies. Seeing this situation, Feng Qinghao couldn't help but said, "The cooperation of the few of us is invincible. Let's go and kill the zombies." Zombies must be exterminated, otherwise, they will spread in the city if you are not careful. Zhang Zi said quickly. Her brows were furrowed. She basically killed all the zombies that came in from outside the city yesterday, but she didn't expect that overnight afterwards, tens of thousands of zombies appeared in the city again. They were like night grass, reborn in the spring breeze. Zhang Zi's ability is ice. Although she can make ice cubes, it is too troublesome. There is not enough water here. Even if ice cubes are made, the lethality is limited, so she didn't do it this time. The four of them were about to leave the line of defense immediately, and went to other places in the city to continue killing zombies. Now, the crisis of the line of defense in Dongcheng was resolved. However, at this moment, a person carrying a camera and a reporter appeared and hurriedly said, "Can I interview you? Can you tell me about the situation in Rongcheng?" I have to say that the reporters are still very dedicated, even in today's precarious moment. They still haven't forgotten to interview. Zhang Zi replied, "We will hold the line of defense. No matter how many zombies rush over, they will be killed by us." After speaking, the four of them ignored the interview and quickly left Rongcheng, driving to other zombie-infested areas. Seeing this scene, the reporter couldn't help admiring to the camera. This is the responsibility that the army should have. I believe that with everyone's joint efforts, Rongcheng will be able to defend in the end. Zombies can't break through the defense line. Residents need not panic because our military is fighting hard. At this time, the reporter is still very responsible to stay on the front line to report. Although he knows that there may not be many people paying attention to the program. After all, a large number of residents in the city are evacuating, and most of them have no time to watch, but the interviews that should be done still need to be done. Yes, maybe we can capture the turning point of the battle. In a rental house on the edge of the city, more than 40 people were crowded together, and one of the leaders was giving a lecture to the people below. The so-called success study is how to become a successful person. I think I'm lying, but I can tell you very responsibly that the end is coming, which happens to be a good opportunity for us to succeed. The difference is whether you dare to do it or not. Others could only stare blankly at the teacher lecturing in front of the small blackboard, feeling dubious in their hearts. Many people suspected that they had entered a pyramid scheme, but at this time they were persuaded by this successful master, because this master described a wonderful scene. Do you know? In many cities, many people have set up their own bases. You can get what you want. A villa of 400 square meters can be easily owned. You can have as many other handsome men and women as you want. Those who are in power here are the real winners, and the life that was once unimaginable is now in front of you. Do you want it? Answer me loudly, do you want it? The teacher asked loudly on the stage. Think. The people below shouted one after another. The master of success continued to brainwash the following people, saying, this world is a world where the weak prey on the strong. If you want to become strong, you need to use any means. Because of this, those in power in the private base have whatever they want, and the beauties can be replaced every night. Gourmet food can be obtained anytime and anywhere. Are they really better than us? Not necessarily. The most important thing for these people to succeed is to use unscrupulous means. The subject changed, and the master continued, now, there is an opportunity to become a successful person in front of your eyes. Do you want it? Applause if you want it. I don't need you to give me money. I only need your money now. Applause. I will tell you the method directly. Hearing that they want to know that this method does not cost money, everyone immediately became excited and applauded quickly. The master pointed to the empty street outside the window, and said loudly, now, the opportunity is in front of you, everyone just go and get what belongs to you. Food, or gold and silver, or other precious electrical appliances. What do you want? Take whatever. This seems like a robbery, right? A man asked cautiously. The master immediately pointed his finger over and said loudly, look, everyone, it is such a person. It is impossible to become a successful person. As I said, a successful person will use any means. Why can people outside Rongcheng have their own base? Why can you change handsome men and beautiful women casually? They are all unscrupulous. Now that the army is fighting outside, no one can stop you from taking things. Besides, there is a saying that the law does not punish the masses, so what if the army finds out? As long as the robbery, there are enough people who can kill you. As soon as this remark came out, everyone echoed it. Of course, the people gathered in the rented house could not be educated people. The young people had already been conscripted into the army to serve as soldiers. Basically, they all went to other provinces to kill zombies and reclaim the city. So among the dozens of people present, none of them stood up to expose the true face of this success master. Afterwards, dozens of people rushed out of the rental house, smashed the surrounding shops and houses, and rushed in to grab whatever they saw. At this moment, they only remembered this rule: if you want to succeed, you must do whatever it takes. Chapter 164 Reduction to Hell on Earth. Dozens of people rushed out of the rental house and started smashing many surrounding shops and houses. After rushing in, they packed up valuables and took them away. What is the most valuable in troubled times? Of course it was food and gold, so these people rushed into a room and started looting. As long as there was food, they would immediately put it in bags and take it away. If there was gold and silver, they would also take it with them. The name of the master of success is Wang Xiao. Before the doomsday, he made a living by deceiving people, and his speaking skills had already been perfected. At this time, he had a warm smile on his face, but he thought in his heart, a group of idiots, just do whatever you want. I lied to you with just a few words, and just let you guys honestly play the striker for me, and when it's almost done, I'll just walk away. This guy actually wants to fish in troubled waters. He doesn't care whether ordinary people are happy and stable. He just hopes that the situation will become more and more chaotic so that he can continue to make ends meet. If the situation is not chaotic now, then create chaos. Of course, the dozens of people who were inside it didn't think about it carefully. If what Wang Xiao said was really about success, why didn't he succeed? Why is he still living in the rental house now? It seems that the most valuable thing on him is that neat suit, right? However, if these people really had brains, they wouldn't believe in success studies. The dozens of people who started looting had no time to think about these problems. They had already fallen into madness at this time. After the end came, they lost too many things. Their wealth is also useless because of the collapse of the currency. Now, they have nothing, so what is there to be afraid of? So, if you want something, just take it away. Boom. A heavy iron door was kicked open. Hiding in the room was a mother and son. At this moment the two hugged each other, tremblingly looking at the looters. Where is the food? Where are the valuables? The leader was a big man, who caught the child and began to question him. The boy's mother quickly said, "It's in the box under the bed. and it's full of rice I earned from part-time jobs. You must not hurt my son, fuck you. The leading man threw the boy aside, found the box under the bed, opened it, and found that there were a lot of rice in it, so he put it in the bag and left. In troubled times, the most valuable thing is food. After all, food can keep people alive, but money can't even buy a cabbage. This is the last ration for our mother and child. Please leave some for us. If there is no food, we can't live. The mother began to beg, hoping that the other party could leave some food for herself. After the outbreak of zombies, the food will be gone. It has become the most precious thing. Even if it is a part-time job, it is settled with grain. This box of rice does not seem to be much, but it has been accumulated by this mother after a month of hard work. Get out. The big man kicked his mother to the ground, turned around and left. Seeing this scene, the others felt less burdened and began to rob one after another. Among them, Wang Xiao also mixed in the crowd and robbed a lot of gold. While robbing, he thought to himself, a bunch of bumpkins really only rob food, but food will get moldy, so it's better to rob gold. The value of gold will be certain in the future. Higher than food. Seeing that his mother was beaten, the little boy rushed up to avenge his mother. He rushed to the robbed man, opened his mouth and bit down on the big man's thigh. Suddenly, the big man was enraged. You forced me. I just wanted to make money before, but now you are looking for death. The big man raised the dagger in his hand and stabbed the little boy. The little boy was killed on the spot, and the mother went crazy when she saw this scene. General rushed up, shouting in his mouth, "Give me back my son, then I'll send you to see him." The big man became ruthless and killed the mother as well. After that, dozens of people frantically robbed the city. No matter what it was, as long as it was valuable, they would take it all away. Anyway, the army is now fighting outside the city, and the guards are also guarding the core area inside the city. It can be said that no one outside the city can stop them. Unknowingly, the team of robbers was growing. Wang Xiao had already robbed a large bag of gold and silver jewelry at this time. When these people joined in, he had no memory at all at this moment. Wang Xiao realized something was wrong, completely wrong. When did so many people join the ranks of robbery? If there were so many people attending the class, I wouldn't have to go hungry. In other words, other people also participated in the robbery originally. Wang Xiao was going to grab it and leave, but now he was surprised to find that the team had grown to hundreds of people at some point, and these people actually started setting fire, and many houses burst into flames. The situation became even more chaotic. Now that the scale has grown, I'd better run away. Wang Xiao found that the situation was gradually getting out of control, and he immediately felt that something was wrong. He just wanted to rob a little gold and silver, but now with many people joining in, confusion has also arisen. He knew that he couldn't stop those crazy people at this time, so he turned and left. Wang Xiao was very unrestrained. He patted his ass and left, leaving hundreds of people robbing on the street, and some people hid in some rooms, using furniture to block the door. No matter who knocked on the door. On the other hand, these hundreds of robbers directly set fire to the door, forcing the people in the house to come out. However, almost all the security forces in Rongcheng are located in the deep part of the city, so there is no people to stop it. At this time, murder and arson have become commonplace. Women and children cry helplessly on the street, and all the previous things in the house are destroyed. Robbing, these people don't understand why everyone is human. Why do others want to rob themselves? Didn't you say that we should help each other? Why are you so ruthless now? A little girl hugged the doll and stood on the street crying loudly. There was a man lying beside her. He had been stabbed many times, and now he fell dead on the ground. This man was her father, and she could only cry weakly. The sound of crying was not loud, and was covered by the surprised cheers of the robbers at this time. Many blocks on the edge of the city have become crazy, and this crazy emotion is contagious. Tens of thousands of people joined the ranks of looting, and the doors of countless rooms were kicked open. The survivors saw this scene and could only hide in the corner, trembled, hoping not to be hurt. Some people stood up to resist, but the number of people who robbed was too many. In the end, these people were also killed, and the rest did not dare to come forward. They could only let a group of crazy people rob their belongings, and then they were kicked out of their homes. Their houses were set on fire, and they could only stand on the street and howl helplessly. The fire is getting bigger and bigger. It is only a small matter that a room is burned, but when the houses in the community are burned down one after another, things have become more and more uncontrollable. Black smoke flew into the sky, staining the original blue sky black. Robbery, murder, and arson were common in the outer urban areas at this time. More and more people joined them. When the zombies were gradually eliminated, these people appeared, start doing bad things. It seems that the law does not blame the public, so they willfully vent the pressure in their hearts at the moment when 3 million zombies surround Rongcheng. Many people spend every day with fear and pain in their hearts. At this time, when they find that no one cares about robbery, murder and arson, most people go crazy. Since no one cares about these things now, why not have a good time and vent all the fear and depression before? Moreover, it may be possible to take advantage of the current chaos to get more, such things as fishing in troubled waters. A group of people seem to be self-taught, and they understand everything in an instant. Zhu Mingli has been listening to various reports from below. He was relieved when he found that the zombies outside the city could not break through the final defense, and the guards were also eliminating the zombies in the city. In this way, it must be possible. Those who hold on will definitely be able to wait for the support from Guansong. At that time, a group of new troops will join in, and the situation will be stable. However, at this time, Zhu Mingli suddenly heard that there were riots in some places in the outer urban area, and thousands of people began to loot the nearby blocks. He had nothing to do about it, because he had no extra power in his hands. In the end, Zhu Mingli said tremblingly, "Let the guards continue to block the block, and no one is allowed to enter the city. Right now, we can only wait until the support from Guansong arrives." When Zhu Mingli gave such an order, Staff Li immediately stood up and asked in disbelief, "How can this be done? This is equivalent to letting it go, and the outer city will become more and more chaotic. At that time, those mobs will become more and more chaotic. If there are too many, the city will be more chaotic. There is no other way." Zhu Mingli said loudly, "Now the army is blocking the zombies outside, the guards are killing the zombies that appear in the city, and even the supernatural beings have already set off. We don't have the extra power to take care of these things already. Do you want me to mobilize troops outside the city to counter the rebellion, Staff?" Officer Li opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. It was indeed the case, and now there was no extra power to quell the rebellion in the city. How long will it take for the support from Guansong to arrive? The staff officer asked in a low voice. "There is still an hour to go, and the 5,000 reinforcements will arrive first by plane, and the fighter jets will not appear until evening." Zhu Mingli replied helplessly. The implication is that within an hour, no one will solve the chaos in the outer urban area. I don't know how many people will die in this hour. It's just ridiculous that the current chaos is not caused by zombies, but erupts within the human being itself. The people in the command center were all silent after learning about the chaos in the outer city. Of course they didn't want to sit idly by, but right now the forces in Rongcheng are dealing with the threat posed by the zombies, and they don't have any extra power to fight a group of thugs. Therefore, everyone is powerless to deal with the current situation, continue to work in silence, and continue to fight against the zombies at the same time. Shen Feng led people to deal with the tens of thousands of zombies who came to harass them. Shen Feng blindfolded everyone, and then cast a supernatural power. Taking advantage of this opportunity, more than 2,000 soldiers all began to charge, and their rifles fired wildly, killing all the zombies that rushed over today. The 2,000 soldiers under Shen Feng are all evolutionists, and their physical strength and speed have been improved a lot. Therefore, when charging, these soldiers did not hesitate at all. Thousands of zombies have been defeated. Although the number of bullets consumed is relatively large, it is worthwhile to consume these bullets to deal with the zombies that threaten the artillery. Suddenly, Shen Feng saw flames appearing in the city in the distance, and there seemed to be smoke flying into the sky. Seeing this situation, he suddenly felt puzzled. Why was there flames in the city? Could it be that the zombies in the city can't be stopped? Thinking of this, Shen Feng said to Chu Qiaoyan and Yang Chang, "You stay here and continue to protect the artillery. If there are too many zombies, you should retreat. I will go to Rongcheng." After Shen Feng saw the flames and black smoke in the city, he was very worried about the situation at home. Therefore, Shen Feng was going to go to the city to have a look. Chu Qiaoyan nodded and said, "Okay, remember to greet your parents for me." "Why? Does it sound like a curse word?" Shen Feng couldn't help complaining when he heard Chu Qiaoyan's words. Greeting parents has two meanings, either a real greeting or an insult. He can only speak Chinese. The charm of the book is here, and it needs to be combined with the context to figure it out afterwards. Shen Feng galloped in the direction of Rongcheng. When passing the tide of corpses, Shen Feng directly stepped on the heads or shoulders of the zombies. His speed was so fast that even an evolutionary could only watch seeing an afterimage. It disappeared in a blink of an eye. At this time, Shen Feng used a company like the wind, and he really turned into the wind. During this period, no zombies could find Shen Feng. At most, they found that they had been stepped on. After a moment, nothing can be seen. Shen Feng's advance towards Rongcheng will not be discovered by zombies and humans, but he was captured by radar. The radar found that someone was rushing towards Rongcheng, so he immediately reminded the soldiers below to pay attention to this. Such a fast action, could it be as a new type of zombie appeared? Hundreds of soldiers looked towards Shen Feng's direction, ready to set fire to kill him instantly, but at this moment, everyone realized that it seemed that the ones rushing out of the corpse tide were not zombies, but human beings. Chapter 165 Support in Guansong. After Shen Feng appeared, he quickly dodged the attacks of various zombies, and rushed into Rongcheng at an extremely fast speed, and the time he consumed was only 5 minutes. Today, Shen Feng's speed is comparable to the fastest sports car in the world. Shen Feng feels that his speed can still break through, and maybe eventually, his speed can reach the speed of sound. Shen Feng passed through the tide of corpses and entered the defense line. At this time, he closed the Wind King barrier. Now he needs to talk to someone, so he directly revealed his identity. I am one of my own, and I am going to the city now. Understood the situation, goodbye. The frontline commander had no time to stop him, so he could only watch Shen Feng disappear in the blink of an eye. At this moment, he had to sigh, it's so fast, it's like a ghost. Of course, the most fortunate thing is that the person with such agility is not a zombie, otherwise, the defense line may be breached at this time. Shen Feng was going to go home to have a look. If the family members were fine, then he would continue to go out of the city to fight. However, after Shen Feng walked into the city, he was suddenly shocked by the scene in front of him, because he saw people coming and going on the street, all smashing doors crazily. Some people were still holding torches to light the fire. The whole city seems to be going crazy. How could this happen? Why are these people making trouble? Shen Feng stared blankly at the scene in front of him. Before entering Rongcheng, he always thought that the chaos in Rongcheng must be caused by zombies, but now it seems that this is not the case at all at this time. Many people in the street were carrying bags of various sizes on their backs. Some of the pockets had loopholes, and a lot of rice noodles leaked out of them. What's more, they are still moving electrical appliances, whether it is a rice cooker or a computer host, they are all moving. At this time, it is not the city in Shen Feng's memory at all. In his memory, no matter how annoying the neighbors are, they just like to gossip, and they just like to take advantage of small things. So crazy, robbery, set fire? This is not something that the people in Rongcheng can do. In his memory there are men and women who smashed and looted. As long as they are valuable things, they will take them away, and there are many vulnerable people on the street crying with their heads in their arms. These people can only watch helplessly as their property is taken away. But did not dare to stop them, because those who dared to come forward to stop them had already fallen to the ground and died. Today, many corpses on the ground were basically killed because they stopped these people from robbing. Shen Feng walked up to a crying girl who was holding a doll, and asked in a low voice, "Little sister, where's your family?" The little girl looked up at Shen Feng, pointed timidly at the corpse on the ground not far away, and cried while crying, "My father is here, he was beaten to death by them. Where's your mother?" Shen Feng continued to ask, "It disappeared 2 months ago, and I don't know where my mother went." The little girl holding the doll looked only 5 or 6 years old. She answered Shen Feng with innocent words, and after hearing this answer, "Shen Feng, there was a moment of sadness in my heart. I didn't expect that the world is so chaotic, and now a well-behaved little girl has become an orphan so easily." Shen Feng stood up blankly, looked at the chaotic scene on the street, and whispered to himself, "Didn't it mean that the end is coming, so we should unite? Why are you still doing evil?" Shen Feng seemed to be questioning others, as well as himself, but now that no one answered his question, he could only find the answer by himself. He slowly pulled out a steel pipe around his waist. Looking at the chaotic streets, he understood that not everyone has a kind heart. The wind and rain are creating chaos and profiting for themselves, so these people should not exist, because they hurt everyone's interests. There is no world of peace, so I will create a world of peace. Shen Feng rushed out, the steel pipe in his hand flying, and at this moment, These people making trouble in the city are his enemies. Even if they are human beings, there is no need to exist at this time. Shen Feng will break the legs of all robbers he sees. If he finds that someone is killing someone, he will directly and decisively kill the person on the spot. Shen Feng thought that there was a clear distinction between grievances and grievances. If he just committed the crime of robbery, he could just break his legs and wait for the follow-up disposal. But the guy who murdered and set fire must be killed, so that the chaos cannot continue to expand. In the past, Shen Feng felt that it was wrong to kill people, because they were all of the same kind. If there was no distinction between the enemy and the enemy, they would be no different from zombies, because zombies could also bite their own kind. But now, Shen Feng suddenly found out, some people are damned. People infected by the zombie virus can't distinguish between good and bad, so the good people are killed, and the bad people are also killed, but the remaining people, who are still alive in the world, also have evil people. Soldiers are sacrificing their lives. However, these people took the opportunity to cause chaos. Perhaps, many relatives of soldiers lived in the city. They thought they were defending their homes and the country, but there were so many criminals who were beating, smashing, looting, and even killing people. Set fire. At this time, Shen Feng took the steel pipe and began to subdue the thugs present. He is already a fourth-order supernatural user, and it is not difficult at all to attack a group of ordinary people. After all the legs of the hundreds of people who robbed were broken, Shen Feng continued to walk towards other streets. At this time, his eyes were cold, and he could only use violence to control the thugs, because these people could no longer persuade them. While Shen Feng was stopping the rioters, the plane from Guangzhou finally arrived. Hundreds of military planes landed at the airport, and then 5,000 soldiers quickly gathered at the airport. After counting the number of people, they quickly set off at the designated location. The person sitting on the last helicopter also walked down slowly. The person walking in the front was a fat middle-aged man who looked very kind, and he was the person sent by the headquarters. He will take over the commander of Rongcheng. At this time, his face did not seem to calm down. He just walked behind normally, but many officers standing beside him obviously had ugly faces. The officers were all discussing in low voices. It was originally planned to recover all the areas in Guangzhou, but something happened in Rongcheng, so the plan had to be postponed. I don't know if we can attack zombies in winter. I am really involved. That's right. It's just adding to the chaos. Isn't it just 3 million zombies? They have been broken through 6 lines of defense one after another. I really don't know how to fight. I think there's still a problem with Rongcheng's positioning. It originally existed as a rear area, so there are no weapons of mass destruction left. Now that the zombies from Yeshao have arrived, they were caught off guard. That's not a reason. Which one of us is fighting with insufficient troops? Haven't we still defeated millions of zombies? At this time, Bateng, the leader, turned his head back, with a smile on his fat face, but what he said was extremely cold. You all have opinions. I want to know, each of you, did you all defeat 4 million zombies in the defensive battle? At this time, the officers following behind did not dare to speak, because they all knew that General Z was already losing his temper. Bateng's voice suddenly became softer at this time. So, don't say these gossips anymore. It is not conducive to unity, and the most important thing now is to eliminate the 3 million zombies outside the city. Confident, after that, Bateng was ready to quickly support the defense line outside the city. However, at this time, news came from the command center in Rongcheng that many thugs appeared on the edge of the city. All of them were beating, smashing and looting. Thousands of people have been victimized because of this, and many buildings are still on fire. If the fire is not extinguished in time, I am afraid that these flames will burn several streets. Hearing the news, Bateng said with a smile, it seems that we have to put down the rebellion before killing the zombies. Speaking of which, it's a troubled time now. After finishing speaking, Bateng told the soldiers to change direction and set off in all directions to shoot and kill all the rioters on the edge of the city. Whether it was robbery or arson, they would all be shot and killed without mercy. After the reinforcements from Guangzhou arrived, the news of Rongcheng was reported immediately, and a special reporter came to interview, and the TV station quickly let go of the news. Immediately, after learning that the aid had arrived, the people in the city felt relieved. Shen Feng quickly attacked the thugs who robbed them, knocking off their legs. At this time, his eyes were gradually turning red. He did not lose his mind at this time, but was extremely angry. Therefore, In anger when the situation reached the extreme, he rushed out from Sanxiao Street, leaving only groups of thugs behind. However, just as Shen Feng was about to continue to stop the mob, he heard footsteps coming from the direction of the city, and when he turned his head, he saw many soldiers appearing from the city. Shen Feng stepped forward, ready to explain his identity and actions, but when the soldiers saw Shen Feng coming forward, his eyes were red and he was holding a blood-stained steel pipe. A misunderstanding occurred on the spot. "This is a thug, hurry up and shoot." As he said that, dozens of guns were pointed at Shen Feng, and in an instant, these soldiers shot and killed the person in front of them. Shen Feng reacted quickly, jumped up when the gang raised their guns, cast a company like the wind, turned into a black shadow, and kept dodging on the nearby buildings. The soldiers only saw the thugs in front of them disappear in a blink of an eye, and the bullets fired from the rifles obviously missed the opponents. They panicked and quickly took out the walkie-talkie, shouting, "We found that there are people with supernatural powers among the thugs, please support." The soldiers all knew the power of supernatural beings. This kind of people could kill hundreds of people in an instant, and their methods were extremely cruel. Therefore, the soldiers did not dare to neglect, and immediately reported to their superiors, hoping to get support. At this time, Shen Feng stood on top of a tall building and shouted loudly, "I am not a thug, I am Shen Feng, my own people, don't shoot." The soldiers were stunned when they heard Shen Feng's voice, but they still aimed their guns in the direction of Shen Feng, ready to shoot at any time. Soon, a car drove up, and Ziba 10 came forward in person, told the soldiers to put down their guns, and shouted, "Shen Feng, come down, I guarantee your safety, it was all a misunderstanding just now." Shen Feng jumped down from upstairs suspiciously, and asked, "Who are you? We don't know each other, do we?" The soldiers were shocked when they saw Shen Feng jumping from a height of more than 20 meters. They never expected that this man had such strength, and he was fine when he fell from such a high place. Ordinary people tend to sprain their feet when jumping from a height of 2 meters, but the young man on the opposite side jumped from a tall building. His figure is so vigorous that he is simply inhuman. Ziba 10 came up, reached out and patted Shen Feng's shoulder, and said with a smile, "Many people know your name, Shen Feng. Who told you to use cold weapons to recover a city of 1,000,000 people? As for in my case, in the next month, I will be your new boss." Shen Feng didn't expect the other party to be so kind, and couldn't help but feel a little bit of kindness. After all, many soldiers regarded him as an outsider before, and didn't even ask him to discuss with him in meetings. As a result, the other party came up and patted himself on the shoulder. The appearance of an old acquaintance, it seems easy to communicate. Moreover, the meaning of these words is very simple. In the future, the people guarding Rongcheng will be replaced, and Luzhou is within the scope of Sichuan province, which means that the person standing in front of Shen Feng will be his immediate boss in the future. Shen Feng explained, "I came in from outside the city just now and found many thugs burning, killing and looting, so I broke the legs of all the robbers, and now these people are still lying on the street. If you don't believe it, you can go and see. I promise, I didn't hurt any good people." "Of course, I believe what you say, let's go and have a look together." Ziba Teng walked towards the street ahead while smiling, and the soldiers hurriedly followed the protection, for fear that something might happen to the general. At this time, the people on the street were either hugging their legs and moaning, or they were crying loudly on the side of the street. Among these crying people, there were old people and children. In addition, there were some women in disheveled clothes suffered inhuman treatment. Ziba Teng saw this scene. The smile on his face did not change, as if he was used to it. He just turned his head and said to the soldiers, "Except for the survivors, kill all the thugs. Don't ask me for instructions." Upon hearing this, Shen Feng couldn't help but said, "Is this too harsh? Some people just rob, so it shouldn't be a death penalty, right?" Ba Teng looked at Shen Feng and smiled, put his arms around his shoulders and said, "Young man, you still have too little experience. Judging from the timing of these people gathering to make trouble, killing them 10 times is not enough to make up for their mistakes. Do you think that if the soldiers on the front line know that someone is making trouble in the city, will they be worried? Will they feel that their families are in danger?" Yes, Shen Feng answered honestly. In fact, he was also worried about the safety of his family, which is why he entered Rongcheng. Otherwise, he should continue to command a battle outside the city. Ziba Ten continued to put his arms around Shen Feng's shoulders, looking like a teacher teaching students. "You think the crimes of these people are not enough to be sentenced to death, but you ignore one point: the current law is no longer effective. Now is a troubled time, so we should be decisive. I don't have time to distinguish whether these people are murderers or robbers, and I don't need to distinguish, kill them all. It can not only deter criminals, but also give comfort to the families of the victims. Isn't it? Shen Feng nodded in a daze, and said, I understand. At this time, Shen Feng suddenly realized that he seemed too merciful. He didn't directly kill these thugs, but only made them lose their ability to move. It was Ziba-Teng's teaching that he understood what to do, and Ziba-Teng was really like a teacher at this time. Ziba-Teng patted Shen Feng on the shoulder, and said seriously, you should go outside Rongcheng. I promise, with me here, Rongcheng will not be in danger. Besides, the decisive battle is going to be tonight. You take people away from the battlefield, I will show you how soldiers should fight. Shen Feng asked blankly, tonight is the decisive battle? So soon? I'm not ready yet. You don't need to prepare, you just need to sit on the bench and watch the army perform. Ziba-Teng said with a smile. At this time, Shen Feng looked at Ziba-Teng's round face with confidence, and he suddenly couldn't believe it. Now that the situation in Rongcheng is at stake, can the army really solve the battle tonight? In the end, Shen Feng chose to believe General Zi's words, nodded, and replied, then I will wait for the good news. Shen Feng turned and left. At this time, Rongcheng had rescue forces, and it seemed that there was no need to continue to meddle. Moreover, his mother and sister were both in the city at this time, and the chaotic areas had always been in the area around the city. Most of them were not on the city in danger. When Shen Feng left the street, a military officer couldn't help but came up and asked, General, why are you being so nice to this young man? He's not a soldier, so there's no need for such an attitude, right, Ziba-Teng said with a smile, you don't understand this, because he is not one of us. The more I want to treat him well, if I keep alienating blindly, I will only keep him away. If the attitude is good enough, say maybe I can recruit security. Ziba-Teng's meaning is very simple. He doesn't want to confront, but actively strives for people like Shen Feng. If he can be convinced, then Shen Feng will be a great help to the military in the future. Feng will also stay away disheartened if Wei Leixin's strategy is to suppress civil forces. Ziba-Teng's strategy is just the opposite, to recruit civil forces. Chapter 166 The weapon that changes the situation of the battle. Shen Feng left Rongcheng quickly. After using a company like the wind, his speed is so fast that no one can catch up to him, except for bullets. However, Shen Feng only needs to open the Wind King barrier. It can also block the shooting of bullets. After returning to the outside of the city, Shen Feng told his men to prepare to retreat and set up camp on a nearby hill. Wang Yusheng was puzzled and asked, why retreat? Don't we want to contain the tide of corpses? Shen Feng shrugged and said, I don't know if you ask me. Anyway, it's the order from above. It only said that we should find a good place to prepare for the show. It is said that there will be a decisive battle at night, and we don't need to participate. Anyway, this is not what I said. Everyone go to the hill to rest. If these people play off, we will continue to fight. Wang Yusheng didn't believe what Shen Feng said. He felt that Shen Feng was looking for an excuse to be a deserter, so he used the walkie-talkie to ask the command center. Unexpectedly, the command center also said the same, telling them to stay away and be careful not to be accidentally injured. It was only at this time that Wang Yusheng believed that this was an instruction from his superiors, and led his people to retreat slowly. Everyone stationed on a hill 5 kilometers outside the city, put their cars at the foot of the hill, and everyone went up the hill to rest. At this time, after being free, Wang Yusheng suddenly discovered that the 2,000 people under Shen Feng's gang were all evolutionaries. They were basically ordinary people before, but now it seems that it was almost overnight. In a short time, these people have become evolutionaries. All of them are vigorous, like Superman one by one. Could it be the red jelly that I ate last night? Wang Yusheng thought of what he had peeked at last night, and suddenly realized that it turned out that Shen Feng had mastered other evolution methods, so he created such a thing overnight. Many evolvers. Wang Yusheng now understood what Jin Zijia said last night, why he had to take a peek at the risk of provoking Shen Feng, because he wanted to inquire about such important information. If the army also masters this method, wouldn't all soldiers be evolutionaries in the future? Wang Yusheng thought in his heart. In the evening, the roar of the engine came from the distant sky. Shen Feng looked around and could vaguely see some small black spots. It turns out that there are fighter jets coming. Immediately, Shen Feng understood that these fighter jets must be the key to the decisive victory, and he didn't know what kind of weapons were loaded on them, and how powerful they were. Jin Ziji was also sitting in the car and saw this scene. He saw many new fighter jets entering Rongcheng. His face became serious, and he murmured, "The fighter jets are here to support." It seems that the headquarters really attaches importance to the battle in Rongcheng. In other words, the recovery operations in other places have been suspended, and it will take a long time to wipe out the zombies on a large scale. Jin Ziji knows the situation in Rongcheng. As the rear, Rongcheng does not have too many powerful weapons, because these weapons are sent to the eastern region to fight. The eastern region is densely populated, so there are the most zombies. It can be said that, if the eastern plains are not brought down, then the plan to wipe out the zombies will never be considered a success. But now that the fighter jets have been sent to Rongcheng, doesn't it mean that the fighting in the eastern region will be affected? At night, Shen Feng cut down all the trees on the hill to make a fire, and a large group of people had no cotton-padded clothes to wear, so they had to light a fire to keep warm. Shen Feng sat on the trunk of a big tree, looked at Rongcheng in the distance, and thought, when will we be able to see a good show? At this time, Yang Chang brought people back from hunting, and a group of people gave Shen Feng a mutated rabbit. It was a gray rabbit, weighing 50 to 60 kilograms, and its neck was chopped off. It is now dead. There are still rabbits here? Where did you find them? Shen Feng looked at the rabbit caught by Yang Chang, and was very puzzled at this moment. I found it on a nearby mountain. I don't know if it's a wild rabbit or a domestic rabbit. Anyway, it's meat, so don't care. Yang Chang said with a smile. These days, he has been eating white rice and mustard. It's hard. With meat, of course, just eat it. Shen Feng took the rabbit and said with a smile, "Okay, it's time for supper. You can also go to the barbecue." Afterwards, Shen Feng peeled the skin of the rabbit and roasted it on the charcoal fire with a wooden stick. Seeing this scene, Chu Qiaoyan came over with a knife and fork in her hand. It was obvious that she was going to continue eating that, so Chu Qiaoyan has nothing to be ashamed about her inability to cook. She is a child of a wealthy family. Why should she learn to cook? If you have this time, you might as well learn to paint or play the piano. Shen Feng didn't reject Chu Qiaoyan's move either. He was very curious now and didn't know what the fighter jet would do. If it was throwing bombs or strafing from the sky, it probably wouldn't be able to deal with the 3 million zombies. I thought, could it be that it is equipped with a missile? While Shen Feng was grilling, Rongcheng was still resisting the zombies. Millions of zombies rushed towards the city desperately, and the soldiers in Guansong had already come to the front line to support them. They rested for a long time. At this time, it can be said that the dragon is strong and the tiger is fierce. With the addition of a new force, the defense line is immediately relaxed, and it is not so difficult to deal with zombies suddenly. Thousands of flares flew into the sky, and the scene around the city was all illuminated. Although it was not as bright as during the day, the zombies on the ground could already be seen. Suddenly, more than a dozen planes flew out. These dozens of planes were soaring in the sky, and most people really couldn't see them. There is a difference between a fighter jet and an airliner. It is impossible to have lights flashing all over the body. After all, if you want to hide on the battlefield, if the whole body is covered with lights, wouldn't it be discovered early? The fighter jets first came to the direction of the South City, where there are the most zombies, so the pressure on the defense line is also the greatest. In addition, it is the direction of the East City, where the number of zombies is the largest. When the fighter came to the sky hundreds of meters above, it aimed at the place with the most zombies outside the city and dropped the bomb. The pitch-black bomb fell from the sky, but no zombies noticed this. Now, the zombies only need to, if they rush into the city, they can complete their goals and get a steady stream of food. Therefore, the zombies only want to attack, but unexpectedly, the attack has already fallen from the top of their heads. Shen Feng was in the West City, and he didn't see any planes in action in the South City. The night was too dark, so he couldn't see the fighter jets in the sky and the zombies on the ground at all. When the bomb was about to hit the ground, there was an explosion. Sitting on the mountain, Shen Feng suddenly saw a flash of fire in the distance, and a huge explosion appeared at the location of Nancheng. The light shone on the ground, illuminating everything in Nancheng. After more than 10 seconds, the sound of the explosion reached the ears of everyone on the mountain. The area where the explosion exploded was really too large. If it was an ordinary shell explosion, Shen Feng could only see the flickering flames at most when standing on the mountain, and the sound of the explosion was not clear enough. But at this moment, after the explosion occurred, Shen Feng, the hill where Feng was located, also seemed to be trembling. The battle more than 10 kilometers away had already affected the hill. After the 10 bombs fell, they exploded one after another. At the same time, a mushroom cloud slowly rose from the ground, driving up countless smoke and dust. The zombie offensive in Nanchang stopped instantly. Mushroom cloud? This is a nuclear bomb. Shen Feng couldn't help shouting. He never thought that the fighter jet was actually equipped with a nuclear bomb. Isn't it just for cleaning up zombies? As for such a large-scale battle? It is an exaggeration to use nuclear bombs. Bump. This is a cloud bomb. If it was a nuclear bomb, the entire city of Rong would be gone. Can you still sit here and watch a play? Jin Ziju, who was lying on a hammock not far away, sneered. The rest of the people also saw this scene. They could only see 10 small mushroom clouds rising slowly in the south city, and smoke and dust seemed to fill their own side before Jin Ziju opened his mouth. Everyone saw the mushroom cloud and thought it was the military who couldn't resist dropping the nuclear bomb. But now that Jin Ziju said it was the cloud bomb, everyone was finally relieved that it wasn't a nuclear bomb. However, everyone became nervous afterwards. Not only are nuclear bombs so powerful, but cloud bombs are also very powerful. Shen Feng walked up to Jin Ziju with a rabbit leg, and asked, "What is a cloud bomb?" Shen Feng handed the rabbit leg to Jin Ziju, as if he wanted to use food to buy Jin Ziju, but Jin Ziju turned his head at this time, and said arrogantly, "Want to know? Then beg me, a rabbit's leg still can't buy me off." Shen Feng did not speak. He stretched out a hand between Jin Ziju's crotch, grabbed the handle, and said with a smile, "Say it again, you will have no future, Jin." Ziju realized that his lower body was being caught, and his face turned livid. He didn't expect that Shen Feng would use such a low-level method to threaten himself with the happiness of the rest of his life. At this time, he was very worried. Shen Feng was a fourth-order alien. Those who are capable, if they break the handle, won't they become the last eunuch in human history? I think the taste of rabbit legs is also very good. Please relax. Jin Ziju could only succumb at this time, and he also realized that before the injury on his body was fully recovered, he had better not provoke Shen Feng, otherwise, it's just a mouse biting a cat. Die with dignity. Shen Feng stuffed a rabbit leg as thick as a dog's leg into Jin Ziju's hand, and asked, "Please explain the cloud bomb. I have never heard of this thing before, and I have no idea how terrifying it is." Jin Ziju explained, "The cloud bomb is actually not a bomb in the popular sense, because the explosion is not the main purpose. The main purpose is to burn. It is filled with fuel, which burns violently in an instant, and can instantly burn the surrounding area. The oxygen is evacuated. Moreover, high pressure and high temperature zones will be formed later. Within a range of hundreds of meters, it can be said that not a single grass will grow." Hearing this introduction, Shen Feng couldn't help admiring. "My darling, so exaggerated? Is this the weapon used by the army to kill zombies in a large area?" Jin Ziju shook his head lightly, and said, "In my opinion, killing ordinary zombies is only a secondary purpose. The main purpose is to kill the corpse king, because the overpressure zone and high heat zone formed by the cloud bombs are most suitable for attacking fortifications. Corpse the king is probably hiding underground, so the satellites have not been able to find the corpse king, but, with a cloud bomb, hiding underground is useless. Because the overpressure zone and high heat zone can last for a long time, even if they hide underground, they will most likely be roasted." At this time, Shen Feng looked at the dense crowd of zombies, suddenly understood, and murmured, "It seems that it is impossible for the corpse king to win by numerical advantage. The zombies will be wiped out sooner or later." After saying this, Jin Ziju also agreed, and replied, "That's right. As long as there are no animals with higher intelligence than human beings on the earth, then human beings cannot be extinct. These zombies, don't look at their current number. There are many, but as long as our equipment keeps up, cloud bombs, poison gas bombs, bacterial warfare, and eradicating more than 1 billion zombies are nothing more than an easy task." When Shen Feng heard Jin Ziju's words, he immediately felt horrified. Yes, people in peaceful times still exercise restraint and generally did not use weapons of mass destruction. But when you think about the battles during World War II, there were, in addition to poisonous gas warfare and bacterial warfare, after nearly 100 years of technological development, the combat effectiveness of human beings cannot be underestimated. In addition to nuclear bombs, there are more weapons that can be used. Jin Zijou secretly looked at Shen Feng's face, feeling refreshed in his heart, and thought, do you know how strong you are now? It is still very important to recognize your own strength, so as not to be ignorant of the heights of heaven and earth, and if you are wise, you will listen honestly in the future. Headquarters orders. At this time, on the outskirts of the south of the city, 10 mushroom clouds rose into the sky, rolling up a lot of smoke and dust, and at least 200,000 zombies were killed. These corpses were originally densely crowded together, but after the cloud bomb was thrown down, half of them were wiped out immediately. In the center of the cloud bomb is a large pit with a diameter of hundreds of meters. The zombies in the center have been cremated, and the bones of the zombies can still be seen in the edge area. If you look outside, you can see many corpses of zombies lying on the ground immediately after the explosion of the cloud bomb. The zombies in the central area were cremated by the ultra-high temperature of the cloud bomb. Whether it was flesh or bones, they were all burned to ashes. The ashes followed a mushroom cloud into the sky. The zombies in the edge area were either shocked to death by the overpressure zone, or suffocated to death due to lack of oxygen. It looked like the bodies of the zombies were intact, but they were completely dead. The zombies in Nanchang lost control in an instant. At this time, they fled in all directions. Some zombies with no eyes rushed towards Rongcheng, but they were killed by bullets. There were still 900,000 zombies in Nanchang, and they were all in the city at this time. Fleeing, roughly estimating the number, there are 600,000 zombies left alive. Among them, 300,000 zombies are approaching the eastern urban area, which means that there is still a zombie king alive in the eastern urban area. As for the corpse king in the southern city, he is very unlucky. At that time, he was also killed by the cloud bomb. Oh! The soldiers in Nanchang immediately cheered when they saw this scene. After fighting hard for these days, the Yunbo bomb fell, and the crisis in Rongcheng was finally resolved. They were the closest to the battlefield, so for Yunbo the bullets also had the most real feeling. The moment the mushroom cloud rose, they felt suffocated. At that time, they thought it was because they were afraid and had difficulty breathing, but in fact, the oxygen around them was taken away a lot at this time. The soldiers behind the low wall could still feel the heat. It was already late autumn, but the temperature was so high that it was like summer. The corpse king in Nanchang has been killed, and the other two corpse kings are probably in the suburbs of Bicheng and Dongcheng. Zhu Mingli carefully reported to Zibaten. Mingli didn't expect that the new boss would turn the tide of the battle as soon as he appeared. Zibaten didn't care about the report, but said to himself, if I were the corpse king, I should be planning to run away now. At this time, Zibaten is guessing the purpose of the corpse king. Since the corpse king is intelligent, they will definitely respond to the crisis. Now that the crisis is coming, the behavior of the zombies becomes the key. Chapter 167 The Escaped Corpse King. Shen Feng led 2,000 people to watch the direction of Rongcheng on the hill. Everyone was talking and laughing at the show, and they all seemed to feel that the victory had come, but under the smiles of everyone, many people felt fear again. Even if they were mutation zombies and corpse kings can't hold the cloud bombs. So, although these evolutionaries themselves have enhanced physical fitness, they are still mortal bodies in the final analysis. Faced with such a powerful firepower, they will definitely not be able to carry it. Ever since, the soldiers who thought they possessed great power had become more cautious at this time. In the face of human science and technology, evolutionists could not make waves. The cloud bomb is a massacre for zombies, and the zombies have no ability to resist. For the evolutionary, the cloud bomb is an encouragement and deterrence. It boosts everyone's morale, but it deters the evolutionary who is arrogant because of its powerful power. Tonight's battle was not only watched by Shen Feng as an audience, but 5 million people in Rongcheng were also watching. The TV station sent cameras to the front line to capture every moment of the battle, and broadcast it nationwide. Throughout the country, there are more than 100 cities that have been retaken, and the combined population of these cities is tens of millions. Countless people sat in front of the TV and saw the live broadcast of the battle scene in Rongcheng. Suddenly, everyone was shocked. Feeling suffocated, I never thought that human technology is so powerful, and then everyone relaxed. With such a powerful weapon, can't zombies be easily dealt with? Shen Yu and her mother stayed in a shelter in a park. In the center of the shelter, there was a TV more than 10 meters high, which was broadcasting the scene of the battle outside the city. When Shen Yu saw the dazzling light produced by the explosion and the slowly rising mushroom cloud, he said confidently at that time, "Mom, I'm not wrong. Only by staying in Rongcheng can we have a bright future. With such a powerful weapon, will the zombies be unstoppable? Liping looked at the pictures on the TV, and gradually gave up the idea of going to Liziao. It is indeed the case, Rongcheng is very safe. After all, with such powerful weapons, there will never be a bigger crisis in the future. It is entirely possible to wait for the end of the war in Rongcheng. The headquarters has already announced that the zombies in the entire country will be cleaned up in 3 years or 10 years, and society will be peaceful by then. Oh, I don't know how Feng chose. Liping said in a low voice at the same time. After the zombie king in the southern city was killed by the cloud bomb, the zombies fled in all directions. Among them, 300,000 zombies dispersed and fled towards the southern area, while the other 300,000 slowly approached the eastern urban area. It means that there is also a corpse king in the eastern urban area. However, the zombie king in the eastern urban area seemed to have sensed the danger and stopped attacking Rongcheng. Instead, the zombies who controlled the eastern urban area scattered and fled, breaking into pieces and preparing to disperse and flee in other directions. Regardless of the scale of more than 2 million, it is already showing a trend of collapse at this time. A smile appeared on Ziba Teng's face, and he said, I want to run now? Is it too late? Tell the prepared teams 2, 3 and 4 to let them go. Continue to throw cloud bombs at the densely populated areas in the corpse tide. I want to see if the corpse king is really not afraid of death. 30. Planes took off again in Rongcheng. This time, the target of the plane was the East City. According to the speculation of the command center, the corpse king who came from Yuzhou was hiding in the tide of corpses in the east. Therefore, this corpse king escaped from Yuzhou first, and came to Rongcheng after walking hundreds of miles. It can be said that he tortured the soldiers and survivors in 2 big cities in succession. Now, the corpse king wanted to run. How could it be so easy? Bloody revenge can only be avenged with blood. This time, the tide of corpses has killed countless people. Only by eliminating the zombies can we usher in the final victory. At this time, the hordes of corpses in the northern and western urban areas are still attacking Rongcheng, and there is no sense of crisis at all. Regarding this, Rongcheng temporarily focuses on defense, and first aims at the underdogs in the eastern city. As for these 2 directions, probably it was because the corpse king who was hiding in the north city or west city did not receive the news, so he was completely unaware that the situation in Chunan city had been reversed. And now he was thinking of rushing into Rong City to eat people in a cave in the eastern part of the city. The corpse king came out. His head was huge, and his eyes flashed with a thoughtful look. Suddenly, he turned around and got into the cave. At the same time, he controlled 2 earth-digging zombies to enter the cave. He continued to dig underground. The more than 1 million zombies in the east of the city retreated in all directions, as if they wanted to leave this terrible place, but in fact, the corpse king continued to dig into the hole. And he went deeper into the hole, whispering in his mouth, I'm going to live, I'm going to live. The corpse king knows that if he wants to survive, he has to avoid the attack from the sky. His legs will definitely not be able to outrun the plane. Therefore, if he wants to survive, he can only go down. Dig a tunnel deep enough, as long as if the cloud explosion bomb just landed on the top of the head, there would be a chance to survive. 30 fighter jets came to the skies above the outskirts of Dongcheng, threw cloud bombs down, and then left quickly without delay afterwards. Mushroom clouds also appeared in Dongcheng. Although they did not have the scale of a nuclear bomb rushing into the atmosphere, the light and heat generated when it exploded was like a small nuclear bomb exploding. Zombies want to retreat, want to escape to a safe place, but where is it so easy? The gathered zombies are very spectacular. They look like the endless tide, and when they run away, it is a situation where you squeeze me and I squeeze you, and it will be impossible to escape for a while. At this time, the cloud bomb exploded, and it exploded in the place where the zombies were most concentrated. Immediately, 400,000 zombies fell down and died, and the ashes of the zombies also flew up along with the smoke, sweeping hundreds of meters or even thousands of meters into the sky. The smoke and dust will be carried away by the wind, go to the southern region, and turn into fertilizer for vegetation. After the cloud explosion bomb exploded, the zombies in the eastern region lost their command in an instant. Hundreds of thousands of zombies immediately walked around like headless chickens, and some zombies fell directly to the ground and entered dormancy mode. The observers saw that the zombies in the eastern region had lost their command, and quickly reported, the zombies in the eastern region are running away in all directions. Do you need to pursue them? Z. Ba-Teng pondered for a moment, and said, "Let the fighter planes that have already been dispatched continue to chase the zombies, but the use of cloud bombs is not allowed. The remaining fighter planes will dispatch another 40 to bomb the zombies in the northern and western urban areas at the same time. In addition, use the satellite to observe the zombies in 2 directions to determine the trace of the Corpse King." Of course, Z. Ba-Teng is not a good man and a believer. He also wants to drive out the remaining zombies, but at this time, the soldiers have fought for a long time and need to rest, and the other 2 directions of Rongcheng have not yet resolved the crisis. Can't invest too much power to target the zombies that are already a mess. Afterwards, 40 fighter planes from the airport in Rongcheng took off again and flew out in 2 directions of the city. Shen Feng was on the mountain far away from the West City at this time. He intuitively saw the moment when the Yunbo bomb exploded. The dazzling light and deafening sound made Shen Feng humble. Before, he always felt that he was the first person to break through the evolutionary barrier, so he must be amazing, but at this time, seeing the mushroom cloud rising high, Shen Feng also understood that his arrogance was useless when the cloud bomb fell. The battle situation had already been decided, and humans with powerful weapons would surely win at the location of Bicheng. 20 mushroom clouds also rose up, and countless zombies became the souls of the dead under the bombs of the cloud explosion. Of course, it was not clear whether the zombies would have souls. Hundreds of mutated zombies suddenly swarmed towards the back of the tide of corpses, and a Corpse King with a big head emerged from the hole. At this time, a strong zombie started to run away with a Corpse King on its back. The huge explosion and flames made the Corpse King and Bicheng extremely terrified. If he hadn't been far away from the explosion point, he would have been roasted at this time. Now, the Corpse King doesn't care about other things. There are indeed a lot of fresh food in Rongcheng. It is conceivable that after entering it, he must be able to become stronger, but now it is impossible. The abnormal gathering of mutated zombies instantly attracted the satellite's attention. At this time, under the light of the cloud bomb, the scene of Bicheng was all illuminated. The satellite saw that hundreds of mutated zombies were escaping around the Corpse King. This scene was immediately sent to the command center. "General, the Corpse King was found in Bicheng, and he is running away." The observer immediately reported to the superior. Z. Ba-Teng immediately ordered, "Command the fighter jets in Bicheng to attack the Corpse King and make sure to kill the Corpse King. If there is no Corpse King, then the remaining zombies will be a mass of loose sand, and it is only a matter of time before they can be eliminated. But if the Corpse King cannot be eliminated, it will lead to a serious crisis. As long as the Corpse King recovers, he can gather scattered zombies at any time and form a huge wave of corpses in an instant. Therefore, hundreds of thousands of zombies can be ignored, but the Corpse King must be eliminated." The fighter jets immediately carried out the task of the superior, and they all moved towards the position transmitted from the command center, and found a group of hundreds of mutated zombies that were fleeing. Fight among the group of mutated zombies on the ground. Hundreds of mutated zombies were defeated in an instant. The bullets on the fighter planes are all large caliber, so as long as they hit the zombies, they can penetrate them. Even dinosaurs will be killed on the spot, let alone these zombies. Of the hundreds of mutated zombies guarding the Corpse King, there were only a dozen left in an instant, and the Corpse King was miraculously uninjured at this time, as if he was well protected during the shooting just now. At this time, the Corpse King shouted loudly, I surrender, while waving his hands, the Corpse King knelt on the ground. Most people really don't know this standard surrender posture, but in the face of a strong desire to survive, the Corpse King learned this trick in an instant. The pilots couldn't hear these words, they could only see the Corpse King shouting loudly. They were not surprised by this, because many people said they had seen the Corpse King speak, and the people in the laboratory also proved that the Corpse King had a high. No matter what the Corpse King is saying now, it is normal. Duh. The fighter jet swooped down instantly, aiming its gun at the Corpse King, firing hundreds of bullets. In a round of fire, the Corpse King was hit by a bullet, and his body instantly turned into a sieve. It was obvious that he couldn't die anymore. His act of surrender just now was obviously not acceptable at this time. The tide of corpses on all sides of Rongcheng slowly spread out. 100 fighter jets in the sky have been shooting at the group of zombies, killing hundreds of thousands of zombies again. Now, the crisis in Rongcheng is truly resolved. This battle, the casualties on the front line were not large. On the contrary, the casualties in the city reached tens of thousands. Basically, the damage was caused by zombies, and a small part of the casualties were caused by their own people. Teng heard the correspondent's report, and now he showed a smile on his face, and said, "It seems that the decisive battle has been successful, so the crisis in Rongcheng has been resolved, and production will resume next. I believe that Rongcheng will definitely become the rear of the country." At this time, Xiao Sheng walked into the command room with 4 other third-level superpowers, and said with a wry smile, "General, we superpowers seem to have no use for them all the time. It's all falling apart, and we seem to be redundant." Zhang Zi also nodded and said, "That's right, our group is of no help at all. Solving the tide of corpses is still easy to use with modern technology." The other 3 people also nodded one after another. Apart from killing many zombies in the city, they did not make other contributions. Originally, their mission was to find and kill the Corpse King on the battlefield, but now it seems that not at all. Seeing the disappointed expressions on the faces of the 5 people, Barten couldn't help shaking his head and said with a smile, "Young people are impatient. Modern technology has only been formed after hundreds of years of development, and the speed of progress will not be slow. Too fast, but the evolutionary is different. If the evolutionary can continue to evolve, maybe even modern technology will be a foil in the future." Xiao Sheng shrugged and said helplessly, "We also want to evolve, but there is no way. There are evolutionary barriers. I think that I may be a third-order superhuman in my life. Don't worry about this. There is already a way to break through the evolutionary barrier. After a few days, I will guarantee that you will also become fourth-order evolutionaries." Barten continued. When several people heard the news, they immediately looked at each other in blank dismay. They couldn't believe what they heard, but there was a way to break through the barrier. Really? It can be said that the supernatural beings all over the world can't find a way to break through the evolutionary barrier. No matter how many evolutionary potions they use, they are powerless. But now there is news that there is a way to break through the evolutionary barrier. Chapter 168 Mutually Beneficial Transaction. Under the attack of the cloud bombs, the tide of corpses finally collapsed and fled in all directions, losing the tide of corpses commanded by the Corpse King. Although most of the zombies escaped temporarily, as long as the soldiers continue to attack the zombies, then these zombies can only be eliminated in the end. Shen Feng and his group returned to Rongcheng again. At this time, there was laughter everywhere in Rongcheng. It can be seen that everyone is very happy because they have survived the crisis. The 7 lines of defense outside the city have been broken through before. At the last line of defense, it was finally defended, which is a blessing in misfortune. After this battle, Rongcheng became completely safe, because the zombies in the plain area were basically wiped out. Sichuan province is located in the basin, surrounded by mountains and mountains. It is impossible for zombies to cross the mountains to come here. Looking at the familiar buildings around him, Shen Feng couldn't help sighing. Fortunately, there is nothing wrong in the city. In the future, if it doesn't work, come back to Rongcheng and stay. Now, Shen Feng felt the existence of a way out. If he couldn't keep it in Luxiao in the future, he should simply return to live in Rongcheng. At least the safety issue could be guaranteed, and zombies could no longer threaten Rongcheng. Chu Qiaoan was by Shen Feng's side. When she heard this, she couldn't help frowning. "What do you mean? You don't want to stay in Luxiao?" Shen Feng shrugged helplessly, and said, "I also want to continue to work hard in Luxiao, but now it seems that human technology can completely deal with zombies and mutant beasts, and supernatural beings are nothing. Of course I want to hug my thigh already." Chu Qiaoan was displeased, and said, "Of course it's okay to hold the thigh, but I don't know whether your senior sister agrees or not. I think it is impossible for her to come to Rongcheng for refuge." Shen Feng thinks about it carefully, and it is indeed the case. At the beginning of the zombie outbreak, the senior sister and herself were locked in the utility room upstairs by the bad guys. Every day, they could only watch the scenery outside the window. The bad guys outside became suspicious, and they didn't trust strangers at all. Shen Feng even wondered if the senior was suffering from persecution delusions. Once bitten by a snake, she was afraid of well ropes for 10 years. She didn't believe anyone except her close ones. Let's go. After reporting to the command center, we will return to Luxiao tomorrow. Luxiao is not very stable. Shen Feng changed the subject at this moment. Chu Qiaoan was also very worried about his grandfather in Luxiao. His health was not very good before, and he didn't know if his health had improved after half a month. Shen Feng took Chu Qiaoan, Yang Chang, and Guo Pinming to the command center. As for the people from the artillery battalion and Jin Ziju, they left after entering the city. They only said goodbye to each other. Jin Ziju needed to recuperate. As for Wang Yusheng and others, it is necessary to write a review when attacking the mutated plants in Yu Town. More than 200 artillerymen died. These lost soldiers were extremely precious, and it took many years to cultivate one. As a result, so many died all at once because of wrong decisions. This was a heavy loss. When the group arrived at the command center, Shen Feng immediately saw Zi Baden, the new ruler of Rongchen. His chubby face looked harmless to humans and animals. Feng and his group came to a separate room. Shen Feng liked this kind of attitude very much. After all, the other party didn't regard himself as an outsider. That's of course the best. But then, Zi Baden asked, Shen Feng, I heard that you are already a fourth-order supernatural user. I want to know how you broke through the evolutionary barrier. Is it possible? Hearing this question, Shen Feng couldn't help saying vaguely, well, it was a coincidence that I broke through the evolutionary barrier. If you don't believe me, you can ask my subordinates. They can testify that after fighting the mutant plants, I will evolve. Chu Chaoyin also nodded, and said seriously, that's true. I can prove that when Shen Feng evolved, he didn't eat anything. It's just a coincidence that he became a fourth-order evolutionary. Yang Cheng also opened his mouth to defend Shen Feng at this time, obviously not ready to admit that Shen Feng had something good in his hands. Zi Baoteng saw a few people who were so cunning that they wouldn't even blush when they were lying, so he couldn't help but shook his head and said helplessly, you guys should know one thing, that is unity. Nowadays, not only zombies appear in the world, but also all kinds of for the mutant beasts. The human camp must increase its strength, so I hope you can provide a way to break through the evolutionary barrier. Shen Feng said sincerely, General, I really didn't lie to you. I really have no way to break through the evolutionary barrier. If I lie, then I will die. Zi Baoteng didn't believe what Shen Feng said at all, even if he swore he wouldn't believe it. The reason is very simple, that is, Zi Baoteng has learned the truth from Jin Ziju's mouth, that is, in Shen Feng's hands, there is a red jelly. After eating, he can become an evolutionary, and, for supernatural beings are also useful. Jin Ziju is very aware of his situation. Such a defeat is hard to escape. Only meritorious deeds can be exchanged for the understanding of the Ability Management Bureau. The way to make meritorious deeds is to submit the corresponding information. Shen Feng has already made a breakthrough evolution, the method of the barrier. This kind of thing must be told to the superior. After thinking about it, Zi Baoteng understood the reason why Shen Feng refused to admit it, so he said, I won't take your things for nothing. I can make a deal with you. What do you fancy? What I give you, even if it's fine if you want a fighter jet, as long as you provide a way to break through the evolutionary barrier. Shen Feng hesitated for a moment, but did not answer. Seeing Shen Feng's behavior like this, Chu Chaoyan couldn't help shaking his head helplessly, and said in a low voice, if you don't answer, it's equivalent to acquiescing, and you must have been seen. Shen Feng also came to his senses, took a careful look at Zi Baoteng, and said in his heart, I've been tricked. Zi Baoteng continued to smile and asked, how is it? Have you considered it? Should you answer me? Shen Feng nodded helplessly, and said, I can tell you the facts, and I can also provide some experimental materials, but I need to know everything about your official laboratory, including the situation of zombie viruses, the distribution range of mutant beasts, evolutionists, and the research status of supernatural beings. In addition, give me a batch of weapons and sufficient ammunition. In addition, there are antibiotics and other medicines. No problem, I can give you whatever you want. You can watch the materials in the laboratory. As for the weapons you want, I will also provide them. Zi Baoteng said with a smile. Shen Feng then looked at Guo Pinming, and said to him, go and take the heads of the tree people on the truck, remove 2 and send them to the laboratory. The things in the heads of the tree people are actually for me. The substance that breaks through the barriers of evolution. This thing is a liquid at high temperature, and a jelly at low temperature. Zi Baoteng did not delay, and said directly, let's go. I will take you to the arsenal first. I can give you whatever you want. Of course, the amount will not be particularly large. After all, the authority in my hand is not its huge. Don't want planes and tanks. The rest is negotiable. Shen Feng looked at Chu Chaoyan and said, then what? You go to the laboratory, make a copy of all the materials and take them away. I won't go. Okay. Chu Chaoyan nodded in agreement with Shen Feng's order. Shen Feng looked at Yang Chang, and ordered, "You find enough antibiotics to take her away. There is a plague in Luzhou, and now you must need antibiotics." Ba Teng also arranged corresponding people to accompany these people, preparing to hand over the corresponding things to each other. As for himself, he accompanied Shen Feng to the arsenal, while Xiao Sheng followed the two of them as a bodyguard. There are still some hidden zombies in the city, so danger may also exist. When Shen Feng came to the armory, he first saw a Barrett, rushed up to hug it, and said excitedly, "I finally saw this thing, and I don't know how it works. This weapon can penetrate even a centimeter of steel plate, and there are no dinosaurs now, otherwise, the dinosaurs will also fall." Xiao Sheng said seriously. Shen Feng nodded and said, "Okay, I want this weapon, and I will see if there is anything else I can't break the defense in the future." When he met the tree man before, Shen Feng found that his attack power was so weak that he couldn't even break through the tree tumors. If he hadn't blown away the fog and let the sunlight directly shine on the tree man, he really couldn't beat the tree man. Now, with Barrett in his hands, Shen Feng's self-confidence immediately increased. Afterwards, Shen Feng looked at all kinds of guys in front of the weapon curry, and excitedly ordered food, including automatic rifles, sniper rifles, and even individual missiles. Shen Feng wandered around the arsenal, and couldn't help asking, "Are there no cold weapons?" Ba Teng explained, "I thought you didn't like cold weapons. If you want it, I'll take you to see it right away." Shen Feng currently doesn't have any weapons at hand. Although he can use a rifle at this moment, cold weapons still come into play when necessary. Therefore, Shen Feng wanted to find a suitable weapon. The area of cold weapons is basically daggers and military stabs. Some are sabers, and swords are a minority. Shen Feng looked at the weapons and found that they were all made of steel. He couldn't help frowning. It wasn't that he disliked steel, but that the material of steel couldn't satisfy him anymore. Are there no titanium alloy weapons? Shen Feng turned his head and asked. In fact, Shen Feng was also very suspicious. When he found out that weapons made of steel could be manipulated by others, he wanted to use titanium alloy weapons. Now is just a chance. Xiao Sheng explained, "Weapons made of titanium alloy are usually very heavy, and titanium alloy is more expensive, so we didn't make it." Batong waved his hand and said, "It's okay, you want a titanium alloy weapon, as long as you tell me the shape, I'll have someone build it and give it to you. Anyway, you are a supernatural being, so you definitely won't dislike titanium alloy weapons. Too heavy." Shen Feng was not too polite, and said, "I want 2 titanium alloy long swords, 1 meter and 2 long will do. Engrave the words on the weapons. One sword is engraved with the word sword in the stone, and the other is engraved with deviation sword. For the scabbard, you can use whatever material is suitable." Ba Teng looked blank, and asked, "What characters are you engraving? Why don't you write it on paper? Why haven't I heard of it?" Ba Teng thought that Shen Feng would engrave some words on the sword, such as Ganjiang Mozi and Wu Gujuk. After all, these are famous ancient swords, but now Shen Feng said these 2 strange names, he couldn't help being a little puzzled. Shen Feng shrugged, and wrote down the names of the 2 swords on the paper. It seemed that someone who didn't know the Holy Grail War would ask such a question. However, at this moment, piercing screams came from the city center. "Hey, this sound reached Shen Feng's ears, and immediately made him upset, and Xiao Sheng and Ba Teng were similar. When they heard this piercing scream, they felt a dull pain in their chest. The breath rises and is difficult to resolve. Ba Teng's face became ugly, and he said to himself, "The zombies around Rongcheng have already dispersed. There is no reason why there will be corpse kings in the city." Both Shen Feng and Xiao Sheng looked at Ba Teng in surprise, and asked, "A corpse king appeared in the city?" Ba Teng explained, "There is a corpse king in Guansong who can make such a sharp sound, and finally died after being bombarded by shells. The closer you are to the corpse king, the more serious the damage will be. This is a sonic attack." Many soldiers wanted to capture the corpse king alive, but their brains were shocked by the sound waves, and they became fools in the end. Shen Feng breathed a sigh of relief, and said, it's okay, just let the fighter jets do the bombing, and the corpse king can't stop the bombing anyway." Ba Teng frowned and shook his head, "No, we can't bomb. The city is densely populated. If the bombing is bound to cause accidental injuries, it seems that we will need to lose a lot of people this time." Shen Feng rolled his eyes, and said, "I can go to carry out the beheading operation, But I want to take away my family members. Let's make a deal, shall we, Xiao? Shen quickly winked at Ziba Ten, and said in his heart, you must never agree, Xiao. Shen is very clear that Shen Feng is so obedient now because his family members are all in Rongcheng, which are equivalent to hostages. If there is a crisis in Rongcheng, Shen Feng will quickly come to the rescue, so it is best to keep Shen Feng's family. In Rongcheng, you must not be taken away. Ziba Ten seemed not to see Xiao Sheng's wink, and replied to Shen Feng, no problem, as long as you can kill the Corpse King, then you can take away your family members, but the Corpse King's body, you have to stay with us. Speaking of which, the laboratory has made new progress. Shen Feng nodded, found a fine steel long sword, and said, just wait and see, I will kill the Corpse King directly. After all, Shen Feng set off directly. As long as he could bring his family back to Luzhou, it would be worthwhile to come to Rongcheng to support. This time Xiao Sheng looked at General Zi and said helplessly, if the hostages are taken away, Shen Feng may not be obedient in the future. Zi Ba Ten said confidently, you can't have such a narrow view. The more you alienate others, the more you will be hated by them. Therefore, I always have the idea of recruiting these civil organizations, not to mention, with a satellite hanging high in the sky, it is impossible for Shen Feng to stir up waves, so it is better to promise generously. Chapter 169 The Madness of the Corpse King. In the center of Rongcheng City, a large hole was exposed on the ground. Many zombies drilled out of the 3-meter diameter hole. Upon closer inspection, there were more than 30 zombies, and all of them were mutant zombies. Most of them were excavated. There are soil-type zombies, a few are speed-type zombies, and one is strong-type zombies. The location in the center of the city, the foundations on the street suddenly subsided, and then more than 30 zombies came out of the ground, which immediately caused huge chaos in the city. Everyone thought that the crisis brought by the zombies outside the city had been resolved, so they took to the streets one after another, wanting to find a job and continue to work. After all, once the war is over, the army will no longer care about food. Now they need to hurry up to resume production, and another point is to support themselves. However, no one expected that more than 30 zombies came out of the ground, and some people around them were bitten by the zombies on the spot before they could escape. Some people were killed on the spot, and some people turned into zombies. In an instant, the streets became chaotic. At this time, there are still zombies coming out of the cave. They are all mutated zombies. The Corpse King with a big head appears at the end and comes out from the ground. His eyes are shining with wisdom, and he looks at the tall buildings around him. There are still many people who are running away. At this time, he suddenly raised his head to the sky and let out a piercing scream. The sound spread far away, and many people around were buzzing at the time. Even I have a headache. The army in the city also reacted quickly and moved towards the direction of the sound. At present, there are zombies in the city, which will definitely affect people's travel, and may cause panic. If there is another stampede, it will cause huge damage. Lost when Shen Feng quickly came to the city center, he was shocked by the scene in front of him, because he saw hundreds of ordinary zombies walking on the street, and the clothes on these zombies were very clean, which meant that they were just infected. It's only 10 minutes. Are there already so many zombies? Shen Feng said to himself. Shen Feng had never imagined that the infection rate of zombies would be so high. The zombies he met back then basically had only one purpose of biting people, and that was to eat meat. Zombies regard humans as food, and they are the first target of food sources. Under the mouth of zombies, basically there will be no infection expansion, but at this moment, with the command of the Corpse King, these zombies actually took the target to infect humans, and they just wanted to expand the lineup. Shen Feng stood on the tall building and saw that the central area of the ordinary zombies was the mutated zombies, and one of the zombies with the biggest head was the Corpse King. Shen Feng jumped down from the top of the building, using a company like the wind to accelerate himself, landed directly in the group of zombies, and rushed towards the Corpse King. Seeing Shen Feng's appearance, the Corpse King immediately ordered the surrounding zombies to attack Shen Feng, but at this time Shen Feng activated the Wind King barrier and Hurricane Eye, and in an instant, all the ordinary zombies around were blown away flying. Shen Feng rushed out directly, attacking the Corpse King protected by the mutated zombies. Shen Feng is holding a long sword made of fine steel in his hand. It is an official product, and the quality can be guaranteed. Shen Feng rushed out and cut down the earth-digging zombies in front of him with a sword. Apart from digging faster, this kind of zombies basically have no fighting power, so Shen Feng only needs one move to kill them. The rest of the mutated zombies also reacted and approached Shen Feng one after another, trying to block Shen Feng's progress today. Shen Feng is already a fourth-order supernatural user, whose strength and speed far exceed these first- and second-order mutant zombies. Now that he makes a move, the scene of chopping melons and vegetables immediately appears in the eyes of everyone. Seeing this scene upstairs, they all breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the zombies in the city will eventually be resolved. However, just as Shen Feng was killing the mutated zombies around him one by one, the walkie-talkie beside him suddenly rang. Shen Feng stepped back quickly, connected the walkie-talkie, and said, "I'm killing the Corpse King." "What's the matter? Say it again." Shen Feng has already made a deal with General Z. As long as he can kill the Corpse King to protect the safety of the people, then he can leave with his family. So at this time, Shen Feng just wanted to complete the task, and then take his family to Luxiao. As for the future, he could just live in Luxiao honestly. Unexpectedly, such words came from the walkie-talkie. "Shen Feng, I will order you to retreat immediately, and the next thing will be left to the army. In addition, the Corpse King must not be killed. We must capture the Corpse King alive, not kill him." Dead King. Shen Feng couldn't help being stunned when he heard such an order, and looked around, only to find that the surrounding streets and ends of the street had been guarded by the army, and these soldiers were standing with live ammunition in their hands. It was obvious that the army had already grasped the current situation. Shen Feng asked a little unwillingly, "Then what about my previous conditions? It's already been agreed, why not keep promises, Z?" Ba Teng's voice came from the intercom, and he said out of breath, "Shen Feng, I will never change the things I promised you, but the most important thing right now is to obey the order and come back immediately, so as not to disturb the laboratory's plan." Shen Feng just gave up and used a company like the wind, leaving a series of afterimages on the street and on the wall. When he came to the rear of the army on the street, he saw an annoying person. Shen Feng saw a man wearing a suit and holding a walkie-talkie. Shen Feng remembered that when Yu Renshu left her, she was with this man the day before. This shows that Yu Renshu's departure is inseparable from this man. Shen Feng looked this guy up and down, turned his head and left. Of course, Zhang Guangyao doesn't care about being watched by others. His task is to do key things when necessary. He never cares whether these things are correct or not. The only thing he cares about is whether the task can be completed smoothly. Afterwards, Zi Bateng appeared on the scene panting heavily, found Shen Feng, and said, "After the people in the laboratory heard that the Corpse King appeared in the city, they asked to capture the Corpse King alive. Therefore, the army changed its plan. Please forgive me." Shen Feng nodded and said, "As long as I can take my family away, then there is no problem. The only thing I worry about is whether the army can catch the Corpse King." Z. Bateng shook his head helplessly, and replied, "Before this, the Corpse King who appeared on the battlefield has never been captured alive, because once it appears, it will be hit by a missile. Because of this, the Corpse King who is alive is the most precious. Yes, if we can figure out the specific way the Corpse King commands the zombies, maybe we can develop weapons that specifically induce zombies." Shen Feng leaned against the car, held his long sword and said, "I captured a Corpse King alive more than a month ago, but I killed it easily. From the perspective of the Corpse King's fighting ability, the Corpse King should not. It will be very powerful. It depends on how you want to catch it." At this time, Zi Bateng asked suddenly, "Shen Feng, have you mastered a potion that can turn people into supernatural beings?" A puzzled look appeared on Shen Feng's face, and he asked doubtfully, "Is there? Why didn't I know?" Zi Bateng didn't delve into this matter. In the final analysis, he was just skeptical. There was no real evidence to prove that Shen Feng had mastered such a potion, so he waved his hand and said nothing. The soldiers guarding both sides of the street opened fire. Countless bullets were shot at the zombies, and the zombies could only be seen falling to the ground one by one. The ordinary zombies all fell to the ground in an instant, and the mutant zombies could resist a few more times. But it is also impossible to survive under the continuous attack of bullets. Hundreds of zombies soon left only a dozen or so, and the rest of the zombies were all killed. After all, the city is still the base camp of human beings. Even if the Corpse King rushed into the center of Rongcheng, the number of zombies is really too little to be a threat to humans. The Corpse King quickly rushed into a nearby office building with the remaining mutated zombies, and the people inside had already run away before so no one could be found in the office building. Zbot-10 looked at the office building surrounded by soldiers, and said to himself, why did the Corpse King enter Rongcheng? How did he appear? Why didn't he run away? Why? I don't understand. Z. Boteng likes to empathize. Of course, he doesn't want to be considerate of others, but wants to figure out what kind of thinking the enemy will think. If he is the Corpse King, the best way should be to escape quietly instead of digging a tunnel to enter Rongcheng is not a good choice at all, because it is easy to be killed at this time. People from the communication department also came here, and a soldier quickly said, General, according to the investigation, the Corpse King entered Rongcheng from the underground of the East City. When the East City was bombed yesterday, the Corpse King hid in a deep cave underground, so he was not burned to death, and it took a whole night to enter Rongcheng. Z. Ba-Teng nodded, looked at the office building and said, then we can only find out his purpose when we catch the Corpse King. You can't enter Rongcheng because you got lost, right? At the same time, the Corpse King brought more than a dozen mutated zombies into a deep room in the office building. There is no need to worry about being hit by bullets here, and it is temporarily safe. A cold light flashed in the Corpse King's eyes, then he pointed to the strong zombie, and then pointed to the speed zombie beside him under the control of the Corpse King. The strong zombie punched out at that time, piercing the chest of the speed zombie in an instant, and the speed zombie died on the spot afterwards. The strong zombie opened the sky cover of the speed zombie, and the Corpse King grabbed the brain and began to eat it raw. This scene fell into the eyes of many mutated zombies around, and they could only stand quietly at this moment, unable to eat at all. There are other actions after eating the brain of the speed zombie. The Corpse King's hands suddenly grew bone spurs from the joints on the back of the hand. Only second-order or even third-order speed zombies would have such long bone spurs. Afterwards, the Corpse King looked at the other mutated zombies. He killed the strong zombies and gained strong muscles after eating the brains. Fat. In the end, the Zombie King ate the brains of the spray zombies and gained the ability to spray acid. Now, the Zombie King has become different. He has the body of a tank zombie, the limbs of a strong zombie, the bone spurs of a speed zombie, and the ability to spray acid. If Shen Feng saw such a Corpse King, he would probably stare wide-eyed at that time. Who said that the Corpse King has no fighting power? Isn't the fighting power of the current Corpse King far surpassing that of ordinary mutated zombies? It's simply a combination of Digimon and evolution. No one thought that the Corpse King, who has always been incapable of fighting, can now obtain the power of these mutant zombies by eating the brains of the same kind. Today's Corpse King is a type that no one has ever seen. Outside the office building, soldiers have surrounded the place layer by layer. Many soldiers brought weapons such as fishing nets and ropes. Their purpose was not to kill the Corpse King, but to capture the Corpse King alive. The reporter from the TV station also came here, standing in the distance with a camera to shoot the battle here. The reporter was explaining the current situation. You can see that there are many zombies in the office building behind me. The most important of these is the Corpse King. Before this, the army has never captured the Corpse King, so there is no way to do research. Now the opportunity is in front of us, and we must consider whether this is the only opportunity we have in this life. The TV station broadcast the process of the army arresting the Corpse King on the spot. Many people saw this scene through TV, and they all guessed that if they could catch the Corpse King for research, would they be able to better solve the zombie crisis in the future. However, at this moment, the window on the 6th floor of the office building suddenly shattered, and a huge monster flew out of it, jumped out a distance of 5 or 6 meters, and then fell heavily on the ground. In the hands of this monster, he's still holding a weapon. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 175 to Fame Part 1. When the monster fell heavily to the ground from the 6th floor, Shen Feng saw this guy and was puzzled. Damn, what is this? Shen Feng has never seen this kind of monster before, because the monster that appeared on the street has layers of fat on its body, even the clothes on his body have been torn, and it is 5 meters high. This kind of body, Shen Feng mistook it for tank zombies at the time, but then, the monster that fell on the ground sprayed like green acid at the soldiers around. All the surrounding soldiers were recruited. The acid was sprayed on the soldier's skin, causing the soldier's skin to be burned at that time. The unlucky guy was sprayed with acid on his face and lost his sight on the spot, and the chaos created by the monster made the soldiers unable to do anything after attacking. He ran away, unexpectedly as fast as a 100-meter athlete. No one could have imagined that his body was so huge, but his actions turned out to be so fast in the blink of an eye. The monster rushed out of the street, and even got into the alley. Before the monster escaped, Shen Feng saw a huge head. At this time, he had a bad feeling, and said to himself, the monster that escaped just now, could it be the Corpse King? Why is there such a thing? Kind of thing. Shen Feng couldn't even believe his eyes. Isn't the Corpse King not capable of anything other than commanding zombies? Why did such a powerful fighting power suddenly erupt now? Xiao Sheng frowned, and said, impossible. The Corpse King is a guy with little fighting power. How could he be so powerful? Ba Teng interrupted the conversation between the two, and said, stop gossiping, you two, go and intercept the Corpse King right now. In short, the matter is out of control. Don't think about capturing the Corpse King alive now. As long as you can kill the Corpse King, yes, try to preserve the integrity of the corpse. Shen Feng nodded and prepared to set off. No one thought that the Corpse King would have such a means, that he could mutate even in a desperate situation, and possess the abilities of various zombies. Now he has successfully broken through. If the Corpse King is not caught, there will be a serious crisis, Xiao Sheng asked nervously, but if I leave, who will protect you? This kind of monster has the advantages of various zombies, and ordinary people can't stop it. Regarding this worry, General Z just shook his head slightly, and said, don't worry about me, there are still so many soldiers here. The Corpse King is not a brainless guy. Breaking out at this time is just afraid of being shot by guns. Kill him, he won't come to me. You go and kill the Corpse King immediately. Xiao Sheng nodded helplessly, drew out the long knife on his body, and set off together with Shen Feng. But his speed was obviously not as fast as Shen Feng, so Shen Feng had no choice but to leave a sentence. I will go to track down the Corpse King first, and find the Corpse King. I'll get in touch with the walkie-talkie if I leave the Corpse King. After finishing speaking, Shen Feng used a company like the wind to leave some after-images on the street, and then rushed to the roof, condescending, and began to look for the Corpse King's trace. After the Corpse King broke through, he continued to cause chaos in the city, and the person who was bitten by the Corpse King turned into a zombie and bit people around. In a few minutes, people in the city didn't expect that zombies would appear on the street. Panic broke out immediately. The crowd rushed to escape, and those who were unlucky would be caught and bitten by the Corpse King on the spot. Shen Feng chased along the chaos caused by the Zombie King, and finally saw a huge figure in the distance, holding a huge iron rod in the zombie's hand. Looking carefully, the weapon in the zombie's hand turned out to be a thick gas pipe, the thickness of an arm, made of steel. For the crowd blocking the front, the Corpse King either swept them out with a stick and knocked them down to the ground, or grabbed them casually and took a bite. People who were bitten would turn into zombies on the spot. The speed of this infection was extremely fast, and many people who were hit by pipe sticks were killed on the spot, and a small number of those who survived had fractures. Shen Feng was very angry when he saw this scene, so he shouted loudly on the roof, "You bastard in front, dare to fight me!" Shen Feng shouted loudly at this time. He didn't expect the Corpse King to answer his question. He just wanted to try to distract the Corpse King. If he succeeded, then the Corpse King's speed would inevitably slow down. But at this time, the Corpse King with a big head turned his head, stared at Shen Feng, who was standing upstairs, and said, "Wait until you catch up with me, otherwise, don't make me stop." After finishing speaking, the Corpse King continued to rush out towards the front of the street, still creating huge chaos on the street. Although Shen Feng knew that the Corpse King could talk, he didn't expect that the other party could talk to him smoothly. He couldn't help being startled, and then continued to chase after him. At this time, there was a huge chaos in Rongcheng. Many people turned into zombies after being bitten by the Corpse King, and then more people were still spreading. The army came quickly, but it caused huge chaos during the period. Shen Feng didn't dare to neglect, and immediately chased after him, successfully blocked the fleeing Corpse King in the middle of a park, and at this time, all the people in the park had already evacuated. Clang! Shen Feng pulled out a long sword in his hand, and said with a sneer, "You can't go any more. If you are sensible, you will be captured obediently. I promise you will not die. Maybe there will be value in the future, but if you resist, I will have to use force already." While speaking, Shen Feng took out the walkie-talkie with his left hand, Now I have successfully intercepted the Corpse King. Please help." At this time, the Corpse King picked up the thick iron pipe in his hand, with a ferocious expression on his face, and asked, "Are you trying to catch me in the laboratory?" Why? Shen Feng shook his head indifferently, and replied, "You still have to ask me about this? Of course, because you are a zombie. There is no balance between good and evil. If you want to survive, then give up resisting and enter the laboratory honestly. If you can make a contribution, then it is the most suitable for human beings." The Corpse King suddenly roared at this time, "I am not a zombie, I am a human. I now have human memory, I still remember my own name, I am Deng Xianghao, I have human thoughts, I have human memory, I want to find my family in Rongcheng." Hearing this, Shen Feng couldn't help frowning, and asked in disbelief, "You have human memory? You're probably talking nonsense." For a long time, no matter who they are, they don't think that zombies are the same species. It's not that humans are cold-blooded, but that although zombies have a human appearance, they have viruses on their bodies and have lost their human thoughts. The existence of this point, there is no people will think that zombies are still humans, and they all think that viruses have killed the former humans, so zombies and humans are not of the same kind at all. But now, the Corpse King yells that he is a human being and that he has human memory, which seems very strange for this statement. Shen Feng did not believe it at all. As long as they are normal people, they will not believe what the Corpse King is saying now. The laboratory has long proved that all zombies have lost their minds, that is, they have become dead people. The Corpse King said this now, but he was just trying to excuse himself, and everyone would choose to believe what the laboratory said. The Corpse King looked at Shen Feng and said, "I do have human thoughts. About a month ago, many images appeared in my mind. After seeing these images, I have the previous memories. I am human. Although I don't know why I can control other zombies, but I have the memory of the past, so I can avoid all kinds of dangers, and now, I can also use my own thinking to talk to you." Shen Feng frowned and looked at the monster in front of him. He suddenly didn't know how to make a choice. The Corpse King actually possessed human memory. Doesn't it mean that the Corpse King has no intellectual difference from ordinary people? In other words, the Corpse King can also be regarded as a human being. Just as Shen Feng was hesitating, a group of people surrounded them. They were 5 young men and women in military uniforms. Xiao Sheng said out of breath, "Shen Feng, don't worry, I brought my brothers to support. Everyone is different. Those who are capable, stand shoulder to shoulder, and the evil Corpse King does not need to talk about the rules." Seeing that he was surrounded, the Corpse King continued, "Why do you force me? I don't want to be your enemy. I just want to find my family. Why do you want to stop me, HMPH? If you really can't cause harm, we wouldn't force you like this." Zhang Zi sneered and said, "Zombies are zombies. Even if you can speak human language, you don't necessarily have to be human. You control hundreds of people. Once zombies attacked Rongcheng, at least causing the death of tens of thousands of people in Rongcheng. Now you say you want to find your family. You really know how to pretend." While talking, Zhang Zi took out a mineral water, unscrewed the bottle cap, and poured out the water in it. The water started to freeze immediately after leaving the mineral water bottle. A long sword appeared in his hand, a long sword made entirely of ice. At the same time, the big sister Qin Qa, who was in his 30s, also clasped his hands together, and suddenly used the tiger prostrate pose. Of course, this is not praying, nor begging for mercy, but casting a supernatural power in an instant. With the Corpse King as the center, a high wall grew out of thin air inside the park. The high wall is more than 6 meters high, trapping the Corpse King and the 6 supernatural beings here. The high wall is round and extremely thick, and the internal battle situation cannot be seen from the outside. At this time, the battlefield has formed its gun. The Corpse King can't run away anymore. Go ahead, I'll be in charge of covering you. With me around, it's impossible for the Corpse King to leave this battlefield. Qin Qa said confidently. Qin Qa was worried that the zombies would escape, so he specially used supernatural powers to create a wall. Right now, 6 supernatural beings are surrounding the Corpse King. Victory is sure to come. Shen Feng didn't take the lead at this time. He was carefully observing the abilities of the people around him. Now, he has seen the abilities of 2 people, and they all look good. He doesn't know about the other 3. What a genius of the authority, what a performance. Seeing this scene, the Corpse King couldn't bear it any longer. He looked up to the sky and shouted, "I told you, I'm human." As for the fact that I controlled the zombies to come to Rongcheng, it was just to protect myself. After all, you were the ones who attacked me first. Isn't it? Before I had time to explain why I came, you shot, and now, you want to kill them all. If that's the case, then come. After finishing speaking, the Corpse King took the lead to attack. He grabbed the long pipe, charged at Shen Feng, and swept out with a stick. In his subconscious mind, Shen Feng was the most powerful person here, so he was the first to deal with it. It is Shen Feng. Facing the fierce offensive of the Corpse King, Shen Feng did not dare to underestimate it. If he was hit, he would die of anger on the spot, so Shen Feng immediately used a company like the wind to leave the spot. After the steel pipe was swept away, the Corpse King continued to aim at the next target to attack. Whooshin! The steel pipe smashed down with great force. Feng King Heo's face changed, and he dodged quickly. Xiao Sheng couldn't stand it any longer, and said dissatisfiedly, "What are you hiding? Look at me." After finishing speaking, the long knife in Xiao Sheng's hand was covered with the blue high-temperature flames, and he rushed towards the Corpse King. As long as he was hit by the long knife with flames, even tank zombies would not be able to heal the wound. Therefore, Xiao Sheng is not afraid of the already extremely strong Corpse King. When the Corpse King saw Xiao Sheng rushing up, he took the steel pipe and hit him with a stick. Xiao Sheng used the steel pipe to block. Hearing only a clang, Xiao Sheng was hit by the steel pipe on the spot, and a huge gap appeared at the edge of the long knife. Xiao Sheng hit the earth wall, shaking a lot of sand, and the earth flowed from the wall. Xiao Sheng couldn't stand up for a long time after falling down repeatedly. What a powerful force! Xiao Sheng spit out such a sentence with an ugly face. The Corpse King wanted to chase and kill Xiao Sheng, but at this moment Zhang Hengai stood up and said to the surrounding companions, "Everyone back." After finishing speaking, Zhang Hengai cast his supernatural power instantly, and the surrounding gravity instantly increased. The Corpse King's huge body suddenly felt a huge gravity, and fell to the ground instantly, but at this moment, the Corpse King was still struggling to stand up. It seems that Zhang Hengai's ability did not cause much damage to the Corpse King. Shen Feng was still wondering why Zhang Hengai asked everyone to back away, but he suddenly felt a strong pressure. His body slowed down instantly, and he almost fell down. At this moment, Shen Feng came to his senses and looked at Zhang Hengai in disbelief. Is this controlling gravity? Shen Feng used his ability to let the wind support his body, and left towards the distance. After leaving Zhang Hengai's side, he finally regained his body's lightness. Zhang Hengai's ability is an indiscriminate attack. Apart from himself, even his companions will also be hurt. Zhang Hengai looked at the Corpse King, who was slowly standing up, and couldn't help but said, "It's a shame that I can only control 3 times the gravity. If I can control 10 times the gravity, I can crush the Corpse King on the spot. Now I can't deal with it." Corpse King, Zhang Hengai had killed a lot of zombies before, and these zombies could not bear the huge pressure, so the internal organs would not be able to bear the huge gravity, and they would be crushed to death by their own weight. But the Corpse King was obviously different. His body was too tough. Zhang Hengai's ability cannot pose a huge threat to the Corpse King. At most it can only slow down his speed. The Corpse King slowly stood up from the ground. At this time, his body adapted to the 3 times the gravity, and then his eyes gradually turned blood red. Looking at the many people in front of him, he shouted, "Human beings are shameful. You just need to do whatever you want. Arrange some characteristics for others that are different from your own, and you can treat them as not of the same kind. In this case, I will stop being a human being, and you will suffer." Shen Feng saw the Corpse King in a maddened state, and couldn't help muttering, "I stopped being a human. Is it because I think human beings have limits?" The Corpse King walked towards Zhang Hengai step by step under the condition of triple gravity, and Zhang Hengai's face changed. What he was most proud of was that he could use gravity to crush zombies to death, but the Corpse King could withstand gravity. He thought that his combat power was not as good as the Corpse King quickly backed away. Zhang Hengai's retreat immediately affected Zhang Zi behind her. The long sword made of ice in her hand shattered instantly, because she couldn't bear the strong gravity. Hurry up and put away the abilities, don't cheat your teammates. Chapter 171 Fight to Fame II. The TV station has a helicopter, which is usually not used, but it is useful when reporting news these days. After the helicopter set off from the TV station, they went directly to the park where the battle was taking place. They received the notification and immediately went to the park to shoot the battle scene. They didn't expect the Corpse King to escape. The arrest operation was a failure, but at this time, it was so wonderful. It would be a great pity if the battle in the film was not successfully filmed. The helicopter came to the sky above the park. After hovering in the air, it pointed the camera at the earth wall in the park. It happened to capture the scene where the Corpse King was chasing and killing everyone in the circle. The Corpse King was holding a thick red pipe, killing all directions in the circle. The 6 people in the circle hurriedly dodged, and no one could stop the dead king's attack. Swords flickered non-stop in the wall, and the Corpse King and the supernatural being fought inseparably, and it was impossible to see who had the upper hand for a while. The battle is very fierce. There are fierce battles between you and me, but I believe that these powerful people with supernatural powers will definitely be able to win. The reporter cheered up the fighters below. Shen Feng has never made a move, just avoiding the attack of the Corpse King, while carefully observing the fighting methods of the other supernatural beings. He saw Feng Qinghao waving towards the distance, and a huge stream of water came to the inside of the earth wall, blocking Feng Qinghao around. The Corpse King hit it with a stick, but it hit the water flow. Immediately, the force was absorbed by the water flow. The stick did not cause substantial damage. As a buffer, the defense of water is really very strong. Good. Even if the bullet falls into the water, the kinetic energy will be easily absorbed by the water, and the lethality of the bullet underwater is only a few meters. The Corpse King looked at Qin Qi on the edge of the earthen wall, rushed towards her, and hit Qin Qi with a stick in his hand. When Qin Qi saw this scene, his expression changed, and he quickly stepped back and leaned against the earth wall, after which his body slowly merged into the earth wall. Boom! The steel pipe hit the earth wall, creating many cracks in the earth wall. The blow failed to hit Qin Qi. Qin Qi got out from the other side of the earth wall and said with lingering fear, "Fortunately, I can earth escape, otherwise it will be over." Qin Qi's combat power is very average, but her strongest is not fighting, but changing the terrain. As an auxiliary person, she is indeed very strong, because she can change the terrain anytime and anywhere, except in the sky and ocean. Otherwise, Qin Qi can change the shape of the land all the time, and can escape at critical moments. At this time, although everyone has successfully avoided the Corpse King's attack, they actually couldn't cause effective damage to the Corpse King. For a while, everyone inside the earth wall could only be expelled one by the Corpse King. If the situation continues, the Corpse King may break out of this circle. Zhang Zi didn't care too much at this time, and shouted directly at Feng Qinghao, "Hurry up and cooperate, don't just be defensive." Feng Qinghao understood, and immediately withdrew the water flow around his body, controlled the water flow and flew towards the Corpse King. Zhang Zi took the opportunity to cast a supernatural power, frozen thousands of miles. During the battle, Feng Qinghao's water flow can only have a defensive effect, because the attack power of the water is obviously not very strong, but at this time, after the water flow flew out, under the influence of Zhang Zi, the water flow began to condense in an instant. In an instant, it turned into an ice arrow and an ice pick, and instantly pierced the Corpse King's body. The ability to manipulate water flow is generally not very lethal, but after Zhang Zi freezes the water flow, the lethality instantly increases. AWW. The Corpse King roared to the sky, pierced by ice arrows and ice picks all over his body, and dark red blood flowed out of his body immediately, and many ice arrows were nailed to the Corpse King's body. Wang was finally hurt, but then the Corpse King trembled all over, shook his head and shook off all the ice arrows and ice picks on his body. The ice pick stuck on the muscles immediately after being inserted into his body, and did not cause substantial damage. After the ice pick fell, the wound on the Corpse King's body healed in an instant. Except for the bloodstains left on the skin, it seemed that the damage caused just now could not be seen. The Corpse King still has the recovery ability of tank-type zombies. Shen Feng saw that the Corpse King recovered so quickly at this time, but couldn't help being surprised. The Corpse King at this time almost possessed the abilities of all kinds of mutant zombies. The advantages are really hard to deal with. Suddenly, at this moment, the Corpse King's left hand suddenly clenched a fist and pointed at Yu Hengai. The bone spurs at the joints flew out instantly, and they were nailed to Yu Hengai's body in an instant. Suddenly, Yu Hengai was seriously injured and fell to the ground. Chest 5 bone spurs were nailed to the abdomen, blood flowed out, and the book and sword stained the clothes red. Xiao Sheng shouted quickly, "Sister Qin, take Yu Hengai to treat him, and the others will continue to attack." Qin Qi didn't dare to neglect, and quickly came to Yu Hengai's side, took him to out of the battle area, and sent Yu Hengai for treatment. No one thought that the bone spurs in the Corpse King's hand could be fired. This thing is a fast zombie eater. I have never heard that the bone spurs can be shot, but at this time, the Corpse King can shoot long bone spurs at will. Going out is simply impossible to guard against, and everyone can only be careful. The reporter on the helicopter continued to explain. Now we can see that one of the supernatural beings was injured, and another soldier sent him to receive treatment. A guy without combat ability. Let us cheer for the supernatural beings and believe that they can win. At this time, the battle that took place in Rongcheng was transmitted to places across the country where the signal could be received through the TV tower. Countless people were watching the battle between the supernatural being and the Corpse King, and they were all shocked by the Corpse King's fighting power. No one expected that the Corpse King, who is the commander of the Corpse Tide, still has such a powerful fighting ability now. The recovered cities have basically restored their power supply, and the only thing people in the cities can do if they want to get the latest news is to watch TV. The progress of the city's recovery can be seen on the TV at any time. It just so happened that the program of Rongcheng TV station started broadcasting, and the live broadcast was the battle between the Corpse King and the supernatural being. The content that attracted so much attention was immediately watched by millions of people. Originally, everyone had already agreed that the Corpse King had no fighting ability, and was valued more as a commander, but unexpectedly, the Corpse King turned out to be a hexagonal warrior, not only capable of fighting with corpse waves, but also the fighting ability is also very strong. At this time, everyone is not optimistic about a few people fighting the Corpse King, because in their view, the people inside the earthen wall are just fighting trapped beasts, because it is obvious that the battle situation is a Corpse King waving a weapon and rushing 4 people are running. The trapped beast is not the Corpse King, but these supernatural beings. Although the cooperation between a man and a woman is very exquisite, and the Corpse King was stabbed many times with the ice pick, but the core part of the Corpse King was not injured, and the wound could heal in an instant. The speed of this healing is already amazing. With such an exaggerated recovery ability, people basically have immortality. Why do these supernatural beings want to be brave? Someone said while watching TV, turn the tank over, and a few shells will kill the Corpse King. Why do you have to engage in such primitive hand-to-hand combat? It's not worth it, obviously. All you need is a sniper rifle. If you have to fight hand-to-hand, you are really backward. Many people began to criticize the group of people who were fighting, but they ignored one point. If there were no supernatural beings to restrain the scene, the Corpse King would have escaped long ago. How could there be time to adjust the tank? Xiao Sheng found that Shen Feng hadn't done anything, couldn't help asking, Shen Feng, what are you doing? Why didn't you do anything? Shen Feng said with a grin, aren't I looking for the Corpse King's weakness? Let's do it now. In fact, Shen Feng has been observing the fighting methods of other supernatural beings, and found that the fighting power of these people is indeed very strong, but when they meet a guy with extremely terrifying recovery ability like the Corpse King, the damage they can cause is negligible. Therefore, the ability of a supernatural person is more suitable as a bodyguard at this time. Shen Feng used a company like the wind and instantly walked around behind the Corpse King, thinking silently, hit the egg first, and the winning rate is half as high. Shen Feng grabbed the longsword and attacked the Corpse King's lower body. It wasn't Shen Feng's means of being cheap, but it was the Corpse King's 5-meter-high body at this time. Shen Feng's attacking parts were only the lower 3. Shen Feng didn't care about face. It's embarrassing. As long as you can win, it doesn't matter what means you use. However, the Corpse King was obviously very concerned about Shen Feng. When he found that Shen Feng disappeared in a flash, he immediately turned to face him and successfully avoided Shen Feng's attack. Xiao Sheng saw that the Corpse King showed his flaws, so he didn't hide it now. He rubbed a fireball out of thin air in his hand, aimed at the Corpse King's back and threw it over. In an instant, the Corpse King's back was shot. When it burns, the skin is instantly scorched. The Corpse King immediately rolled around on the ground, extinguished the flames on his back, and was just about to fight back, but he did not expect the coordinated attack of Feng Qinghao and Zhang Zi to arrive. Thousands of people attacked with ice arrows and ice cones. Being stabbed again, he had no choice but to shake off the ice pick on his back. At this time, Shen Feng, Xiao Sheng, Zhang Zi and Feng Qinghao surrounded the Corpse King in 3 directions, ready to attack from 3 directions. Xiao Sheng shouted loudly, brothers, hold on. As long as we continue to consume the Corpse King's physical strength, the Corpse King will be killed by us sooner or later. Of course Shen Feng understood this truth, rushed up and hit the Corpse King's thigh. The long sword cut through the Corpse King's thigh, and he could vaguely see the white bones. But then, the Corpse King's wound began to heal. As long as the core of the dead king is not injured, he can always heal the wound. The Corpse King saw that he was surrounded by 3 sides. No matter which direction he attacked, he would be attacked by the other 2 directions. He had human memory and human thinking. Faced with this situation, if he didn't react, his physical strength would definitely be destroyed. Exhausted, he immediately sat on the ground and opened his bloody mouth, as if about to roar. Shen Feng felt something was wrong, and quickly opened the Wind King barrier. At this time, the Corpse King raised his head and shouted, making a piercing sound, "Hey!" The surrounding range of more than 10 meters was surrounded by the earth wall, so the sound waves echoed in the earth wall all the time, and the ear-piercing sound suddenly stunned everyone inside the earth wall. Shen Feng also has the Wind King barrier that can block the sound waves, but the other 3 people can't do it. They are too close to the Corpse King. At this time, the brain is directly attacked by the sound waves. If it weren't for their 3rd-level abilities, or, now the brain tissue has become paste, it's a pity that even if the 3 of them barely resisted the Corpse King's screams, they still had a splitting headache and fell to the ground, obviously losing their fighting power. The 3 of them were lying on the ground, holding their brains and trembling constantly. After being attacked by sound waves, they were in terrific pain now. They only felt that their brains were about to split into 2 halves. If there was an anesthetic, the 3 of them would definitely not hesitate to hit it down. San Yingzhan Lu Bu was killed by Lu Bu. Seeing this scene, Shen Feng immediately felt a headache. He had planned to be surrounded and beaten, but now he was left alone to single out the Corpse King. Fortunately, the speed is still very fast. Even if you can't beat the Corpse King, you can still dodge the attack. The reporter on the helicopter saw this scene and continued to explain. As you can see, the despicable Corpse King murdered many supernatural beings, and now all 3 of them have fallen. At present, we still have the last fighter left, although only the last person, but I believe that he can win the final victory. It will definitely be possible. Of course the reporter is not a fool. Of course he can't fail to see that something is wrong with the battle situation at this time. The 6 people have never beaten the Corpse King before, and now there is only 1 person left. Is it possible that they can beat the Corpse King? Fortunately, the camera cleared the reporter at this time, and the lens immediately focused on the street below. On the other side of the street, thousands of soldiers with live ammunition surrounded the earth wall here, and many of them carried individual missiles on their shoulders. If there is danger, then the soldiers will do what the reporter quickly said. Now the army has also arrived, and now the victory still belongs to us. Please rest assured, the Corpse King cannot stir up trouble. The camera pointed at the Corpse King inside the earth wall again. At this time Shen Feng started to attack again towards the Corpse King, but his attack method was a bit too lowly. Every sword could not be separated from the Corpse King's lower third, and soon, the Corpse King's lower body was covered with scars, but unfortunately, Shen Feng's attack could not hurt the Corpse King's important parts, and the Corpse King only needed a few seconds to heal the wounds on his body. The Corpse King danced a heavy steel pipe in his hand like a tiger, constantly attacking Shen Feng. Fortunately, Shen Feng's ability can speed up, so he was not attacked by the Corpse King. Seeing that he could not successfully attack Shen Feng, the Corpse King couldn't bear it anymore, and once again raised his head to the sky and screamed, making a piercing voice, "Oh!" Shen Feng quickly opened the Wind King barrier to isolate the sound waves, and successfully blocked the Corpse King's attack. This time however, the other 3 people couldn't bear the sound wave, so Xiao Xing and the other 3 could only cover their ears tightly, but it was useless. The sound wave of such a frequency could no longer be blocked by covering the ears. The blood was obviously unbearable. Chapter 172 Fight to Fame Part 3. People all over the country who are idle are watching the battle on the TV. Originally, the TV was just an electrical appliance for daily entertainment, but now the TV has become an important channel to learn about the outside world, so many people are discussing Rong Chang in real time. Everyone is not optimistic about Shen Feng's battle. This kid will definitely not be able to defeat the Corpse King. At this moment, he is the only one left. Why not retreat quickly and hand it over to the army? If it is handed over to the army, then the whole body cannot be left behind. In this way, the use for the laboratory is too small. Still, thinking about the whole corpse at this time? Can you think about the young man who is fighting? As for the Corpse King, it's over. What research value can zombies have? That's right. What does the Corpse King want? Hurry up and let the kid who is fighting retreat, so as not to die at the hands of the Corpse King. It will be a huge loss instead. Many people on the forum were watching live TV to discuss this matter. No one was optimistic about Shen Feng. They all thought that Shen Feng would definitely not be able to defeat the Corpse King. Now that he is the only one left, he might as well be handed over to the army. It can be said that people all over the country are concerned about the battle in Rongcheng. I have seen the scene of the cloud bomb killing zombies before, and now I can see the battle between the Corpse King and the supernatural being. The forum is very lively. Shen Feng didn't know how others discussed him. At this time, he had already entered the state of fighting, and he had no other thoughts other than killing the Corpse King. Shen Feng has seen zombies massacre civilians before. In order to delay the time of arrest, this behavior angered Shen Feng, and now he only has the idea of killing the Corpse King. Now Zombie King has the quickness of speed zombies, the power of strong zombies, the defense and recovery ability of tank zombies, and the strong acid of jet zombies. Such a powerful combat power has already inspired Shen Feng's victory. There has never been a suitable battle partner before. Now, Shen Feng is already a fourth-order supernatural user, and he still doesn't know his own strength. Now, it's time to test his own strength. Shen Feng first saw the three nearby supernatural beings who were bleeding from their mouths and noses, rushed over to grab the three, and threw them outside the earth wall. The soldiers outside the wall quickly took the three away from the battlefield, and the consciousness of the three of them was also confused at this time. Their hands and feet were constantly kicking, as if they had fallen into a dream. The three supernatural beings who were directly attacked by the sound wave attack had hallucinations at this time, so their hands and feet scratched randomly in the air, trying to resist the illusion in front of them without the interference of other people. Shen Feng can finally fight with his hands free. The Corpse King has also discovered that his own sound waves have no effect on Shen Feng, as if blocked by an invisible barrier, so the Corpse King had no choice but to use fists and kicks to deal with Shen Feng. Shen Feng's speed is very fast, but the Corpse King is not stupidly standing still waiting to attack. He saw the Corpse King raise his right hand up, and the bone spur in his right hand flew out instantly. Shen Feng did not dodge, but let the Wind King barrier resisted the bone spurs that flew over. Clang, clang. The bone spurs hit Shen Feng's barrier, and immediately cracks appeared on the barrier, as if a piece of transparent glass was about to shatter. However, the barrier was not broken in the end, and the bone spurs were successfully blocked by the Wind King barrier. Shen Feng understood that the Wind King barrier can block most hidden weapon attacks, even bullets. Dozens of seconds of strafing. As long as you don't encounter the mutated plants in Yuzhen, it will definitely not be so easy to break afterwards. Long bone spurs grew out of the Corpse King's hands again, and the white bone spurs were exposed in the air, making them not easy to mess with. Shen Feng didn't hide his strength anymore. He used Follow the Wind and charged forward. His body turned into an afterimage, and went straight to the Corpse King's side. The Corpse King barely saw Shen Feng's trace, and quickly swung the steel pipe to meet Shen Feng. However, Shen Feng changed direction during the attack and was not hit by the steel pipe. Instead, he jumped up in front of the Corpse King and slashed down with his sword. The Corpse King dodged immediately, but it was not enough time. Shen Feng chopped off his ear with a sword. Although the wound healed quickly, it was obviously impossible for the fallen part to grow back, so it could only be incompetent roar. Shen Feng has now clearly tested the recovery ability of the Corpse King. The wound can heal, but it is impossible to grow new parts. I am not wrong. What is wrong is this world. Why did I become a zombie? Why did I have to be treated like this? Why did I become a zombie and restore my memory? Why can't we coexist peacefully? After cutting off his ears, he fully understood that his speed was not as fast as Shen Feng's. No matter how fierce the attack was, he couldn't hit Shen Feng's body, so this may be the last moment of his life. Shen Feng sneered and said, "Zombies are cannibals. They can eat their own kind, and they can eat food and animals. They can only destroy but not build. They are completely cancerous. As long as they are zombies, they cannot live in the same village as humans. Therefore, even if you have human memory, you must die before." Shen Feng was still hesitating whether to kill the Corpse King, but now, Shen Feng thought it over clearly. Zombies are always zombies. Even if one or two of them have recovered their memory, they can have human thinking, and they can't possibly stop billions of zombies from eating people around the world. It can be said that from the moment zombies eat people, zombies have been distinguished from humans. Zombies are already a new species, and the task of humans is to eliminate the existence of zombies. After that, Shen Feng continued to attack the Corpse King, and the Corpse King kept dodging. During the dodging process, the Corpse King also used the steel pipe in his hand to counterattack Shen Feng. Unfortunately, he couldn't touch Shen Feng's body at all, so he could only use less defense, completely unable to counterattack. Shen Feng brought his speed to the extreme. At this moment, he had a special feeling that he could turn into wind. However, there is always a limit to speed, and turning into a gust of wind is just a good wish. The photographer on the helicopter continued to shoot the shots below, but a strange thing happened at this time. That is, only the Corpse King was left in the dirt wall, standing still, waving the steel pipe in vain. But the supernatural person disappeared, as if evaporated from the air. Fortunately, the reporter had the relevant information in his hands, and made an explanation at this time. What the audience can see, at this time, the camera basically cannot capture the picture of the warrior. That's because the warrior is a supernatural being. After I speed up, it is difficult for ordinary people to see with the naked eye, and ordinary evolutionaries can't see it, unless they use a high-definition camera to play back frame by frame. Only then can we see the movement clearly. This kind of scene appeared in the national live broadcast, which was unexpected by everyone, and it was immediately discussed on the forum. I'm afraid this reporter is talking nonsense. I think the soldiers escaped just now, so nothing was captured at this time. It is completely deceiving to say that the speed exceeds the limit that the human eye can see. That's right. How could someone's speed reach this level? Physical fitness alone can't stand it. In summary, the reporter is talking nonsense. Some people doubted the professionalism of the reporter's commentary, but some evolutionists began to retort after seeing this scene. You know what? Have you seen the wounds and blood on the Corpse King? If it weren't for someone fighting at extreme speed, these wounds didn't appear out of nowhere. Humans can't do such a fast speed, because I have learned one thing from a long life, that is, human beings have limits. In this case, can't supernatural beings be able to do things of this level? Question mark. Don't tell me it's impossible. It's not nonsense. Don't be funny. It is true that supernatural beings are faster than ordinary people, but it is impossible for humans to see clearly. Could it be that they have reached the speed of bullets? No. One has been able to do it before. Is it possible that no one will be able to do it in the future? I am sure that the last person left must be a master, and the speed is too fast. The eyes of ordinary people can't see clearly at all. I am an evolutionist. Even those who can barely see a few pictures. Shen Feng knows very well that if you want to kill the Corpse King, you have to attack the vital points. Otherwise, you just scrape the Corpse King. Although it caused a lot of wounds on the Corpse King's body, but it didn't actually hurt the Corpse King's root. Therefore, Shen Feng's attacking part is always very close to the Corpse King's head. As long as he can successfully attack the Corpse King's brain, the Corpse King will also die. The Corpse King kept defending against Shen Feng's attacks, but at this moment, Shen Feng suddenly changed the target of the attack and cut off the Corpse King's left arm with a sword. At this time, the Corpse King could no longer attack it while Shen Feng lost a hand, and the power he can use has been greatly reduced. The Corpse King was very unwilling. He did find out that he was a zombie, but he also possessed human memory. Facing Shen Feng's fierce attack at this time, he understood that he would never be able to see his family again. To die. At this time, the Corpse King risked his life. He predicted the trail of Shen Feng's advance, spewed out a mouthful of stomach acid, and the light green acid attacked Shen Feng. At this time, this was his last resort. He only hoped the acid was able to successfully attack Shen Feng. Facing the acid liquid floating in the sky, Shen Feng did not dodge, nor did he need to dodge. He opened the Wind King barrier, instantly blocked the attacking acid liquid, and then cut off the Corpse King's right arm with a sword. The Corpse King lost his balance and finally fell to the ground. Shen Feng opened the eye of the hurricane and blew away the acid on the barrier. After the acid fell on the ground, it corroded the bricks on the ground into small holes. Shen Feng stopped his figure, looked at the Corpse King who had fallen to the ground, took out the walkie-talkie and said, "The Corpse King has been dealt with. Come and clean up the battlefield." Excited words came from the walkie-talkie. "Don't kill the Corpse King. Don't kill the Corpse King. We'll be here right away. This is an excellent experimental material." Shen Feng turned off the walkie-talkie and looked at the Corpse King on the ground. At this time, The Corpse King was lying in the center of the earth wall, looking at the blue sky, and suddenly said, "Kill me, kill me. Since I am no longer human, beings are gone, so living is meaningless. Don't let me suffer in the laboratory, kill me. If there is an afterlife, I must be a carefree person." Shen Feng looked at the Corpse King lying on the ground, and said calmly, "No, I don't like to kill. If you want to die, you can ask those soldiers later." The Corpse King turned his head to face Shen Feng with difficulty, and said, "If you kill me, I will tell you a secret in exchange. This is a secret that only the Corpse King knows. If you want to know, then agree me, kill me." Shen Feng frowned and asked, "What secret?" The Corpse King said with difficulty, "The secret about mutation, the secret about the future of mankind. As long as you promise to kill me, I will tell you. I don't want to be a guinea pig in the laboratory. I don't want to be manipulated by others. Die." Shen Feng hesitated for a moment. Anyway, he would definitely not be able to obtain the Corpse King's head to make potions, so he nodded in agreement and said, "Just tell me, if your news is valuable, then I will kill you." Under normal circumstances, everyone asks for an exchange not to kill themselves, but at this time, the Corpse King is unwilling to become a human test product, and it is too magical to ask the other party to kill him. The Corpse King said in a low voice, "Actually, zombies are just failures of mutation, because all infected zombies have lost their memory and thinking ability. The guys who really succeeded in mutation are all in the sea. In the depths of the ocean, there are huge. The monsters are mutating, and will definitely become a disaster for mankind in the future." Hearing this, Shen Feng quickly asked, "What are the monsters in the ocean? Also, how do you know these things?" The Corpse King slowly closed his eyes, and said, "I don't know why I know this. It seems that someone has been telling me in my head that this is more like an intuition. Animals in the ocean are always mutating. It's a kind of intuition, an intuition that only zombies, no, only Corpse Kings have. So, human beings, don't ignore the threat of the ocean. The biggest threat is not on land, but in the ocean." When Shen Feng heard this, he couldn't react for a while. The greatest threat to human beings is in the ocean. How is this possible? Or, is it really possible? Okay, let's fulfill the agreement. My life should come to an end. The Corpse King said in a low voice. At this time he had already accepted his fate. Shen Feng hesitated for a moment, then rushed forward to kill the Corpse King with a sword. When the soldiers broke down the earthen wall, they saw Shen Feng, who was clean from top to bottom, and also saw the Corpse King lying dead on the ground, and they were stunned. Is the Corpse King already dead? Was it so easy to be killed? A middle-aged man in a white coat discovered the Corpse King's death, rushed to Shen Feng's side, and asked in disbelief, "Didn't you tell me not to kill the Corpse King? Why did you still kill the Corpse King? Why?" Hearing such a question, Shen Feng had no choice but to spread his hands and said, "It's not my fault. I saw that the Corpse King wanted to send out a sonic attack, so in order to protect myself, I can only kill the Corpse King, and I can't let the Corpse King attack. Wang Shen only attacked me, right?" The middle-aged man in a white coat couldn't help but see Shen Feng like this, but now that the Corpse King has been killed, he is also very helpless. At least he has experimental materials, which can be regarded as a blessing in misfortune. If a Corpse King can be captured alive, then the laboratory can do more experiments, and maybe even develop weapons specifically for the Corpse King. Take the Corpse King back to the laboratory for an autopsy, and see how the Corpse King is different from other zombies. The main purpose is to examine the Corpse King's brain. The scientist then ordered the soldiers to start carrying the Corpse King's body, ready to take it to the laboratory to do experiments. Chapter 173 Reluctant Farewell. After the chaos in Rongcheng ended, Shen Feng chose to go home to reunite with his family. After copying the top-secret materials of the laboratory, Chu Qiaoan also came to Shen's house to have a meal with the Cheek. At this time, the people outside Rongcheng, the crisis was resolved, and everyone was finally able to have a good meal. It's a pity that there were 3 people who came to dinner, and now Yu Rinshu left Shen Feng, and only Shen Feng brought Chu Qiaoan to dinner. Shen Feng also stated his purpose: "Father, mother, and sister, go to Luzhou with me. I can protect you better in Luzhou. Maybe there is a way to make you become supernatural beings." "Thank you." The general has also agreed. "You don't have to wait until the year is up, you can go straight now." Shen Yu shook his head immediately when he heard this, and replied, "Impossible, I will not go to Luzhou. I will stay in Rongcheng forever, and here must be the safest place in the future. What are you going to do in Luzhou? Live? Shen Xin didn't answer Shen Feng's question directly, but suddenly asked, why is this child Yu Renshu missing? Did you just abandon him after all? Shen Xin is now more concerned about his son's relationship issues. Yu Renshu was talking and laughing when eating at home before, but now at this time, Yu Renshu has completely disappeared. Shen Feng heard such a question, and quickly explained, how is it possible? Yu Renshu left by herself, she went to the laboratory, she is a doctor after all, and going to the laboratory is her final destination. Besides, how could you do you think I'm a reckless person? Hearing his son's answer, Shen Xin showed a smile on his face, and then said, look, other people are willing to stay in Rongcheng, why don't you want to? It just so happens that you have a good relationship with General Z, why don't you just stay in Rongcheng? What about coming down? Wouldn't it be better for everyone to contribute to the army together in the future? Shen Feng never expected that instead of persuading his family members to go with him, he was persuaded by his family members to stay, and he couldn't help but look at his family members helplessly. Shen Yu also persuaded his younger brother, although the man's ambition is everywhere, you also have to consider your own safety. How safe it is to stay in Rongcheng. You can take your younger siblings over and live together in Rongcheng. Isn't it good for you to live together in Rongcheng? It should be round and round. Hearing the two people's persuasion, Chu Chaoyan immediately felt that something was wrong. Luzhou was taken back by Shen Feng and others. If Shen Feng stayed at this time, wouldn't Luzhou be in chaos? So, Chu Chaoyan immediately interrupted, Shen Feng, I remember you said earlier that someone in Luzhou is preparing to rebel, isn't it? When are we going back? Chu Chaoyan wanted to use Chang Jianyi's safety to remind Shen Feng not to stay in Rongcheng, otherwise Chang Jianyi might be in danger. Shen Feng felt dizzy for a while, and said, eat, let's talk after eating. In short, I will not abandon senior sister. She doesn't want to leave Luzhou, and I won't leave either. Hearing this answer, Chu Chaoyan breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately greeted everyone, hurry up and eat, the ingredients for today's hot pot are not easy to find, and I also bought them from many people in exchange for rice noodles. It's also very precious. The Shen family ate hot pot tonight. In order to keep out the cold, they put a lot of peppers in the pot. People from other provinces are not used to eating it. Chu Chaoyan brought a lot of canned food and vegetables as gifts, and the family sat on the table. Eating hot pot, the dishes are very simple, far from the richness before the doomsday, but this is also a rare warm moment in the doomsday. There are not too many vegetables in the hot pot, most of them are non-staple food, either rice noodles and luncheon meat, or bacon and some wild vegetables. It is late autumn now, it is not easy to get vegetables, after all, they are produced in the greenhouse. Vegetables are rationed, and only powerful people can get enough vegetables. Of course Shen Feng knew that as long as he could leave with his family, he would have nothing to do when he arrived in Luzhou, so why stay in Rongcheng and suffer? To be honest, Rongcheng is very safe, but everyone needs to work hard, but in Luzhou, Shen Feng, as the controller, can get a lot of things and provide more protection for his family. After eating the hot pot, Shen Feng continued to persuade his parents, there are no more corpses around Luzhou, and the safety is not as bad as you imagined. I am also the world's first fourth-order superhuman, and my strength is far beyond ordinary people. Protecting you is not a problem. Moreover, when you arrive in Luzhou, you don't have to work so hard. Shen Yu continued to shake his head, and said stubbornly, no matter how good Luzhou is, it is always under the management of non-governmental organizations, not official organizations. Moreover, if I live in Rongcheng, I will have a brighter future. You know, there is no way for your personal power to compete with the power of the whole country. He Liping also persuaded, Feng, we know that you have good intentions, but Rongcheng is always our home, and we will not leave easily. Why don't we go there when we have a chance in the future, or when Rongcheng encounters danger? Luzhou has defected to you. Shen Feng has nothing to say. He didn't expect his family members to be so stubborn. He just didn't want to leave Rongcheng, so he had no choice but to give up. It's a pity that he couldn't persuade them to leave now that he had fought so hard to kill the Corpse King during the day loss. Chu Chaoyan also tried to invite the 3 members of the Shen family, but she also got a refusal. In fact, it is not incomprehensible for the Shen family to choose to stay in Rongcheng. Now the large-scale zombies in the Sichuan Basin have been wiped out, and zombies from other provinces cannot enter. This is one of the safest places. It is also reasonable to come down, but instead of going to Luzhou, who knows what kind of danger will be encountered, so Shen Feng took Chu Chaoyan to spend the night at home, and set off the next day, preparing to go back to Luzhou. When parting, Shen Feng handed a bottle containing red jelly to his family, and whispered, "Eat the food inside, you can evolve, but be careful not to eat too much, or your body will not be able to bear it. You keep it carefully, as long as you become strong, even if you encounter danger in the future, you still have a certain ability to protect yourself. Keep it secret, Shen." Yu nodded, took the glass bottle, and prepared to keep it carefully. At this time, He Liping found a box from her body, handed it to Shen Feng, and said, "There is a ring inside, which was passed down to me by your grandma. You take it back and give it to your daughter-in-law. Remember to give me a ring earlier." Grandson, He Liping felt sorry for not being able to see her daughter-in-law. It would be a great thing if the family could have dinner face-to-face. It's a pity that she still has to stay in Luzhou, and now she can't come to Rongcheng at all. Let Shen Feng take it back. Shen Feng smiled awkwardly, and replied, "I will try my best." Afterwards, Shen Feng bid farewell to his family and set off. He put the box in the car and headed towards Luzhou with the remaining 2,000 people in Luzhou. If the road conditions are good, they can reach Luzhou in one day. The road is full of cars blocking the road, so on the way back, Shen Feng can only lead people to move the obstacles on the road. When leaving Luzhou, Shen Feng never thought that he would go to Rongcheng, but at this moment, there are only less than 2,000 of the 3,000 people left, and 1,000 people died in the battle with the mutated plants. What a pity. People, all are soldiers who have followed Shen Feng for a long time, and the vehicle was full of many items, including thousands of guns and several trucks of medicines. This trip, it can only be said that the loss was great, but the gain was also great. Chu Chaoyan still held a USB flash drive in her hand, handed it to Shen Feng, and said, "I saw Yu Rinshu in the laboratory in Rongcheng yesterday. Do you want to know about her situation?" Shen Feng took the USB flash drive, knowing that it stored a large amount of laboratory secret data, so he took it very seriously, and replied casually, "I don't care about Yu Rinshu's situation, but I will not stop you from speaking." Chu Chaoyan took a sneak peek at Shen Feng, and found that Shen Feng really didn't care, and couldn't see any joy or anger at all, so she said in a low voice, "I think Yu Rinshu has been reused in the laboratory, but she seems to be. If you look unhappy, why don't you help her?" Shen Feng shrugged and replied, "She chose to leave by herself. Why should I help her? Besides, the plague is still spreading in Luzhou. You should worry about your grandfather. He is not in good health. Stand up." Chu Chaoyan was not very worried about this matter, and said directly, "Didn't we bring 2 carts of medicine back home? Plague or something, isn't it easy to solve? As for my grandfather, he never drank cold water. It won't be so easy to get sick. After boiling the water, the bacteria and everything will be killed, right?" As he said that, Chu Chaoyan couldn't help but grab the 2 long swords on the cart. When he picked them up, they felt very heavy. They weighed about 20 catties. Such a heavy weapon is not an evolutionary, but it really is. I'm not used to using it, it consumes too much energy. These 2 long swords were forged overnight in Rongcheng. The whole body is made of titanium alloy, which is heavy and hard. The hilt is made of yellow rosewood, and the scabbard is also made of wood. The scalpel made of titanium alloy is very sharp, but the corresponding price is also very expensive. Strictly speaking, this alloy is generally used as a precision instrument. Now 2 long swords have been made. The true value of the alloy, you are the only one who can use such a heavy weapon." Chu Chaoyan couldn't help muttering after speaking. Chu Chaoyan pulled out half of the long sword to look at it, and found that the 2 long swords had been polished so smooth that they could be used as mirrors. Chu Chaoyan compared the daggers in his hands, and felt that his weapons were really poor. "I don't know what kind of danger there will be in the future. As for cold weapons, they probably won't work on the battlefield." Although Chu Chaoyan likes these 2 weapons very much, she can still see the situation clearly. In the future, the role of cold weapons may not be great. However, at this moment, Shen Feng suddenly saw a dense black shadow spreading from the ground in front of him. Looking carefully, it turned out to be huge mice. So many mutated mice rushed up together. Shen Feng immediately blew his horn to warn the vehicles behind him. Did he? The siren sounded all around, and many soldiers on the truck were startled, and they were all guessing, did zombies appear? After the whistle sounded, the rats spreading in front of them were instantly alarmed. These rats ran towards the two sides of the convoy in an instant, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. However, the densely packed rats still made people tremble with fear. Shen Feng estimated that the large group of mice that ran past just now were probably all mutant mice, because they were huge, as big as cats and dogs. There were at least tens of thousands of them. It was strange that these rats did not dare to attack the convoy, but fled to the sides. Damn it, with so many rats, the harm they will cause in the future is not easy. Shen Feng couldn't help sighing. Chu Qiaoan was also shocked by the scene in front of him. Tens of thousands of mutated mice were running on the road in broad daylight like no one else was there, and they were extremely arrogant. Although they dare not attack humans, but there are so many rats, people who don't know may think that an earthquake is coming. Mice are also mutating, and cats and dogs are also mutating. Will there be any strange animals that will mutate in the future? Chu Qiaoyan asked. Shen Feng shrugged and said, when you get back to Luzhou, go ask Mr. Niu. He is a biology student and he must know more. As for me, I can't answer you. At this time, Shen Feng remembered the words that the Corpse King said when he killed the Corpse King. The danger of human beings is hidden in the ocean. Shen Feng doesn't understand what this means. The animals in the ocean are sharks or whales. No matter how mutated, they cannot threaten the survival of human beings. Why does the Corpse King say that the danger of human beings is hidden in the ocean? Shen Feng couldn't figure it out. The only thing he was sure of was that there are two threats to human beings, one is zombies and the other is mutant beasts. Chu Qiaoyan suddenly remembered something, so he quickly said to Shen Feng, by the way, you don't know yet, do you? Yesterday, the battle between you and the Corpse King was broadcast nationwide, and people all over the country saw you killing the Corpse King. You are the king of corpses, you are a big celebrity now. At least half of the people in the whole country know you. Shen Feng thought for a while. It seemed that during the battle yesterday, the helicopter hovered above his head all the time. Thinking about it now, maybe it was the people from the TV station who were filming. That's a coincidence. What men like most is to become famous. Now that I have achieved it, I can be considered a success. Shen Feng said with a smile. Ma Chao has no confidant in the future, and no one in the world knows the king. If this sentence is applied to you, it is a bit out of character. Chu Qiaoyan shrugged and said. Shen Feng continued to drive, and he was going to return to Luzhou as fast as possible. Today's Luzhou must have been plagued by the plague for a long time, right? After 3 days, Shen Feng finally saw the city wall of Luzhou from a distance, and couldn't help shouting, and the soldiers in the truck behind him also couldn't help shouting when they saw the familiar scenery. Chu Qiaoyan had to cover her ears. From what she could hear, the shouts of Shen Feng and his group reminded her of these few words. Often there are tall apes shouting loudly, exhorting strange things, and mourning for a long time. Chu Qiaoyan didn't want to hear this kind of sound similar to that of apes screaming in the mountains, so she blocked her ears, and then she saw many people from the city of Luzhou welcoming them. Among them, Chang Jianyi was standing in front with a smile on his face, obviously has been waiting for Shen Feng. Chu Qiaoyan couldn't help being jealous. Chapter 174 Sharp Contradictions. When Shen Feng and his group arrived at the city gate in the northwest corner, they found that Chang Jianyi was leading many people to greet him at the city gate, especially on the city wall. There were people holding colored paper and sprinkled it down, and many other people, still standing on both sides of the road and watching constantly. Many soldiers are holding guns to maintain order. The colorful papers fell one after another, like colored rain falling, and a group of people returning to the city appeared in the colorful rain, and people's adoring eyes were also projected at this time. Bathed in such a situation, a sense of pride also arises spontaneously. Shen Feng stopped the car, stepped forward and said to the senior sister, I'm back, Chang. Jianyi stepped forward, thumped Shen Feng's chest twice, then hugged her and said in a low voice, I've been away for almost a month, and I'm finally back. Hurry up and enter the city. Shen Feng hugged Chang Jianyi and circled in the air, then turned his head and told his soldiers, enter the city, we have returned victorious, but... At this time, Chang Jianyi pointed to the top of the city gate. Shen Feng raised his head and found that there were 2 words Jiang Yang written on the city gate. The city lord's mansion was also renamed Jiang Yang City Lord's Mansion. Shen Feng shook his head helplessly, and said, unfortunately, I missed the ribbon-cutting ceremony, but it's all trivial, and I will be the city lord of Jiang Yang from now on. Chang Jianyi had a lot to say and wanted to tell Shen Feng, but it was obviously not the time to whisper, so Chang Jianyi could only keep what she wanted to say in her heart, and was ready to find a suitable opportunity before telling Shen Feng. At the same time, she took out a mask for Shen Feng to put on. Shen Feng looked around, only to realize that many of the welcoming people were wearing masks. It seemed that the plague in Luzhou hadn't disappeared. Soldiers also put on masks and followed into the city. Colored papers were continuously sprinkled from the city wall. Colorful papers were flying in the air like butterflies. Soldiers bathed in such colored papers and entered the city. Everyone felt very honored, because everyone returned victorious and became Jiang Yang's heroes. However, at this moment, Shen Feng saw Chang Haoji, who was flying in the sky, and he was also holding a flower basket in his hand, and was sprinkled colored paper in the sky, looking very happy. Chang Jianyi originally didn't want her younger brother to do this kind of chores, but Chang Haoji thought it was fun and insisted on throwing confetti in the sky. Chang Jianyi had no choice but to acquiesce to his younger brother's behavior. It's not a big deal anyway, a child, just be happy seeing this scene. Shen Feng couldn't help but sigh with emotion. He didn't expect that Chang Haoji has become a supernatural being now. A lot of things really happened in the month he left Jiang Yang. However, fortunately, he brought enough medicine, and Jiang Yang's plague should be easily resolved. Shen Feng told the soldiers to return to the barracks and go home to visit their relatives in an orderly manner. As for the important supplies, they were placed in front of the warehouse, and then they came to the office. Shen Feng walked into the office, stepped on the dog fur rug, feeling pretty good. After going out for a long time, now he finally came home, not to mention how comfortable it is. Sister, are there many people suffering from the plague in the city? Shen Feng asked. Chang Jianyi made a cup of tea for Shen Feng, and said in a low voice, there are not many people suffering from the plague, maybe a few hundred, but other things are more troublesome. If you don't bring people back, maybe the city will be destroyed. There's going to be bloodshed. Shen Feng was startled when he heard this, and asked in disbelief, blood incident? Such an exaggeration. At this time, Shen Feng couldn't believe what he heard, but after leaving for about a month, Jiang Yang's appearance has changed. If there's a bloody incident, it will be really troublesome. Chang Jianyi sat down beside Shen Feng, and asked in a low voice, guess how many people Jiang Yang still has now? Shen Feng heard this question, thought carefully for a moment, and said, about 200,000? 80 to 90,000 are from Luzhou, and 100,000 are refugees from Yuzhou and other places. Chang Jianyi shook her head lightly, and said seriously, no. There are 400,000 people. So many people eat and drink in Luzhou, not to mention consuming a lot of food, which brings a lot of dangers. Many people privately grouping together to form a guild, sometimes even use force to seize the chassis, although these people dare not confront the city lord's mansion, but the threat it brings is real. A population of 400,000? How come there are so many? Shen Feng was also taken aback. He thought that Jiang Yang's population of 200,000 would be enough. After all, 9/10 of the population will die in the end of the world, so it is impossible for too many people to gather come here, but now it seems that Jiang Yang has a population of 400,000, which is an exaggeration to the extreme. Chang Jianyi rolled her eyes at Shen Feng, and said helplessly, do you think the situation in Jiang Yang is very simple? Yuzhou has now become a dead city, and there are all plagues and mutant beasts coiling around there. I don't know how many people are there. We have to take in the families who come here with their families, so the pressure is getting bigger and bigger every day, and robbery and murder are common in the city, so it's a disaster. Shen Feng frowned and asked, how about the food? Is it enough? Chang Jianyi shrugged and said helplessly, it can only last until next year when the seeds are planted. Winter is coming, and the food can only barely survive the winter. If there is no way to get food supplements by then, we can only go to the field work. Shen Feng suddenly felt a headache, and said to himself, if I knew earlier, I wouldn't need antibiotics during the exchange, and it would be fine to replace it with food. Now I can't continue trading. Hearing Shen Feng's words at this time, Chang Jianyi suddenly remembered something, and quickly said to Luo Qing, who was beside him, go and call Lin Yu over, and just say that the mayor sees him. Luo Qing hurriedly went to look for Lin Yu. Chang Jianyi introduced, let me introduce a talent to you. He is a young man from Yuzhou. He is 17 years old. He suggested to me to make penicillin by local method, so as to control the plague in the city. but he always wanted to find revenge on his enemies. I think he can take advantage of it. Shen Feng nodded, ready to meet Lin Yu, but he suddenly realized that he thought he could rest for a while after returning home, but now it seems that Jiang Yang also has countless things to solve, and the plague is not the biggest one. The most serious problem at present is the low-level outsiders. These people have mastered force in private. Once they rebel, they can only be suppressed by force. Lin Yu soon arrived at Shen Feng's office. After meeting the city lord, he immediately handed over a document in his hand. "Watch out for those who want to rebel below," Lin Yu said seriously. "City master, the 400,000 people in Jiangyang are mixed with fish and dragons. It looks peaceful on the surface, but in fact the people underneath are divided according to factions. The locals are one faction, and the outsiders are several factions. There are often fights and land grabs between them. If they are not restrained, the foundation will inevitably be shaken, especially in the current troubled times, and there are countless criminals. If the low-level criminals are not strictly investigated, the people will be unrest. Departments must exist." When Shen Feng heard this explanation, he took it for granted. When Rongcheng was facing the threat of zombies, some people in the city took the opportunity to rob and set fire to it, causing thousands of deaths and almost hitting the defense line outside the city. Fortunately, Guanzhou and the arrival of the Chinese army stabilized the situation. However, at this time Shen Feng became curious and asked, "You seem to be very active about this matter, why?" Hearing this question, Lin Yu immediately revealed a look of hatred, and said through gritted teeth, "My girlfriend was killed. It was killed by someone. I suspect that when the zombies attacked the city, these people took advantage of the opportunity to act. I want revenge." Lin Yu didn't hide his hatred. He hasn't forgotten until now that the woman he loved so much died after only one night. If he died at the hands of zombies, he would feel a little better. But dying at the hands of his own people, he couldn't bear it anymore. Shen Feng didn't expect to hear such a sad thing, so he had to shake his head helplessly and said, "I hope you find the murderer as soon as possible and get out of the shadows as soon as possible." Lin Yu continued to ask, "What about this matter?" Shen Feng nodded and waved at Lin Yu. Lin Yu hurried over, and Shen Feng whispered in Lin Yu's ear, "In addition to observing the people below, you also need to help me observe other people. See, could it be that a traitor from another force has entered Jiangyang?" Shen Feng did not forget the note left by Yu Rinshu. He knew that there was something hidden about Yu Rinshu's departure, but it was impossible to continue the investigation, and the note left by Yu Rinshu also wrote that there were spies by his side. Yes, so Shen Feng is very careful and must find the hidden spies, otherwise many important news about Jiangyang may be found out on the future. Lin Yu suddenly understood. It seemed that the city lord agreed with his suggestion. He immediately knelt down, bowed his head and said, "City lord, please rest assured, I will definitely establish an intelligence organization, and I will definitely find out all the news." Then, Lin Yu suddenly remembered something, so he said quickly, "By the way, City Lord, I have a classmate named Qi Lingshan. He has been cleaning the prison for a month. He asked me to give you apologizing. He said he knew he was wrong and would never dare again." Qi Lingshan. Shen Feng frowned and thought about it, but he didn't remember this person or Chang Jianyi's memories better, and he said directly, "It was the kid who took the lead in making troubles when he entered the city. Stop suffering." After hearing such an introduction, Shen Feng remembered that there seemed to be such a person. However, it has only been a month. Did he really know that he was wrong? This guy, didn't he talk about human rights and freedom before? Does he still talk about these things now? Shen Feng asked with a smile, and Yu shook his head quickly, and said sincerely, he said that he was brainwashed by the words of other countries before, and he couldn't see the situation clearly, so he made a big mistake. He hopes to get your understanding. If not, please transfer to elsewhere. Shen Feng shrugged and said indifferently, then let him work under your subordinates. As long as he knows that he is wrong, I don't want to pursue it. I am a kind person and I don't like killing people. Lin Yu quickly thanked him, and then retreated. At this time, Shen Feng was leaning on the office chair, feeling a headache for the problems he was facing now. There were not so many problems in Luzhou, but the influx of foreigners began to seize the resources of the locals. This kind of dispute, Shen Feng didn't know how to deal with it at all. No matter which side he leaned on, it would cause dissatisfaction, and it would not do to pretend he didn't know. The conflict would erupt sooner or later. Chang Jianyi also knew that this matter was difficult to deal with. Seeing Shen Feng's anxiety now, She could only comfort her patiently. It's okay. There must be a way for the cart to reach the mountain, and the boat will naturally go straight when it reaches the bridge. In the middle of the night, Lin Yu came to the prison with the dispatch order from the city lord's mansion, and left with Qi Lingshan. When Qi Lingshan saw Lin Yu, it was as if he had met a relative. He hugged him when he came up, and said excitedly, "What a good brother, I knew you could do something. I don't want to work in prison anymore." After Qi Lingshan recalled all the situations in the prison, he suddenly felt a wave of fear. There were all kinds of prisoners, and there were countless murderers. After being caught, give him a good meal, and then the next day, I pulled out to find a place with many people and shot him. During this time, dozens of people have been killed. Among them, what scares Qi Lingshan the most is that in the deep part of the prison, a prisoner named Ren Jing is cut off a piece of flesh every day. Obviously both arms have been cut off, but he still has to suffer this kind of torture. Inhuman. Suddenly, Qi Lingshan noticed that Lin Yu was missing someone, so he asked, "By the way, where did Fu Yu go? Why didn't I see her, eh?" Look of sadness appeared on Lin Yu's face, and then he said lightly, "She is dead, killed by the murderer. From now on, you and I will set up an intelligence department, and the mission is to catch the murderer. I will make the other party pay in blood." When Qi Lingshan heard this, he was stunned. "Killed? How come?" Lin Yu gritted his teeth and said, "It's true. Just a week ago, on the night of the decisive battle with the zombies, someone took the opportunity to make trouble and killed Fu Yat. Sorry." Qi Lingshan didn't expect to hear such a thing, so he could only comfort his old classmates. Speaking of which, there were 50 people in the class, and only 3 of them survived. She and Fu Yao have always been close, but she never expected that Fu Yu would die in just half a month at this time. Lin Yu looked at Qi Lingshan and said in a low voice, "I don't want to mourn now, I just want to take revenge. Do you know why I help you? Of course it is because of your identity. Next, you are going to join some gangs, and then secretly inquire about the news." Chapter 175 Yazhao Raiders. Qi Lingshan was startled when he heard this, and asked, "Are you asking me to play infernal affairs? Are you kidding me?" Lin Yu put his arms around Qi Lingshan's shoulders, and said in a low voice, "Otherwise, I wouldn't have saved you. When you rebelled outside the city, you happened to be seen by many people in Yazhao. Now, you must have been caught by the people below. People think they are their own, and it is inconvenient for me to show up, so I leave the task of investigating the situation to you." Qi Lingshan quickly shook his head and refused, saying, I can't. I am not good at acting, and I am easily exposed." Lin Yu sighed and asked, "Really, Qi?" Lingshan said righteously, "It's really not good, mainly because I am not a liar, I am born with it, and I can't change it." Lin Yu shook his head helplessly, grabbed Qi Lingshan's shoulder and walked back, saying as he walked, "Since you can't help me, forget it." Qi Lingshan stopped in his tracks and asked, "Where are we going?" Lin Yu said lightly, "Of course I'm going back to prison, where else can I go?" As soon as Qi Lingshan heard this, he immediately sat on the ground, didn't say anything, and said with a wry smile, "Lin Yu, my good brother, don't be so heartless. I don't want to go back again. You can do it, okay? Let me go. Let me do something else." Qi Lingshan is not stupid. He knows how dangerous a mission like infernal affairs is, so he refuses it at this time. He doesn't want to die without knowing why Lin Yu didn't speak, but grabbed Qi Lingshan's leg and dragged him towards the prison. Seemingly completely unmoved, Qi Lingshan had no choice but to give in at this time, and said, "Okay, I'll go undercover, okay, don't take me back, I'm afraid of you." Lin Yu let go of Qi Lingshan's feet. Qi Lingshan also slowly stood up from the ground, and said with a bitter face, "If I am not good at acting and if someone catches me, you must come and save me, otherwise I will really it's over." Lin Yu nodded and said seriously, "Don't worry, I won't let you die. You just need to send messages on time every day. As long as you complete the task, I will ask the city lord's mansion to let you get evolution 2. Pharmaceutical." Qi Lingshan felt that he was already on a thief ship. He didn't expect that the student who had always had big eyebrows and big eyes had learned to play tricks. It seems that the end has come, and everyone's personality has changed nowadays. Everyone thinks that the end has come, because after the zombies appeared, they disrupted the order of the human society. Even primitive tribes think that the end is coming. All regions of the world are revealing a sadness atmosphere. On the other hand, Shen Feng is quite optimistic. The crisis brought by zombies to humans is indeed very serious, but this is based on the number of zombies. If you compare the gap between humans and zombies, you will find that zombies are simply it is the product of evolutionary failure. Ordinary zombies don't even have IQ. Only mutated zombies have certain thinking ability. It is obvious that the greatest advantage of human beings is IQ, and zombies don't have this advantage at all. 5 days after Shen Feng returned to Jianyi, 3 months have passed since the end of the world, and humans have been recovering cities and lands occupied by zombies. Shen Feng guessed in his heart that within 10 years, the targets may all be zombies. Perhaps in addition to zombies, mutant beasts and mutant plants may also become enemies. After Shen Feng signed the document in the office, he began to look for it and read it. He was still idle, so he might as well have some fun. In fact, Shen Feng planned to watch anime in the office, but it was not good for others to see this kind of thing, so Shen Feng had to watch it, and blocked it with a file folder outside the book. In this way, in the eyes of others, it's just looking at the files with all my heart. However, it is impossible for Shen Feng's small actions to deceive the surrounding secretaries, because it is too weird. I saw Shen Feng holding the erected folder and kept looking at it, with a strange smile on his face while looking at it. The folder hadn't been moved for a long time. It was obvious that the city lord was definitely not looking at the file. According to my opinion, the city lord is reading Liu Bei's literature right now, so he has an idiot-like smile on his face. These secretaries dared not speak and discuss, but they communicated on paper. Another person also wrote down what he wanted to say on a piece of paper. I don't think it's right. The current ones can't write the content of the edge ball at all, let alone print it out. So, I think, the city owner is looking at the photos. No matter what, the city lord must not be looking at any serious content. Several other people also discussed on paper. However, at this moment, Chu Yangshan pushed open the door and walked in with a cane. Several secretaries hurriedly lowered their heads to process the documents, pretending to be serious about their work. Shen Feng saw Professor Chu appearing, and hurriedly stepped forward to say hello. Professor is here? You sit down quickly. Who is there to make tea? Chu Yangshan coughed and said, I won't sit down anymore. You come with me. I have something I want to talk to you alone. Besides, you can also call Chang Jianyi. Shen Feng quickly put it away, and said seriously, okay, I'll call her right away. Chang Jianyi's office is next door to Shen Feng's. Normally, Chang Jianyi would have to read the documents processed by Shen Feng again, and execute them after confirming that there is no problem. She was worried that Shen Feng's handling of documents would not be reliable. Spectrum, so no matter what you have to do it yourself. Shen Feng went to the next door to call Chang Jianyi, and the two followed Chu Yangshan to a secret room in the city lord's mansion. Chu Yangshan sat down slowly, looked at Shen Feng and Chang Jianyi seriously, and asked, now the situation in Jiangyang is undercurrent, how are you going to deal with it? The conflict between locals and outsiders can no longer be reconciled. And the basis of your rule is the locals, but the number of outsiders is particularly large. I want to know, what do you think? Neither Shen Feng nor Chang Jianyi expected that Chu Yangshan would ask this difficult question. The two looked at each other, and then said helplessly, we have nothing to do but delay it. It's impossible now. Shall we drive away all the foreigners? Seeing the attitude of the two, Chu Yangshan couldn't help shaking his head slightly, and said, no, delaying will only make the problem more and more serious. If the problem can be solved now, it will be solved quickly. If the problem breaks out in the future, will lead to even greater troubles. I don't want to say more about this, Shen Feng quickly asked, then what should I do? The headquarters has been pretending to be dead. I can't send those people in the city back to Yazhou, can I? There are only so many jobs for Jiangyang, and it can no longer be accommodated. There are more people. Chu Yangshan coughed twice, and his breathing was a bit heavy at this time, and he said with difficulty after recovering, if you want to stabilize the situation, you must eliminate the factors of anxiety. Now we have only one way, and that is to recover Yazhou. Indeed, it is difficult to solve the situation of too many monks and too little food, so we can only expand our territory. Shen Feng poured a glass of water for Chu Yangshan, and said helplessly, no, the headquarters can't agree with our approach. It's enough for them to let me recover the cities in Jiangyang. For a city as big as Yazhou, how could they give it to me? Confused, Chu Yangshan couldn't help but patted the table, and said bitterly, when internal problems urgently need to be resolved, are you still relying on others? Now is not the time for others to allow you to do what you can do. If you don't expand your territory, where will you get enough positions to arrange people? If you don't deal with idlers, how will the situation be stable? This is not a question of whether you are willing or not, but something you must do. The words are very clear. If you don't change, you will die, and the change is very simple. That is, to expand the territory. At this moment, Chu Yangshan became agitated, coughing again and again, and his thin body was trembling constantly. Chang Jianyi quickly walked over and patted Professor Chu on the back to let him calm down, and explained, by the way, Professor, don't get excited. Even if we want to recover Yazhao, we don't have the ability to do so. The first is the food problem. It is enough to plant seeds next year, and it cannot support large-scale operations. In addition, Yazhao is already a dead city, the sewers are blocked, and the plague is rampant. Even if we get Yazhao, it is impossible to carry it without medicine. Can withstand the plague? Indeed, it is very difficult for Shen Feng to regain Yazhao. There is not enough food and medicine. It is impossible to regain Yazhao. Chu Yangshan calmed down at this time and said, I know there are many problems, but if we don't change now, we are still in a dead end. Only by getting Yazhao can we have a way out. We can find ways to solve the difficulties, but right now the big question of life and death, the crisis is already in front of your eyes. This must be seen. Shen Feng suddenly thought of something, and quickly asked, but we don't need to go to Yazhao to expand our territory, we can go upstream. Steel cities and so on are also big cities. At present, many cities in the upper reaches of the Yangtze River have not been recovered. Chu Yangshan shook his head lightly, found a piece of paper and a pen and began to draw, briefly describing the geographical conditions around Yazhao, and then said, why bother to look far away? Jiangyang is only half a day away from Yazhao. Moreover, there are many people in Yazhao in the city, so they can obviously help. Moreover, if you observe carefully, Yazhao is the gateway to the southwest. Once you have it in your hands, there will be great benefits in the future. Shen Feng frowned and looked at the location of Yazhao, and suddenly realized that the geographical location of Yazhao city is really important. The traffic arteries of the three southwestern provinces all pass here, and the east is the land of Jingxiang, and the north entering Guansong, the northeast is the central plains. This kind of geographical location is simply not too good. Chu Yangshan continued, Jiangyang is still too small to accommodate too many people, but Yazhao is different. As long as it can be regained, then the east and west sides can get food supplements, the southwest can get non-ferrous metals, and the south has coal mines and medicinal materials, not to mention the Yangtze River natural danger. Since then, the shipping on the upper reaches of the Yangtze River will be in our hands. At that time, we can attack from all directions to eliminate zombies, and retreat to defend the southwest gate. Isn't this worthwhile for us to recover? Hearing such a description, Shen Feng was immediately moved. A man always has a dream of conquering the world, and now the old professor has put the strategy in front of him. Now, all he needs is his nod, and he can act immediately up. Then Shen Feng looked at Chang Jianyi and asked, Sister, what do you think, Chang? Jianyi frowned, and said in embarrassment, the food is easy to deal with. I can use supernatural powers to ripen a batch of food, but the medicine is really not enough. Yazhao is such a big city, and I want to clean it up. It's not an easy task, and besides, if the headquarters finds out, I'm afraid they will object. Chu Yangshan continued, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. If you don't do it because you are afraid of difficulties, you may not have such opportunities in the future. Shen Feng gritted his teeth and said, then do it. I'll answer the questions at the headquarters. As for medicines, we can only take a step at a time. In the evening, we will call everyone to discuss, and the timid will starve to death. If you are too bold, if you don't take risks, you really can't solve the problem. After Shen Feng heard the professor's description, he now understood that instead of being obedient, it is better to take a risk. Yazhao is of course important, so even if the plague has spread in this place, he must go to recover it. I can't care any more. Chang Jianyi looked at Shen Feng's serious side face, and found that the junior has also changed. If it was him in the past, he would definitely not have such big ambitions. Maybe his wish is just to stay at home and play games or watch anime every day. But now, the end is coming, and his ambition is gradually revealed. Men so crazy. Chang Jianyi thought silently in her heart. As for Shen Feng, at this time, he recalled what happened in Rongcheng back then. He obviously showed up as a reinforcement, but he didn't get attention. He just allocated a piece of land and let him station there. Of course it was because he was not strong enough, so he was looked down upon by others, but now, Shen Feng has decided to become stronger. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.